I definitely take this table. Y'all gotta pray for my y'all pray for my situation. I'm looking for God to open up some doors and do some other things. Grace and peace, everybody. I just wanted to jump on here for a little while. I'm definitely not gonna tell y'all right now, I'm definitely not gonna be on here for no 10 hours. I'm definitely not gonna be on here for no 10 hours. Thunder, what's good, brother? I said I was gonna get on here and I was gonna share some stuff this week in the community. When I say the community, good to see you, Will. When I say the community, everybody that's listening now, or most likely on the replay, some folk going to church, some folk getting ready to church, some folk home relaxing, some washing the car, and some starting regular work because this is the beginning of the work week and on the first day of the week, early in the morning. So this is not the Shabbat, this is the first day of the week. Um, and some people just preparing themselves, a lot of self-employed people. Some people just work on Sundays, period. But we preparing for some stuff. I want to talk about the stuff that happened this week in the community. I have to first say one thing. I'm going to go back a few days. I think it was last week, a week and a half ago, Dunamis. I dropped a video. I was in the car talking about, is there nobody to come and help? And I gotta say, I gotta apologize to what people would call the urban apologetic community. Them some folk that just, they just do whatever they doing over there. But that community is recently trying to form in the last couple of years, dealing with specific subjects in urban areas that people would deal with. On the conscious community a couple of years back. He's still heavy now, but Sinetta on there killing it with Polite, Young Pharaoh killing it. A lot of people back and forth. Y'all see Shaka back talking. Talking is talking. That's the job of the urban apologists. They said they wanted to form, and I was, kind of around in the early formulation of it. And as time went on, it being that it's such and just like the Israelite movement, early apologetics, the early urban apologetic movement, they're trying to formulate who's who. They just started earlier connecting with people that were on the internet that they seen that was banging on what they would call false doctrine. But in the middle of banging on false doctrine and gathering people together and people coming into what they would call the urban apologetic community, they noticed that some people went to church, some people didn't go to church, some people were former, what you would call former Israelites. Some people are former Israelites. Some people just don't like the Israelite movement because they bang, they talk with the camps in the streets. So they just started talking online and people saw them and automatically branded and brought them in. Now, if somebody's earlier or was involved in the Kemetic community, Israelite community, and then they came to the Lord or they pulled out of it and they noticed the errors of the way. I was never involved in the conscious community, but when I rededicated my life, I tell people when I was locked up, I grew up in church, this and that. I saved the young, but then I just started running amok. When I didn't even grow up in the projects. When I went down there with them fools in the projects, them fools, I don't care. Don't nobody email me about no projects. Them fools was running amok. I was in the brownstone. They was running amok, but I liked the stuff they was doing. I got caught up into that life. I end up going to jail. So I rededicate my life in jail. I'm like, Lord, whatever it is, it is. I end up, people pray, God, get me out of here. I pray, God, get me out of here, and he ain't get me out of here. He sent me away for a couple of years. It's okay. All things in God's hands. So dudes from around the way would see me. They know me from the projects. They know me from doing the, in the street. So I would be reading my Bible. They would come by my cell. They would come, come outside. Or, I was in a whole bunch of different places. They moving me around. Wherever I'm at, come outside. The gods want to talk to you. And they hitting me with that Jesus mysticism stuff. Hebrew Israelism wasn't heavy back then. When I say jail, some people think I got out of jail last year. I'm talking about 25 years ago. I started getting knocked 28 years ago, stuff like that. And then and then so I rededicated my life to the Lord. So I have a lot of contact with them. And being locked up, I got hundreds. I'm in there with hundreds of books. I'm buying everything Ben Massey Finch. I'm deep in that. I'm a believer, but I'm deep into that stuff. So So I end up, that's kind of different from my situation. But we have other people now that are Israelites and they're ex-Israelites, and some people would automatically look at them. Y'all know the whole thing that happened with the sister Nuffy. She started banging with them, and then as time went on, and months after them banging with her, and everybody that's supposed to be somebody jump on a video with her, because when they hot, when you hot, they want you to jump on with them. Come on, so we could spread this thing. And the other brother, shout out to him, he was coaching the thing. He was like, yo, you should do a video with such and such. You should. I'm like, yo, whatever. I'm out here just bang. I'm just out here just with it. So I was speaking in defense, coming up because of Ray Hagan and all of that. But they started formulating stuff, and they started finding out some people were just ex-Israelites. Some people were Seventh-day Adventists. Some people were locked into a congregation. Some people went to another church that was just like, I was going to a zoo. Them dudes was like, yo, you know too much to be in that zoo. I just fell back all together. Then they turned around talking about, you ain't even going to church. I'm like, man, these dudes are funny. So I said, because the movement, I seen the way the whole movement was going. The whole movement is kind of crazy, but new movements formulate, people trying to figure out, they want to have a council. All right, we're going to see who's really apologists, who's locked in and recognized with the church and all of this other stuff. And this is what you should do. I mentioned to Israel a couple of months ago, y'all need to have a council. Like the church had a council every time. Councils are for problems, not to control people's mind. Council are for problems. If there's problems in the church, this dude down here, Arius, he preaching that the Father created the Son one day. And because of that, we have discussion. So those people that are in church, those people are pastors that's leading apologetics or trying to have conferences and do all of that stuff. They go with certain scriptures. The Bible said we got to get us to faithful men to give to other people. So when you start talking, and then, they got other scriptures marked, those that cause division among you. People in church have been safe because there wasn't a lot of internet, but the Israelite movement was growing on the internet. We all had church buildings. We all in the building. Most of us in the church, black church, white church, whatever you want to say, we're not opening up the floors for discussion and stuff like that. And people were having questions. So who they run across? Polite. They get to running across Sinetta. And they get to running across Ray Hagan. Boy, I never heard nobody talk like this black preacher right here. And I said, who is it? And they sent me the video. It's Ray Hagan. I'm like, Lord have mercy. Talking about Ray Hagan, y'all. And then I started knowing some years ago. So I get on here and I start sharing some things. But one thing about me, because of my experience in jail, anybody can come and talk. This is what scared a lot of them church folks. A lot of church folks scared. They say, you bring heretical people on. Your comment section is ungodly. This was to scare church people. But I'm just trying to show the church people, y'all can't be scared now. Y'all got to know what's out here. So now these people are out here. It could look like it's some confusion, but I clearly understand what's going on. And I'm going to talk, and I'm training church folk. Church folk may not like it, but they getting trained dealing with this. They're going to find out what's out here in these streets, and they're going to find out what they got to guard their children against. Good to see you, Yolanda. I seen you up in the other comment section the other night getting it on with them. So there was a little confusion, and they're trying to formulate that. In the midst of them trying to formulate that, I said, boy, they better find out what's going on. Some other people using the term again, urban apologists, not saying it was recognized by them people. A lot of this stuff is who recognized who. A lot of that's what, let me just tell y'all right now, a lot of this stuff, that's what all this stuff is about. So those people over there, some other people just started using the term, and everybody started being the urban apologists. Young kids jumping online in their early 20, college students, all type of people, just pastors trying to get this thing under control and figure out what's happening. Plus people trying to see where they fit in with this social media thing. Then COVID hits. So by the time COVID hits, you just got a community, a bunch of people calling themselves urban apologists. They're trying on the low to figure it out in uniform and be in conversation or side chats with each other and trying to figure out how they would handle this thing and how they would handle other people. So the word got out of control. So whilst all of that was formulating, I said, well, listen, I'm going to fall back because there's too much history in the Christian church that's not right and exact. And I noticed that some people don't want to talk about it. Well, we don't want to call nothing pagan. We don't want to call nothing devil worship, but something come from Europe, white people in this white customs. It come to America, which was largely formulated by white people. America is a white culture. America, I believe, is connected spiritually to Britain and other places in Europe. Now we had people from British, they were Ireland, they came from Ireland, came from England, they came from all over, and then they came here. Then they classified this thing as a white thing. So even those individual European nations, they just became white people over here. And then things started, y'all, some of y'all know the history and how this thing started going. In the midst of that, there's been some trouble within the church. I don't know if y'all seen, I'm part of them. There was that Ministers Pulpit Society or something. I got to pull that thing up, and they were talking about John, I think it was John Piper or J.R. Pack, and it was definitely talking about my man, John MacArthur, and how white supremacy and how these white people, white preachers see certain things. And for a long time, white people, white pastors in this country seen some things differently. You shouldn't deal with civil rights. That's not the main thing in the Bible. And then, they even treated us differently. And that's how, Richard Allen and Absalom Jones and them, they formed the AME Church, because back in the days, black people couldn't sit with white people, but white people were happy. They were happy that we would come to hear the message to get saved. Baptist people, a lot of people were earlier ordained ministers to go into the community, but they would be up in the pulpit and they would have what we call the Eucharist or communion, and they would have to have that separately. They couldn't have it with the white people down at the altar together. So when the white people finished going through the crackers, when the white people finished with the altar, when the white people finished with the communion juice, wine, whatever they were dealing with back then, when they finished with that, then the black people could come down and pray. So what the brothers did, the brothers said, Sunday, we finna get up in there. And when it's time for prayer, when they pray, when the rest of the saints pray, the white saints pray, we'll get on that altar, we finna pray together. They went down, and I think a trustee grabbed one of the brothers, like, yo, this ain't right. Exactly. You ain't mixing with us now. Y'all get up there and do it the way we've been doing it. They broke order. They broke the order of the day. Most white churches, a good bit of white churches didn't even have black people, but they broke the order of the day and they walked out. They end up getting together money, having a congregation, getting a little bond, and they got them a building. Here's the birth of the AME. So we got black believers that's been moving. And that's just this country. Because I talk about Ethiopia and how we were arguing back and forth with Sinetta and all of them funny people. Shout out to Sinetta, but them funny people listening to his channel thinking these white folk gave us Christianity. So we banging this out. We got to straighten this out. We banging it out with the Hebrews. Just because y'all are saying certain things don't mean this is the way it is. So we've been going out. So we got to bring up the Ethiopian history. We got to bring up the history. There were people in this book. Don't act like this book they gave us this book to enslave us when this book existed before them people started their form of slavery. This book already existed. So people have been talking about that. But in the sense of dialogue, I've been getting out here and I've been talking, y'all don't know what y'all gonna do with this no history. And I do feel like that in a way, but God has showed me something. I'm limiting, and what I tell people don't look at no one group. I'm limiting. I'm like, these people talking about they urban apologists, and y'all see this whole movement is out of, what y'all finna do with this? Pastors are worried, and y'all over here, what are y'all supposed to have video after video after video, especially that I brought out to y'all. There are more. We don't know the number. I'm not worried about the camps too much. We don't know the number. We're not sure of the number with these other people I call messianics. Some of y'all call moderates, regular church people, Israelites. Is this the devil that crept in the church? I said from the gate, wait a minute now. They say they saved. Let's talk this talk out. Some other people automatically that call themselves, in that group again, that call themselves apologists. And like I said, everybody that's apologist is not really an urban apologist. You have apologists like you have pastors on different levels. Some could read Hebrew, some could read Greek, some been to seminary, and some just got saved. Holla. Jesus is the way. How they look in God's eyes, that's one thing, but some are just more educated, more articulate, know how to walk and work through the text and understand the text. Some just received it as it came to them from their denomination. So we definitely have a difference. There's definitely a difference there. So because we have certain people, and I want to clear this up, because we have certain people that say, I used to be a oneness Pentecostal, now I'm not, and they out here banging on oneness, that don't mean automatically that they're an urban apologist. Let me clear that up, because I've been banging on urban apologists, and you hear a lot of people on Israelites and stuff would say, the UA community, this, the UA community, that. I'm telling them it's bigger than the UA community. It's other pastors, it's bishops, don't even know when y'all say UA what that means. It's bigger than that community. But some of the confusion came in because you would have an ex-Israelite and he would be out here banging, he out here talking that talk. Automatically people would classify him as an urban apologist. But what are the rest of his doctrine? He just came out of the camp. That's another thing. If you, like I told y'all before, polite some one of them dudes over there, they get saved. They can't start teaching doctrine right away. Sit down and get this thing. Good to see you, Elder Johnson. As I look around and I see these folk, I'm telling you right now, a lot of these folk, they ain't even got the theology proper. If you ain't got theology proper, if you don't know who God is and how God is identified in that Bible, that's a problem. So you could have came out of one group, but you still banging just because you came out of oneness. That don't mean automatically you an urban apologist. Just because you were ex-Hebrew Israelite and you speak against them, that don't mean you're technically an urban apologist, because you could still be off in other things. And other things when you're spreading things. Now, I'll get out of here. I say, well, this is orthodoxy, but this is what I'm involved in. This is what it is here, and this is what it is here. So because of the way I'm kind of loose with it, I'm not loose with my personal beliefs. But I'm able to talk that talk without my personal beliefs. That's how come so many people, I'm confused. Where is he? I try to help them ignorant people. I'm talking Pentecostal. You know what Pentecostals are? Kojic, AME. You know what Pentecostals are? And then Pentecostals are split with the oneness apostolic and all that. Do y'all know what that is? So I got to get out here and I got to share that with some people. But we clearly have to understand, and God has shown me, just because the people are urban apologists or call themselves urban apologetics, and I didn't like the direction that the movement was going and the type of people that were calling themselves urban apologists and how they were handling unsaved or other people out here or other quote unquote people that were believers out here, I started banging. I'm like, yo, where y'all at? Where y'all at with this work? And I'm expecting the main dudes that was formulating it in the beginning. I expect that dude that was coaching, I expect them to do that. Now, I know your pastor, they pastors, they got their own churches. You know, some got churches, some trying to get churches, because that's where it's really at in having a church. A lot of that stuff ain't really into talking, and just being out here talking with y'all and ignorant people coming around, ain't stepped foot in church in 7 years, talking about they know the Bible, they a teacher. People got problems with that. But in the midst of that, I'm like, we're the people, we're the historians. Who's going to come and bang? God has showed me that he'll raise other people up. He'll raise other people up, because you can say what you want. All information got to get challenged. And when I started challenging them folk, and I seen some other people was challenging them folk on the pews, you ain't just going to talk, and not be challenged. Oh, no, stop it. What you talking about? Some other people came out with something else about these pews, and we're going to look at it. But there was a lot of guests that was coming through, and they started having channels, and they think they could just do all the talking. And then other people could jump up in the comment section. It becomes an echo chamber. We all in the cipher. Now, in the midst of that, I want to straighten y'all out. I want to tell y'all, when I say this is the finesse, people can't come and just say anything to me. Some of y'all, I could just say anything to, and I know the key talking points that these people use. Yo, we the people. What that mean? What that mean? That don't mean nothing to me. But that means something to a lot of people. We the people. You know them people ain't right. When the people start talking about we the people, there's a certain people that they're drawing. There's a pride, there's a brokenness inside people, that sin nature that they're drawing. We the people. That we the people don't mean nothing to me. So we got to go through these things. We got to talk about these things, but it's scared them other people. You know, we the people of the book. What the prophecies don't fit nobody else. There we are. Talk about that then. We got to look at the prophecies. Where the heavy Bible teachers at now? Where the heavy, I ain't even talking about urban apologists. Where the heavy Bible teachers at now? Y'all not used to being challenged, and y'all are taught, and y'all have the doctrine. Y'all claim y'all have the doctrine, and y'all been in church talking on top of each other for so long. Come out here. They talk about we the people, and they got the theology, and they got the prophecy down pat. We fit the prophecies, and by people not answering, it's making other people say, yeah, we are the people. Now, something crazy happened in the community this week. Y'all hit me about faithful. I don't even know this whole thing. Faithful is faithful. Faithful is faithful. I don't go with any, you know, a lot of people, you know, a lot of people were in the comment section definitely said, but a few people did hit me. But we do need some people. This is the thing. We do need some people from another angle to get the perspective. So I'm going to put faithful down for a second. I want to talk about 93. God brought 93. God will bring some other folk that ain't even urban apologists that's going to deal with that history. That ain't lifting up Jesus, not with no gender, lifting up Jesus, telling y'all come speak in tongues and roll up. No. Just dealing with the history. Is this history right and exact? Because like I said, and I'm going to keep on saying, somebody's lying. Is this thing straight reverse racism? Or like my other brother said, Is it blackwashing now? It was whitewashing. Is it blackwashing now? And I've always been concerned because I was like, listen, well, maybe those that we would call messianics or we would call moderates, maybe those people don't really hate the other light-skinned Jews. Because it looked like it could be just a black thing if the light-skinned Jews are the fake Jews. But I'm glad. I think that was I forget the brother that was getting it on with Mike. I walked away after that 10 hours. I walked away a little bit laid down, but I could still hear everything. And he was talking about the people in 1948 fulfilling the prophecies. We got to walk our way through this. Then Kevin G came on the scene, talking and sharing some things. Before he touched on the DNA, we kind of fell apart because things were just the way he came on the first time. It just wasn't clicking too right. But he came back on. I was like, let me open up the floor. He came back on and he started sharing some things. And there was a serious back and forth with him in Second Exodus. And we're looking at things. Matter of fact, I need to pull that picture up because some of this stuff could be reading comprehension. How we receiving and understanding some things. I think that was Yvette. Sent me something in the email about the black Jews, but we got to talk about stuff. We can't just take pictures and and this is what it is, the Sephardic this and the Sephardic that. Some of this stuff could be reading comprehension. We already said folk are off. Judah mourners, Judah's black unto the ground. That scripture don't prove black people in America, Judah. Y'all get out of here with that nonsense. I call that camp nonsense, but there is some other stuff that we running around here seeing. There is some other stuff. His head and his hair. Oh, we got to talk about all of this stuff because if you're reading the scripture wrong, it could be a comprehension problem. And if it is a comprehension problem, you could be reading this Portuguese, Spaniard. You could be reading this other stuff wrong. And this is what these guys are trying to do. They're trying to argue, some of this stuff has been read wrong. So because them guys, 93 of them come on here, because people come on here, when they say certain things, like I said, them urban apologists, they ain't the big time urban apologists. They ain't got to come on. But this work is going to get gotten. God is going to raise somebody up. And they ain't got to be an ordained preacher in the Baptist church. They ain't got to be a holy reformed. God is just going to raise some people up to challenge some things. Because people are nervous. You see the other sister in them down the channel been banging about skin color. Some people are nervous. Is it really a skin color? Even when some of the early Israelites was forming that thing, it wasn't a skin color. I could go on multiple Jewish websites right now. They'll say it's not about skin color. And we as Jews, we come in all colors, shapes, and forms. I could pull that up right now. But I got some people on my ignorant stuff too. Black power. When we mix in black power with the word of God. Is that anachronistic? Are we trying to put our black power? Are we trying to put our struggles from the 60s and the 70s? Are we trying to put our struggles back in the biblical days with a black-white thing? On top of the fact the patriarchs was marrying everybody underneath the sun. David and them, Abraham and them. Let's go on back. The King Solomon marrying everybody underneath the sun, having babies. Yeah, we can argue Moses, Cushite wife, Miriam, leprosy. Are we arguing properly proven skin color? He put his hand in his bosom and pulled it back out. He was white. He pulled his hand in his bosom, came back out. It was pale white, snow white, or he was black and it came down. It's always a problem changing narrative of, once Mike, I thought Mike was in church. That's how I said, let me jump on down. It's too early. Them folk ain't teach a Sunday school. They ain't walking out the door till 11:30. It's always a problem to change the narrative of scripture. If we stick with that, that's how come you'll hear a lot of us in the community saying context kills. When we look at this stuff in this context, can your belief stand? I'm talking to every single person in here because I'm not confused. I know heretical doctrine is heavy on the internet. And I'm going to let people talk just like them cats in jail. I'm going to let my boy, y'all can talk, come to the yard. Ain't nobody, I'm offended. Ain't nobody worried about offended. Boy, we all, listen, we all in here for violence. We all violent. So let people talk, let them bang out. Now they ignorant. Like I said, they ignorant. My comment section, and I'd be smiling sometimes, but I'd be like, this is the ignorant of the ignorant up in this comment section. And I can't lie, on the low, I like it. Let them bang. Let the church people get this medicine. So most church people walk away. Now I got pastors, I got ministers, I got elders, and they sitting back like my man. Shout out to my man, the elder. He was like, boy, he said, man, I'm sitting back taking notes. I'm noticing some stuff. Kevin G came and he brought some things out that was a problem. I know Israel, y'all could get mad. We done with Berean. Listen. It's okay to be challenged. Heavy is the head, the king that wears the crown. It's okay to be challenged. Y'all got a heavy presence on social media. But it's going to be questions. And if it's going to be questions, then just some chinks found in the armor. with history, with color, with interpretation. That's how I may bring up that black guy on that horse and read from them articles where that thing was dropped, and we're gonna look and see who would have Jew. The only reason I remember some of what Kevin G was saying, because I was studying some Masonic stuff with Jack the Ripper and the killing of Jack the Ripper and the cult tradition and all of that stuff. And I remember them yellow badges the Jews were forced to wear. I remember that stuff. And I said, well, man, this could be some interesting stuff. Let me look at some of these pictures. Let me look at some of this stuff. So could it be just people that God has called out of that stuff? I would have to get him on here. Could it be people that God has called out of that stuff that's going to be the most effective? People that came out the New Age movement, people that came out the conscious teaching, they are the most effective. Could it be I'm just so busy looking over there trying to bang to make the urban apologist say something when God is raising other people up? And can't nobody testify like somebody that done been delivered. Can't nobody testify like them on that thing, speak on that thing. That's the problem. That's the problem. So now that brother said, listen, God caught me out of that. And then I think LaRon Faithful said he came out of some form of camp or some form of that doctrine. Could it be that those are the most, let me see what the public said. Could that be Kevin G argued our points? Well, he said, I think he argued your points. We got to bring it all up. The only thing that I ask people to do, I hate to keep throwing people in the back, but I got to do it. And everybody feel, oh, the Israelites feel, oh, you let Kevin G and Faithful run amok. Other people feel, oh, that's the problem, that your platform ain't fair. The Israelites control over there. And all of that. So listen, everybody can talk here. That's what I'm saying. Y'all ain't finna run them over. It ain't no gang. Y'all ain't finna run them over. Everybody can talk here. Now, when the talking is finna get jumping. I don't know how many times I'm going to go on today because Shepherdess and them, she done dropped the album. I got to bring my sister on later on about 4 o'clock. But I got some stuff to do with my people tonight. But we can't. Now, one thing we ain't doing is playing around out here. So we're going to have to get into this thing. And the things that have been spoken on, they can't just get spoken on one time and get pushed to the side. All right, that's done. We made our point. No. There's some things that we got to revisit. Some things Second Exodus said we got to revisit. I really came on here. I'm doing all this talking already a half an hour in. I know folk getting ready to go to church. I got to tell y'all, the debate is canceled with Kevin G and Mr. Blacktastic. Mr. Blacktastic sent me the email. Let me see. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I got the email here. Basically, he said Kevin G is wasting his time. That's like I said, and I think that was going to be good because we were going to have to get into theology proper and all of that stuff. I'm like, boy, I'm laying for this. Plus, y'all already know I'm on staff over there. Boy, them elders be trying to beat me in my head. They be trying to beat me in my head, but the debate is canceled. But he said, Mr. Blacktastic said, he would rather, he said, he didn't say, he said he's not like he's not willing to debate. He's willing to debate Elder Mike. He's willing to debate Elder Mike, or he's willing to come on to this platform and take any questions from any Trinitarians. While I'm using my words, not the exact email. I'm trying not to read it word for word. Why the Trinity is wrong, and he's willing to do that, and he'll take some questions. I know about people, as I pull them up on the screen, he's willing to do that. But a lot of times I notice with my couple of years of doing this is people have certain things wrong, like that, like I said, like that theology proper. Some people need a simple overview of the Bible, systematic theology. What are we talking about when we talk about theology proper? Who is God and how is the Bible? How has God revealed himself in the Bible? That's like what we could call a subdivision or a subset of systematic theology, talking about God in general. And then it's broken down into 3: a pneumology, who is the Holy Spirit, according to the Bible; a Christology, who was Christ; and paterology, I believe, is the Father. Is the Father. Who is the Father? What does the Bible say about the Father? Is the Father distinct yet the same as the Holy Spirit, as the Ruach HaKodesh, according to the whole Bible? Now, 1 or 2 scriptures y'all want, because we all got scriptures. That's like when people make me smile when they come on in. I'm going to get on here and read the Bible. Big deal, boys. 200 of us in here. We all could read that one verse and get 4 interpretations. Genesis 6, we getting different interpretations. Can a woman preach? We getting different interpretations. So when people say they coming with the Bible, I tell you, I used to be a pastor. What are y'all finna tell me? We're split on some things out of the same book. We're split on some things out of the same book. But a lot of what's being argued now was already argued and settled a long, long time ago. So we're just reliving, we're rehashing some stuff that have jumped off in church history. That's how come some people say, oh, I don't even want to deal with it. No, Moses, the law of Moses have nothing to do with me whatsoever. That was settled a long time ago through the holy, pure apostles. And then the church smashed it during the councils and all of that. And terms came up. So when we start talking about Arianism, when we start talking about terms, it's locked in historically with the people that were preaching it at that time. Jehovah's Witnesses, that's early Arianism. So we can just say certain things like that now because it was smashed a long time ago. So in the 1800s, when they was running around here, and that's another thing when we start talking about false prophecies. In the 1800s, when they were running around here with false prophecies, we got to look and we got to build. What do I mean? We got to build. Mormon church came on the scene. Jehovah's Witnesses, Seventh-day Adventists came on the scene. What? After leaders, after people running around here start prophesying stuff and the prophecies didn't come to pass. What's the difference with that in One West? What's the difference with that and all of these cats running around that's on the internet now? But they said 21 years ago in the year 2000, God's coming back to reign with fire and judgment and Jesus on a black horse. Black Jesus on a black horse coming back. UFOs, all this stuff. Well, and how do people still preaching now? False prophecies. Early 1900s. False prophecies, and we seem to have groups of people that's in heavy rotation on the internet that's running around here believing some of this stuff. We've had Christian false prophets. Don't get it twisted. We've had Christian false prophets prophesying the end of the world. That's how we say stay with the Bible. Stay with the Bible is a good place to be. No man knows the day or the hour. Who them televangelists want to prophesy when he coming? Old Robinson, what another fool had that book 88 reasons he coming in 88. Y'all stay with false prophets in the cipher. And then there's always going to be people that's going to follow, that's going to turn around and going to believe them. There's always going to be people that's going to turn around and going to believe them. But how do we handle the word of God? So that's how come I say, now right now I'm talking to white man's English. So don't turn around and say when I say hermeneutics, that's why we need hermeneutics. Oh, he talking that white man seminary talk now. It's all white people talk. We all talking English. Everybody in here talking to white man talk is typing to me right now. White people talk the English language. But when we say we need hermeneutics, hermeneutics is the art of science. It is a science in interpreting the Bible. Who? There's questions that they ask you. Approach the text. You got questions. Who? What? Where? Yes. Hal Lindsey. You know all the. I'm scared. You know all the false prophets and false teachers. Late great planet Earth. I used to love that nonsense back in the days. When we talk about hermeneutics, who? What? Where? Who's talking? You are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your fathers ye will do. How? Who was talking in that original text? Before I come and I try to put it on white people right now. Before I come and put it on white people right now, did y'all see the cop? And the cop threw the bag in the back of the car, and then it was floating all around social media and this and that. And then the other view came out, looking at it from another angle. They already took that bag out of the pocket of the dude that was the driver, and his partner had the camera on and said, "I just seen you through." So it's a whole different thing coming from another angle. Never let nobody give you one angle. We got to be careful. So who's talking in the text? So when we say we're approaching the text as a science, some of my Pentecostals get offended because they say, "No, ain't got to do with the Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost ain't got nothing to do with science. Science is something that's just repeatable." So there's a science in the way we approach the text. It's an old book from the other side of the planet. Would you have an English Bible if it weren't for seminary scholars? Thank you. Oh, shout out to Mike Heiser. We got to pray for Mike Heiser. Somebody posted, I knew he had some little health problems, but I didn't know the severity of it. I'm gonna see if they got a GoFundMe or something for him. He's gonna go into some surgery and stuff like that. But we praying for him. He came into the community, and I respect him because he put a lot of work in talking about scholarship, and we shouldn't be afraid of the Bible. We need to understand the culture. He's one of those that I can say that's truly a scholar that came and put a lot of work in. Most people I know, the scholars that got degrees, that been out of seminary, postdoctoral studies and all of that stuff, traveling, being part of Bible translations, being part of commentaries and all of these different things, peer-reviewed articles putting out here and all of these different things. A lot of times they don't even come and argue because they like the people don't have the basics. They don't want to talk to y'all because we don't have the basics. We just go with whatever any charismatic person says. You got to understand what Geno Jennings said. Read. No, Oh man, come on, sit down, boys. Like I said, y'all can't. Yeah, I act ignorant, but y'all just can't get. We the people read. No. Shut up. What you mean we the people? Unpackage that. And this is where this platform comes in. We got to talk. So when we talk about hermeneutics, there's an art or there's a science interpreting the Bible. You got to ask the who, what, where, when, why, and how. We got to understand something about the land. We got to understand something about the culture. I often tell people, somebody come in here and say, we don't even say it too much no more, but it's raining cats and dogs. 1,000 years from now. People going to read it's raining cats and dogs. Hold on, I'm on my way there. It's a parking lot. I'm on 95, man. It's like a parking lot out here. What am I saying? What am I saying? You got to understand the customs of the people. And they put on sackcloth and ashes. Where are the wailing women? If we don't know what they was doing back at that time, it'll be a little harder. That's how come pastors, even after they preach or open up and have churches, a lot of pastors say, I need to further my biblical education on the lands, on the coins, the denarius, on the coins, on the money, on everything, so I can explain it better. Cast out your nets. Who out here down here fishing? Who from Louisiana? Where you fishing folk at? Who out here casting out nets? We got some old people using the old school. They've been doing that for thousands of years, but most people use a rod. What do we mean? We got to explain these things. We got to explain these things. What do these things mean? And a lot of times when we see some of the writers writing, they don't even look in the Gospels. They don't even look to explain certain stuff. Matthew just say stuff that they don't even have to explain, like we see explained later on. Oh, this was a feast of the Jew. He don't have to explain that because he's talking to Israelites. That's how come Matthew is the first gospel and it's a bridge. So in the beginning of Matthew, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophets. That's why we constantly see that. So in the name of spiritualities, some of us like to, we think we're spiritual by knocking down study to show thyself. Study is okay. I like when my man Brown said, scripture ain't said what to study. Study to show thyself approved unto God. Not man, not to show off, not to bang, but unto God. You got to make sure you got a clear understanding. Because if this is a letter from God, if these epistles are emails and God is speaking to the prophet, who is he speaking it to? Oh, we the Israelites, the Bible ain't talking to Christians. Oh, that's it. All of that's some good stuff and that's some heavy stuff. So we got to work our way through this stuff. And what's so funny is the so quote unquote scholars, they don't want to come around. They think, oh, you're mixing with the devils. So many people in the comment section believe in heresy. Well, come teach the truth then. If you got to come teach the truth. And this is where the problem comes in. But at the same time, when people do come and they teach something or they're speaking about something that goes against your ears, don't say, oh, Berea flipping out on us. No. Y'all been doing a lot of talking on here. It's okay to talk. But some other folk finna do some talking. And when the other folk do some talking and they bring some things out, because Kevin G could say what you want. People mad, all they want to be Kevin G brought some things out. Faithful attitude is a little, Faithful got to work on that. But he brought some things out and these things must be examined. They're charges. You get arrested, they bring some charges out. These folk got to show and prove these charges are right and exact or let you go. Now, of course, some people that's not ready or don't want to be challenged, because even a lot of leaders out here, they challenge Jesus. So I ain't think about these pastors. They challenge Jesus. And they came to him to test him with questions. Oh, yeah, I got a few emails too this week in the community. I got a few emails about Thunder and the way he came on the Alton. What must I do to be saved? I said, Lord, this is just part of this community. Because it still is a community. This is part of this community right here. Other people went and made some videos and other people were talking and other people were emailing and stuff. But no, we got to be challenged. At the same time, orthodoxy got to be challenged. I'm shocked. And I got different views from other people. I'm shocked. People going to defend anything dealing with that tree when it's a whole nother level in this community. It's a whole nother level. And y'all don't want to say, y'all say because it's their wicked heart, but y'all don't want to say, but that Christmas tree has caused some problems. That Christmas tree, slavery, white image of Jesus has caused some problems. Any way you slice the cake, it's only causing problems among the ignorant. Us that are on our way to church right now, we know better and we ain't dealing with you fools down there. Y'all are beneath us. That's what they're basically saying. I ain't got no time answering that. I don't play with these scriptures. I ain't got no time answering them fools. Let them go read a book. How you know they ain't read a book? They could be reading a book, but they could just be reading the wrong thing. My man laughing. They could just be reading the wrong thing. Now, if they're reading the wrong thing and you say that's a lot of y'all folk ain't been careful. God called me to not compromise. God called me to preach the word, teach the word. I'm like, come on and teach it. Come on over here and teach it. Now too many ignorant folk. So now you like Jonah. Now you know you want to say who you want to preach to, you want to teach to, you want to share. You want a platform, right? Church builders just opening back up, right? You don't touch the microphone in your church that much, right? It's too many believers in the church that's on top of each other. It's too many believers. And that's one of the reasons that I always say stuff like this. I say stuff like this because it's important for the believers to not leave the pews, but to turn your phone and turn your camera on and start talking. Yeah, there's some people writing books. Some people can't talk in front of the camera. They bang out in the comment section. They're the king of cutting and pasting and quoting scriptures coming to their mouth. And all of that stuff is good, but we all have to be part of this stuff. We all have to be part of this stuff, especially if you believe this is a black power movement that's stealing people out of the black church. I would think apologists would be lined up. I would think Christian scholars would be lined up. Of course, there's only a few people. Like I said, I can name a few apologists. There's a few apologists, but how many got 100,000? How many we got in this whole community? Christians in the conscious community, biblical rumble room, all this stuff going on, all these camps out there. I see a few churches like I seen the other church. I said, what is the apostolic church? Open up the door to the Israelites, and they were all sitting down there debating and discussing certain things because the church is being challenged. But the church is saying that this doctrine is so foolish. Judah Moore, foolish, these retards talking about. Oh, so some church people saying it's so foolish it doesn't need an explanation. But you see how things go when y'all don't give no explanation? You see how far things go when you so spiritual, when you so deep, you so know your doctrine, you can't even open your mouth to those fools, those ignorant people, those silly people. You see what happens? Now some people, don't wait till it's too late. That's what I'm telling the church people. Orthodoxy, that's what I'm telling y'all right now. Y'all with the right doctrine, that's what I'm telling y'all right now. I'm just of a different opinion when the Bible says lay aside every sin and wait. There's some things, there's some weights. I think the Christmas tree might be a weight. Some of these European customs might be a weight, but this is the dominant culture. And for the record, y'all do know in Europe, y'all do know the gospel light is fading out, right? Beginning with France, it's hard pressed to find a church over there. Why is that? A lot of people they move with the intellectual movement. They moving on humanism. We don't need Jesus. We don't need religion. We don't need spirituality. We're beyond that. But in South America and Africa and different places, it's good to follow these trends. It's good to know what's going on so we can know where the gospel is needed. We can ask questions. Why is that? The truth is on the decline. Respect for the truth is on a decline. Y'all can say what y'all want in the black community. They don't do away the church, and they don't do away the church, and they got everything else. They got everything else out here. They got and this is why we did this is part of the reason we got a lot of lawlessness going on. There's not even a respect for truth. And then we got other leaders talking about they coming up and we got the truth. They got the truth. They can't see us. They can't see the Bible believing truth. They can't see it. Young Pharaoh ain't got the answer. Polite ain't got the answer. Sinetta ain't got the answer. They ain't got the answer. And listen, GMS ain't got the answer. ISUPK ain't got the answer. They can say they got the answer. But if they got the answer, we got to see their work. What's the largest Israelite congregation? Largest Israelite congregation in the United States of America. I can show you 50 churches that's putting in the work and putting the millions in the street that they putting in the street. Feeding the homeless, housing people, teaching people, church planting. So until somebody can catch up, nobody done caught up to the church yet. But there's a respect that has been lost. There's a respect that has been lost. There's a level of teaching that has been lost. We got to talk about that. And if a level of teaching is lost, we got people that's just silent. So when they come and say, we the people who else fit the prophecies, you got to be quiet. You don't know history. Or should you be connected with people that know history? Wait a minute, you're talking about slavery. Let me take you back to Babylon and walk you through all of the people that have been. Slavery is almost as old as human race. So let's stop this. Let's stop this madness right now. Slavery is almost as old as the human race. Are we making this thing like a prosperity gospel? Are we making this thing an American gospel, black versus white? Are we making it an American thing? Because if we're making it an American thing and we're interpreting Bible and prophecy and everything through the eyes of America and right here, right now, are we doing it? Is it proper hermeneutic? Is it proper when we see things in Revelation, when we see certain things? I showed y'all the other professor coming up saying, well, when people read Revelation, it's 4 different views. This is just what it is. I'm telling y'all this. Oh, you got to state what you believe. He didn't state what he believed. He just told you it was 4 views. There's 2 main views in the church. Can a woman preach? Can a woman be a pastor? There's 2 main views. And if anybody don't know that, you're not really reading the text. You're not really looking at the history. And both views got scripture. And both views, once again, both views have scripture. So there's a lot of stuff that we got to look at. Let me go back and look in this. Let me try to do this. Let me go back and look in this thing here. I'm gonna let me copy this. I'm gonna put this in here. I normally put that. Let somebody jump on and they could do some talk. But please don't come up in here trying to teach me nothing. Please don't come up in here trying to with 100,000 slides talking a whole bunch of stuff from your view. There's different views. This is a big community. We have to understand why each group understand what they understand. And is it madness? Because somebody is lying somewhere. It definitely, and I never looked at it, some of the stuff have to do with reading comprehension, how you're reading the text. Some of it just have to do with, I hate to even say it because people would get offended, incompetency. Ignorant means you just don't know. Some people, they just don't know. They just don't know to ask the questions. You're of your father, the devil. Who was that talking? Solomon? Was that the Queen of Sheba? Who was that talking? Who was talking there? Oh boy, who jump? Who the first one to jump on but can't people? Wilmot, what's going on, bro?
How you doing this morning, brother Beran?
Good. What's good with you? What's good with you?
Everything good. I think that was a good discussion we had the other day, though.
Wait a minute. Somebody said you quote the Bible through white people's eyes, Beran. Show me how I quote the Bible. Hold on a minute. Show me how I quote the Bible through white people's eyes. So that y'all make this a white people, black people thing, and it wasn't a white people, black people thing when the Bible was written. It wasn't a white people, black people thing. This is the problem. And the church people don't want to talk to y'all because automatically y'all going to a white people, black people. Automatically y'all are doing that. That's how come I wanted to talk to my man Stephen. There's only a few people. Stephen said, listen, we kept the Passover with Europeans, not Europeans and just running around saying y'all the people. Dana Stevens, y'all are the people. My man right here, he said, listen, he it's only a few of y'all. That's what scared me. A lot of y'all running around here, Revelation 2 and 9, them brown-skinned Jews, them Yemenite Jews are the fake Jews, and all of these other, and everybody fake but black folk. And everybody the fake Jews but the black folk, forget what the Bible say about proselytes, forget what the Bible say about converts, Berean, you reading through white folk. Y'all can't give me that. That's like that other ignorant statement, we're the people of the book. Y'all can't give me that. That's what I'm saying. Maybe the way I talk and the way I dress, because I tell y'all, I've been locked up. Y'all think y'all could just give me, y'all can't give me that. He said we must break the chains of slavery. I agree with that. And the reason it is hard to have these discussions, because these white folk took this Bible, the same Bible that got people confused, because they took that Bible and did what they want to do with it. Because them dudes took that hammer and ran in that building and raped them people and killed the people that owned the bodega. Because they did that, don't mean I'm finna throw these hammers away. Wait a minute now. Now don't go over there now. That's a hypothetical. That's hypothetical right now. Because all of that, thank you. Now we gotta say, like, white people used it to promote white society. We gotta say that we've always done this. We tailor it to ourselves. Noble Drew Ali took Freemasonry and the teaching of the Moore Science Temple and the teachings, and he made it a black thing. No, Malcolm X and them, they made it a black thing. They made pure Islam a black thing. It wasn't the Islam from Muhammad ibn Abdullah. That's why we call it a cult. That's why we call it a breakaway. So some church people are thinking that this black messianic movement, this is a breakaway. We ain't saying nobody could be saved. Okay, salvation is over for all. But we the priests, we the black people, only the priests, we the ones, the book came from us, King James. But y'all done took this thing, y'all done took it where the church folk didn't want to deal with y'all. Now, of course, somebody gonna come up in the comment section and say, don't deal with us then. Don't deal with us then. What he said, Berean, you play both sides. How can I be playing both sides of the fence when this is a place to dialogue, King? How can this be playing both sides of the fence? I never said that I was Israel. I've been telling y'all I'm a tongue-talking Pentecostal, but I don't build like them Christians do over there. I'm a Trinitarian. I ain't never switched it up. I work for one that listen, my joint is an open book. I'm putting it out here like that. Israel don't like it, it's okay. The church people don't like it, the church people, so I'm stuck in the middle. If you want to call that playing both sides of the fence, I'm more than fair to Israelites. But Christians don't feel I'm fair to them. I feel that's like a lot of them people don't want to, oh no, he over there in the cult. He in the cult. He worked for one church. He this, he that, man. Them dudes is goofy to me. But God has shown me he'll raise other people up. They can't do everything and they ain't finna to do everything. That's like I say they don't control heaven and hell. God is leading some folk. So there's some people that's come on and they want to challenge Is that the end of the world? 93 a devil? Kevin G, a devil, an agent from the Illuminati. Oh, here the other devil right here. Here the other devil. Her boo come from the Vatican and was trained by the Jesuits to control our mind. Listen, boy. Y'all leaders, them One West dudes started teaching reincarnation. Them One West dude, that other dude came out of One West talking about he the comforter, he the Holy Ghost. Who y'all talking to in here? I'm not playing with you people. Other dude said, I'm Solomon, come back from the dead. And these Negroes, I'm David. Come on, man, I'm good. I'm good. Y'all be all that. I'm good. I'm in the book. But y'all don't like that. So they say, well, Solomon is in the book. And then they'll give you a scripture here, give you a scripture. He said Elijah should come back first. So this is resurrection. Boy, listen, we good. We have historically, we ain't been ruling it like that. Somebody said Nathaniel, a Freemason detective. He ain't playing both sides of the fence. Done started a whole movement. No, y'all took the religion, or y'all could have took the religion of Moses and made it a black thing to resurrect the people like Noble Drew Ali did, like Elijah Muhammad did, like Prince Hall did. This is all it could be. And then we got to put things on the table like it could be pagan the Christmas tree. Let's put it on the table. Now y'all mad because people want to challenge what you saying? People challenge what I say all the time. People been challenging the church. Now y'all above being challenged. That's signs of a cult. Can't nobody come and answer. You can't ask Ella G. White nothing. The great Joseph Smith that he went in there and they went in there with some burners trying to bang out with the sheriff and them to get him out of jail. Come on, man. Listen, I study and rocks with them people that invents these religions. All of them done been involved with Prince Hall or something of the Masonic order. All of them dudes, including them camp dudes, start dealing with Kabbalah and the esoteric doctrine that y'all ain't even dealing with. Come on, man. This is a platform for everybody to take it, throw it away. Some people you go, listen, they got jerk chicken right there. That's roast, that's lamb over there. That's pork chop. They got chuleta right there. They got whatever you take. You don't like the chuleta, don't stand up on the table and start preaching to everybody that you don't eat the pork. Go over there and eat some lamb then. It's other stuff. It's a lot of stuff going on and we just bring it all out. Come on, brother. You got the microphone. Let me read some of these comments. There's so many of them now. Here I go. I'm leaving, y'all. I'm not getting ready to be on here for no 8 hours. I got the plumb in the background. You got the floor, bro. Oh, no, let me unmute you. I'm sorry. You said, and you do believe you are of the persuasion that there are other people that can follow Torah, follow laws, Come on, you got the floor.
First of all, Brother Berean, let me remind you, the first scripture I ever read on this channel was Exodus 12 and 48.
Yes, correct.
I got white friends who I kept the Passover with. Matter of fact, he actually want to come on this channel and speak for himself. So I don't believe that.
You know they don't like white folk in here. Just because I gave Missy them a pass, just because I gave P&O a pass, they don't like white folk in here. Shout out to Timmy Tim. I told you Timmy Tim. Come on, go ahead.
But guess what?
That's a joke, y'all. That's a joke, y'all. Hold on. That is a joke. Everybody's welcome here. Hold on a minute. Everybody's welcome here. Because D-folk could take a sound bite. D-folk could take something and run a pure muck. That's comprehension again. Come on, bro. You got the floor. I'm reading the comments. I'm going to mute myself.
Guess what, brother? Brother Berean? If this white guy come on here, he going to be bigging up Israel. So they might like him. You understand what I'm saying? And he also said he willing to be a servant in the kingdom as long as he in the kingdom. Shots fired. Shots fired. So, like I said, I don't went over this time and time again. I don't believe that salvation is only for Israel. Like I said, the last conversation we had I think it was a good conversation. except for faithful being disrespectful and talking down to people. I don't think that's very godly.
Yes, I don't think that's really a good look. But Faithful do have good information. But Faithful guy, and he say he gonna tone it, and he say he ain't gonna unmute himself. He say he ain't gonna cut people off. He can't help himself. He just got, everybody growing. He got that tongue. He got to just hold his peace.
I'm gonna say this: even the devil knows scripture. So
y'all heard him.
Take it how you want to, brother. For real, the spirit, it bear witness that it's something going on there. I ain't gonna call him a devil, but he talked down to everybody, including the girl, the Israelite sister that was on the other day. That ain't cool.
Be different. Yeah, I try to be different, especially we don't have a lot of this brothers talking. There's more and more. Every woman in here, type of one in the text. We don't have a lot of sisters that come through. It's mostly a lot of brothers. And she saying younger, we gotta, even if you're wrong, even if somebody is wrong in our eyes, we can still try to have some love. He said, because they love the king is a fool. He said, because we love white Jesus. Come on, you keep going. Don't keep going, brother.
I just think it's a way to correct everybody. And you could do it and have a humble spirit about it. You ain't. I mean, I know sometimes I be hollering and screaming, but I ain't disrespecting nobody.
No,
that's just
not at all.
When I be talking, that's the passion. I try to be respectful of everybody. The other day when I was talking to dispensation of Tim, after I finished, I didn't try to take up all the time. I give the time and let him speak, because we all got to talk in order for us to come to some kind of conclusion. It just can't be a one-sided conversation.
Amen. Hold on a second. Grace and peace. What's going on? Y'all know I'm sorry. That's another thing, y'all. I could try to do better. And you see, it's not like the brother don't post his name, but I just be giving people names. Tim. I call this guy the plumber. Come on, plumber. What's good with you?
Shalom, everybody. Shalom, Slick. I'm with you, Slick, on us being not all the way in the new covenant. We partially in there, but not all the way. We in the betrothal stage. But anyway, Berean, I have to admit, some of our Israelite brothers and sisters is caught up on skin. They caught up on it. They won't let it go. When I first started in this, it wasn't like that, but as the political climate changed, so did so we see that coming in. The political climate changed into black and white. Obama got in office and that stuff started. And then, here come Trump. I mean, it just got worse and worse and worse. And the police killing black folk and all these things happening. And so that's what we're seeing right now on your channel taking place, is the same kind of arguments, because we're talking about the Bible, and I keep seeing stuff come up through there about critical race theory and all these different things. So this is part of the political climate. And this is what
hold on, plumber. Let me ask you a question though. How do you think that works with biblical interpretation and us being, people of God reading the Bible? Should political climate sway how we feel? Should we look at it and saying this is prophecy being fulfilled? Does it have no part? You think political climate can mess someone's interpretation of writ up or throw somebody off?
Well, it used to be back in the day, the preachers controlled the political climate, correct? Through the churches.
Yeah.
But now there's less people in church. So, I am going to say that the political climate does sway our worldview, or we can get a couple things twisted. You know what I mean? Like the other day when Faithful to God and them was on there, and they was arguing and they was telling everybody that these Israelite men came and slept with black Africans, and they were acting like that made them not Israelites anymore. But we see all through
what do you think about, how did you see that? Do you think it was a reading comprehension? What do you think about what he read? Do you think that those Israelite men were looking more like those light-skinned Jews? How did you read that? And then the whole picture with the thing with Kevin G. What did you read from that, from what was pulled up? And the women that they married were black women, and mulatto children came from that mixture, but it's looking like those Israelite men are what some people would classify as the synagogue of Satan today, Revelation 2:9 and 3:9.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I agree with each one of them, because all of them said
How can
that
you?
it wasn't. Hold on. All of them said that it wasn't. They weren't white men. All of them said they weren't European white men. So they might have been some light skinned, you know what I mean? But to
Light-skinned
me,
black people? They were light-skinned black people?
well,
Did they look like Bin Laden? Said that's what we gotta. That's how come I agree with Abu. So sometimes we gotta classify some of these terms. You believe that who could be light skinned? You back in the days, some people could be light skinned in America and they be considered black. And then some people were light skinned or mulattoes. Mulattoes could have played both sides of the fence here in America at one time or another. You believe that?
Well, yeah, definitely there was mulattoes here, and definitely some of them Indians that weren't, you know, African black. They considered they even classified them as Negroes. You know what I mean? So we see that, but that's not the point. The point is that at the end of the day, I don't know about, you know, Bin Laden them look Turkish. They Turkish people. That's who invaded that area. Turkish people. So,
When
but
you
anyway,
close your let's play again. When you close your eyes, what you think Adam and Eve looked like? What you think Abraham looked like? Matter of fact, what do you think Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob looked like?
I think them was brown people. I wouldn't say they was black African.
Okay.
I think they was brown people.
Okay.
And my point is it doesn't really matter at this point what they were.
No, now, this is the things that you may not be. See that now? You see that he may not be right with skin doctrine now. That's how come people are so confused. So you don't think that, right? Because other people, hold on, let me see what Slick got to say. Hold on, Plummy. I'm gonna give it right back to you.
Okay, Brother Berin. I know you talk about science, right? Okay, if Adam, and this ain't got nothing. This ain't no skin. This ain't no skin doctrine or nothing. If Adam and Eve,
come on, ISIS paper. Come on, Richard King, Black Dot. Come on, Black Superior.
If they was white, where do black people come from? Because white people can't have a black child. But guess what? Black people can have a white child. It's called an albino, Brother Berin. So Adam and Eve had to be black, because if they wasn't black, it wouldn't be no white people. If they wasn't black, if they was white, it wouldn't be no black people.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna give it. Hold on, Plumber. I want you to answer. This is your man's right here. I want you to answer or to put your input in what you think about that. Because is it even wrong? I'm asking everybody, not Plumber. When he come back on, Plumber's going to talk on what Slick over here, Mr. Camper over here, talking about. These North Carolina dudes, you got to keep an eye on these. I got to mute him. We got to keep an eye on these North Carolina dudes. But wait a minute. Let me ask y'all a question. Do you think when we use, like I remember Bernard Jordan was talking about, when we use like 1 Kings, and y'all remember when Elijah's servant went back, and when the Syrian captain came and he wanted to be healed of leprosy, and Elijah said, "Go dunk yourself in the river," and he went and dunked himself and came back, and he wanted to give him garments, he wanted to give him jewelry and some raiment and stuff, and he didn't want it. After he was in the house, his servant ran and caught him on the highway with his chariot and slowed him down and said, "Come on," he changed his mind, "give me the stuff back," and he took it and went and buried it. And Elijah said, "My spirit went with you. The leprosy that was on him, let it come on you." That's 1 Kings. Somebody put that scripture right there in the Bible. And somebody turned around and said, that's where white people come. Other people say because there are two manner of women. That's Rachel. Now, I know you don't teach that. I hate when he starts the sign language. I know you don't teach that. I'm just throwing what's out here in these streets. And other people said when Jacob was talking, there's two manner of men in which you, and Esau came out. That's where y'all think this is? That's where y'all think this is? Come on, Plumber, you back to you. You got the mic.
Well, no, I don't. I believe that Esau was black, just like Jacob. Wow. And when I say brown,
these Israelites are different. Go ahead.
When I say brown skin, I mean that in the sense of all different shades of brown, because from dark brown like you to light brown like me, because ain't none of us really black. Okay. But my whole thing is that if they was, we're gonna take the European off the table, because then the UA community has basically taken the white people off the table as the ones being in Africa, the Israelites in Africa. So we don't
wait. Say that the UA community, what?
Yeah, I mean, you asked Kevin G, did he think they was white? He said no. You asked Faithful God if he thought they was white. He said no. You asked Cherry Love one time.
Wait, hold on, Jordan, for a minute. Wait, slow down. Say that one more again. I got to make sure. You said they took what? Say that again. That last part again.
they took the white European off the table as far as them being the Jews that was down there in Africa. At first, they were saying there wasn't no Jews, but they couldn't go against all the documentation. So now then the argument became, yeah, but they weren't black Jews.
I got you now. Okay.
But then you asked them, each and every, I heard you ask each and every one of them. You just asked Kevin G this the other day. Do you think they was white? He said no. So my point is, and I got a quote from Benjamin Franklin where he said the whole world was either swarthy or tawny, except for the Anglo-Saxons. They were the only white people. But anyway,
yeah, no. The reason that is good is because even when, like I said, even when Italians came over here earlier, they were trash. The Jews came over here, they were trash in the hood, and the Italians, they started doing stuff when they had the, when the police departments were first formed. A lot of them, they were at the bottom of the barrel, living in slums. A lot of them started controlling the police department and the fire department and handed it down to their descendants, and they worked their way up. And then things kind of changed, and all of those people that some looked at as trash became white. It doesn't make a difference if you're Germany, white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. All of them just became white people. And that's like it lumped them all together. Go ahead. Yes, I agree.
And that's like what the brother said the other day. The reason for all, I think it was Second Exodus. The reason for all of that is even you got the Mexicans coming over here now, and they claim white. Yes. Many of them, yes. Because that's a political. Black and white are social and political statuses.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? And that's why they do
what y'all want. Y'all can say what y'all want. Plumber talking good right now. And they've always did the whitewashing in Brazil. That's like a lot of people. You got dark-skinned Brazilian people in Haiti. Dominicans, dark-skinned Dominicans. You got them folk, boy, their mind is gone. That other girl went viral. I'm not black. I'm not black. People went crazy on her. Young girl on TikTok or something said, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. And some people had to give us some history, but this is kind of where everything's coming from. And with status change, and people wanted to marry light skin, dark skinned Dominicans wanted to marry lighter skin. And all of this was for a reason. You got some Puerto Ricans, they swear they white folk and they don't want to be nothing but white folk. And we did just like we had a lot of Italians and Irish people came over here and Jewish people came over here and they changed their names so they could be identified as fitting the culture with white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. They stopped keeping the feast in certain days because they wanted to be part of this WASP movement when we're talking about white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Go ahead. Come on, Plumber.
And so at the end of the day, I say it doesn't matter because we know that they was brown people that went down into Africa and they was men. And just like Faithful and Kevin G and 93 showed the other day, I think it was Friday, that they mixed with the African women. And if I remember correctly, Moses had a Hamite wife.
Boy, shut up right now. I'm going to tell y'all right now, Plumber talking good. Because when we look all through the Bible, you could say that the descendants of Shem and them Hamites was rocking. Even Moses with his brother-in-law, he said, listen, come and be our eyes and ears in the wilderness. At the beginning of the journey, rock out with us, ride with us. And listen, we see a lot of that. I can't lie, we see a lot of that. Even could it be what we're seeing right now that was happening, that mixture was going on even with Jews in Europe?
Well, we still got the, we got some. Not all African Americans, or what you would call African Americans, are Israelites, because the Bible tells us that Egypt went into captivity with us, Assyria went into captivity with us.
Wait a minute, hold on. I got to cut the plumb off right now. Slick. Yes, or this is a yes or no answer. Don't come in here with one. Don't make me start calling you one west. Slick, let me ask you a question. Somebody said this week in the community, in the comment section, and was it somebody on the panel? They said, listen, the mixed multitude died out. Is that true?
The only ones that died out was the ones that was over 20. All the kids made it in, but it never tells if any kids from the mixed multitude made it in or not. So I don't know. But it don't. The Bible doesn't specifically tell you that. It just tells you that the kids and Joshua and Caleb made it in. Now, was some of them kids from the mixed multitude? Y'all answer that.
Now look at the Slick. Y'all see that? Y'all can say what y'all want. Gia love Jesus. Don't play. Somebody reading this book. Now we ain't gonna play. You see, and he got his arms folded like he just says. He knew he just said something right there. But let me ask you a question. What about later on with Ezra and Nehemiah and them? They wanted to put the movement away. They wanted to clean up the beginning of Second Judaism. Well, they wanted to clean up. After they went back, some of them, because you know some of y'all stayed in Babylon. There were some Jews in Babylon. What happened to them? We got to talk about them and the dispersion and them and color and them and mixing and what's the lady in John 4? What's the lady and the start with a Samaritan woman and all of that stuff? What are y'all? Later on, there was some more mixing too. So this color thing never made a difference among some people. But is it fair to say that what we would call Europeans were people because Tim brought something up, Yolanda. Plumber, listen to me. Were people that were the sons of Ham, were people that were considered Cushites or Shem and Ham's descendant mixing more than Europeans? Were they mixing more in the early Bible?
I don't think you read anywhere in that Old Testament, not very, maybe one or two places where they even talk about or deal with the children of Japheth until we get to, the days of Messiah. You're not really seeing Romans and Greeks and none of them running around. You're not seeing that until you get to the New Testament, really. You know what I mean?
And even to be honest, Greeks, even in the early stages of America, Greeks weren't considered white folk. Like I said, all them folk just became white. What's the invention? Right. What's the thing with white people? I got to pull up that professor from Yale when she was talking, and I'm summarizing a lot of what she's saying in her history when we start dealing with Europeans coming over here and how the white culture became the dominant culture, and there was a lot of whites. There were a lot of white slaves when we started dealing with indentured servants. The majority of earlier slaves were white people in this country. I'm talking about the birth of this good country right here. So this is how a lot of that other stuff can play in and understanding. I think that was Jordan. Somebody said that's how come we got to know who the Greeks are. Everybody got mixed up and everybody's become white. There's just what we call white in America, brown and up. It's a little bit different, but come on, bro.
But my point is, I think Joseph he had 2 children by a Hamite woman, and they became the tribes of Africa. The tribes of Israel.
Boy, y'all can say what y'all want. Y'all can say what y'all want. The spirit on Plumber today. He talking good for a change.
So my point is,
read the screen. Do you agree with the screen, Plumber? You can see the screen. You drive.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
Is this
Ham and Shem were not, and I agree. Ham and Shem were not. You couldn't tell them apart. We even got I believe Dante got a source from a Muslim historian who said that in Egypt there was 2 groups. There was the Greeks, that was the ruling class, and then all the rest of Egypt was made up of the Kemet, the Ethiopians, the Nubians, and the Israelites, and you couldn't tell none of them apart.
But
we know Nubia is black.
This is where the beef come in. Slick, first tell me, do you agree with that? Shem and Ham, they were indistinguishable? Because the Plumber bringing up some other. He was talking good for a minute, but some people didn't really have beef with him. Slick, do you agree with that? That Shem and Ham were indistinguishable? You agree with that too?
Yes, I agree with that.
This could be warning
because even when Joseph went to bury Jacob and the other people seeing them, they thought all of them was Egyptians.
All right, now wait a minute, you two. Now y'all heard what they said. Now, of course, warning, skin doctrine might be coming up. Might be. I ain't said it was. I said skin doctrine might be coming up. Now, this is the thing. How, Mr. Plummer, how did the Egyptians, because I know y'all say some of the stuff was faded, Napoleon people, they made the Nubians darker. How did Egyptians depict themselves? Because we see one thing on some of the walls in Kemet, and then we see one thing in the Bible that they, maybe because of his dress, they mistake whatever they looked like. They mistake Moses for an Egyptian when Moses went and delivered them when the guys was sexually harassed, and I'm throwing that in the girls at the well, and that's how Moses ended up going back and being with Jethro and receiving one of his daughters. They mistake Paul for an Egyptian. So this is key with interpretation. This is key with skin doctrine. How are we to deal with that? Paul was mistaken for an Egyptian. Does that automatically mean? I'm talking to the Plumber right now, but I'm asking the Lecoqs. I'm asking everybody else on here. How does that automatically mean that Paul looked like me, KG? Come on, Plumber. Where you at?
We know that Put ruled Egypt at one time. We know that the Nubians ruled, and we know that these darker races ruled Egypt at one time before the Greeks. Before the Greeks, I think even Assyrians had ruled Egypt at one time. Assyrians are a darker race.
Right. Yes.
So so during the time of Moses, we're not going to see the children of Japheth in there at all. We don't see the children during that time period. I don't believe we'll see that, but somebody, I could be wrong because I'm not a historian, but there is a brother Lonnie, bro Lonnie of the First Resurrection Fellowship. He's an Israelite. He's also he's got a degree in history, in African history, and you can go to his page, his YouTube, and see he goes through each tribe in Africa and breaks down their history, where they come from, and he'll tell you all the biblical, all the people around the land of Israel in the biblical days back then are down in West Africa now. All those people. He breaks down who they are. He's real good with it. I mean, and he's a historian, works at a library. He can even teach. He's able to teach a class, 7th grade class. I think he used to do that at one time. But so we know that.
I don't think I'm familiar with him. Yes, Egypt is a Greek word. We call it KMT.
Right. Yeah. No, he's not. He doesn't really jump up in here and do the arguments with people. He just puts his little lessons out, and so yeah, you probably wouldn't see him on here. But I mean,
look at the screen. They ain't even come with. What is you look at it? You can see the screen.
Well, I'm not talking about back then. I'm talking about now. If we go through the Old Testament, we even see it in Isaiah. Jeremiah talks about it. He says that all these people will be scattered, just like Israel gets scattered. These are what the prophets say. He says Egypt, Assyria. Let me see. I think Egypt, Assyria. I think he might even mention Cush. I can't remember, but these people got scattered during the same time that Israel got scattered. And like I said, they got scattered down into the west coast of Africa right along with Israel. And then they were picked up on the transatlantic slave trade and brought to the United States. And that's what I was trying to say about Kevin G and them. They proved that. They said that these men had babies with dark-skinned women, and as time went on, they got darker and darker and darker. So if Joseph's children were Israel, if Moses' children were Israel, then guess what? Their children are Israel. That's the argument that's been going. You're not Israel. The argument wasn't about whether it was dark-skinned Jews or light-skinned Jews.
So you thinking the shift change? Wait a minute. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna change the subject. Watch this thing came on my mind. I just want to ask a question. I'm going right back to the plumbing. Then I'm gonna see what scripture Slick brought up. Who brought it? Can y'all remember? I'm a little old now. Who brought up the whole DNA thing? Was it certain people? Was it one group saying that y'all can't prove that y'all are not Israel, and then who brought up the DNA first? I'm trying to ask that question because I really seriously don't remember. Somebody can put that in the comment section. Go ahead back to your thing, and I want you to look at the screen. I want both of y'all to answer Missy on this right here. You looking Slick? Plumber, read that right there.
Okay, so all of the nations descending from Shem and Ham looked identical. Then where did all the other nations come from? Everyone else is from Japheth. I'm not saying they looked identical. I'm saying that they were different shades of brown from dark to light. I just mentioned the quote from Benjamin Franklin that said, even the Russians, he said the Russians, were a tawny people. They were a brown people.
But did you do believe that everybody, no matter what happened, if the Genesis 12, hold on, Sister E. All right. She said what she said. Send me she brought up, I can't, she said me. I'm hoping she's saying this thing on the DNA thing, because I really don't remember who brought that up. But you believe everybody died, right?
Hey, bro. What, during the flood?
Yeah, you believe Noah, when we deal with humanity, any way you look at that story or myth or however you want to deal with that Genesis, that Noah flood thing, you believe that everybody died or just the people in Levant?
Oh no, I believe the whole world was underwater. I believe
repopulated. Okay, repopulated through
Yeah.
them. So you believe that maybe when they got off the ark, there's two ways to look at this. Listen to me good. Listen to me good. Hold on, y'all. Did everybody look the same coming off the ark? And then after the building of the temple on the Tower of Babel, and God confused their language, then people went in a certain direction, then color came on. Do you believe different colors were represented on the ark, not in the loins, but you can see them? Noah looked different. Ham looked different from Noah. Ham looked different from Japheth.
One thing we don't know is what color their wives were. We don't know what color their wives were, do we? So we don't know we don't know what could have been produced from those unions as far as the look of a people, because we don't even know, we don't know what their wives look like.
Okay, come on, Slick. Oh, he left. Where did we at?
No, I'm still here.
All right, go ahead, talk. I'm trying to do something. Go ahead, talk.
That scripture that I wanted to read was Genesis 50 and 10, and this is when Joseph was going to bury Jacob, and they say, and they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Jordan, and there they mourned with a great and a very sore lamentation, and he made a mourning for his fathers 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning in the floor of the Atad, they said that this is a grievous mourning of the Egyptians. So that's Joseph burying his daddy, but the Canaanites are calling all of them Egyptians.
Okay. So so that was a mystery, right? So you're of the impression they were all the same hue.
That's what the scripture says.
Or they look closer alike. Let's put it that way. Or they looked closer alike than Japheth, than the others.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Hey, but Brother Berin, I might have to leave out because I don't know what's going on. My mic acting up. I can barely hear you.
All right, I'm gonna jump back on later on. I'm not gonna be on long. I'm gonna jump back on.
Okay, I'll just be listening then.
Okay, all right.
Can I say one thing before I go, Berin?
Yeah, come on.
I got a cousin. Now, me, myself, look how light skinned I look in my picture right there. My mama's black, my daddy's black. On both sides of their family, I don't see no white people, before me. There might be, I don't know. But I will say this, I got a cousin who married a black man, a white man. So they had a baby. And so, of course, the baby came out light skinned. Now, guess what the baby did when the baby grew up? The baby married a white girl. And now guess what their child look like? Their child don't look like a trace of black in them. So it only takes a couple times. It only takes a couple times. Don't look like there's a trace of black in her and the little baby. Looks blonde hair, everything. You know what I mean? And so it only takes two, by the third generation, you washed all the way clean by then. You know what I mean? And they used to do that. That's what they did coming into Brazil and in America. They used to do that. You know what I mean? Purposely lighten up the race. And they did it when they entered into when the people went into Egypt and the Levant and all that area and invaded that. They did the same thing. That's why we have recorded history of there being black Arabs, black as coal. But now you don't find that. I mean, you do, but they don't show us. We never see that.
But they're there. You see what Tim's saying, do you?
Yeah, I see it. I see what Tim's saying. But hey, I don't know, Tim. I can go all the way. My great grandmother died at 106 years old, and I was probably about 22 years old. I was in prison when she died, and her people were black, and she was dark. I mean, she was black as coal. She was black as coal. I'm talking about she was black as the screen, the background of the screen. You know what I mean? But guess what? Her son, he's my color. Her son, my grandfather, is my complexion, and his daddy was black. So I mean, I don't know.
Sister E, you started this whole DNA thing.
Yeah, it started.
That's why. What's her name was banging on you in the comment section Who's supposed to bring up the DNA? The sister, we got a warrant out for her arrest.
Can
Who's
you let me
supposed to
get my
come?
point out?
Go ahead and get your point out.
Jesus, who gave you Red Bull? I'm taking any person give Maria another Red Bull, I'm gonna personally fight them.
No, that's regular.
Okay.
That's regular coffee. Go ahead.
You don't need no coffee. No, I'm just joking. I had coffee too this morning.
Shalom,
But the
Sister
reason,
E.
Shalom, Plum, what's going on with you? I want to make this point. DNA came up because the UA community was like, you can't prove it. You don't have any Middle Eastern in your name. It started out like that. People forget. You don't have any Middle Eastern in your blood. You only got West African. They was telling me what I had. I held back for a little bit because I was like, I don't want to do this. You know, I really don't, because one, I'm a cheapskate. I don't want to spend that type of money. But
that's what made you even go and take your DNA in the beginning?
Yeah, and the thing is, I actually had seen a young lady, Marjorie. She's been on my channel, and I know she's not gonna come up here because it's too much going on. But I saw her live, her YouTube, where she talked about, she did her DNA, and it's an African Facebook that she went to that talks about African DNA. Well, she told them after she got her I think it was 23andMe and Ancestry DNA, she went to Jet Match. I forgot. She went to Jet Match, and I forgot how the story went, but she went into an African-based type DNA site or Facebook page and explained to them what she had and the details that came from it. The Africans in the Facebook group said, "You're not African, you're a Jew." This was way before. Marjorie was the first one that did this. So I started working with Sister D on it because I said, well, let me see, because Limba came up. Limba came up way before I even talked about it. She did this. In fact, me and her are friends. She actually went to Zimbabwe. This is what you call research people and doing due diligence, rather than sitting on a YouTube page arguing and trying to twist words up. She did her due diligence. She went to Zimbabwe, met with the Limba tribe. They saw her, but before she came, and saw her facial features, because they said, we need to see a picture, because she reached out to the Limba tribe and said, hey, y'all, this is what came up, because a brother within the African group itself that she was a part of called her and said, and had a conversation with her on the side and said, wait a minute, we need to see your face, because we want to make sure that you're a Limba and you are connected to the tribe, because some tribes can see within your facial features if you connect with them. So the guy from the Limba community, she sent a picture to him, and he saw her facial features and said, yeah, you are Limba, because you have a lot of facial features. Well, she actually went to Zimbabwe. She put her foot on the soil, met with the Limba tribe, and they explained the history to her.
How did it go?
She just went to the tribe, had a conversation with one of the elders. I'm going to the story of how, because it ties to me as well. She went and had a meeting with the Limba tribe in Zimbabwe, not in DC, not in New York, not in Memphis. She went to Zimbabwe herself, and she got her Limba name. They saw her facial features, and she had the exact same facial features as some of them. She also found out about the history of them. So we're talking about somebody having dialogue with.
The history, what I did, I done put that. Well, she done kicked herself out of something. I ain't touched nothing. The history, I'm waiting for her to jump back on. The history, she said she was the one that, here she is, something happened. That was you.
Yeah, I accidentally hit it. So I'm sorry, I'm on my phone. I'm not on my laptop.
Somebody said, what was the other thing? Somebody said, so you brought up the DNA thing. Are you coming here to apologize? Do you think anything went wrong with the whole DNA thing, the way the conversation went?
No, I don't think people want to hear the truth. People don't like for you to change their paradigm. It was a major
people were trying to say that the Limba people said white folk came over there and gave them that tradition.
You even talk to Tudor, you know what they really meant. See, the thing is, all these people are reading, not just.
What did you switch to the phone? You going in and out now.
Themselves. I had a Kohen Hamadishi come on, and he talked about how, the DNA is, I'm not necessarily DNA, but who we are. I even talked to the prophet myself. I did a live. He even talks about there is African Jews. We are having conversations with people. We're not up here reading a book, switching the words and making it seem like that it's not true. We're taking the information and said, okay, let's go a little bit deeper. People like Kevin G, faithful to God, all of them. That's all they're doing is they're going into the book and saying, let me change the words because this is what I wanted to say, rather than saying let the information speak for itself. Because the thing is this, and
So
I'm trying to make sure.
So the limber people, how much? You said you had somebody asked something about a limber name. How much? When I can't even remember. I think did you show your DNA? Or you never showed it. We just talked about it a couple of years back.
We talked about it and I showed it. And sorry if y'all hear background noise because I'm trying to get my daughter in her dorm. So, but we'll finish up on that rather. I talked about the DNA. And then later on I showed it because when I initially showed my DNA, it was so much foolishness rather than saying, Sister E showed her DNA, let's have a deeper conversation. The attacks came. That's when the attacks started, if you remember. As long as I was
no, I know. Yeah, I know it's some beef. Yeah, it was some beef. I can't lie. It was some beef.
I didn't even. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know who Cherry was. I didn't know any of these people because I was so connected with you all. I was looking for information and looking for truth. When I said what I said, people got in their feelings, and that's when the attacks come. And see, I'm the type of person. If you come at me with some energy, I'm gonna give it back to you. That's how I am. Pray for me. But I never.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I never came at them. But let me finish Marjorie's story. When she did that, that's when I reached out to Marjorie myself and told her that I had the same results. Spoke to the guy from the Limber tribe. Hold on a second.
Okay, while she doing that, Plumber.
Yeah.
This is what you said on the screen. Look at RNO. You. This is what you said. We know they're African Jews. They're switching up because they were trying to act like there were no African Jews. For what RNO is saying, this is what you're saying. Part of the switching it up thing.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the beginning. Yes. They weren't no Jews over there at all. You see what I'm saying? And so guess what? They've made the conversation about white and black. Look at the statement.
They who
cares?
Okay.
Yep. Who cares if I mean, at the end of the day, really, the argument is who really cares if they was white or black? Because their children are black and they got took into the transatlantic slave trade and they over here now. And that doesn't make us any less, that if they were white, it wouldn't make us any less Israelites than Moses's children or Joseph's children, Joseph's children. You see what I'm saying? So the point is neither here nor there.
Okay,
it's neither here nor there.
But the thing is this, I'm not even backpedaling on the fact that those people over there that came over from Portugal, I'm not backpedaling on them. They were black. They were of African descent. Even Black Tastic went in with Kevin G and explained to him, because Kevin G kept saying Egypt. In this last conversation we had, that was Abyssinian, and they showed that those were African kingdoms over there. I think people are trying to ultimately make it seem like, oh, Egypt was a mixed multitude. Let's look at the African history. They wasn't a mixed multitude at that time. They later on became a mixed multitude, but at that time it was a predominantly black civilization. We're not going to say people didn't come over there and trade with them, but we're talking about at that time, during Moses' time, what people were over there. And too many people said, oh, it was mixed people. Oh, it was Turks. No, when you look at these nations at that time, those were African kingdoms. And what's so killing is, I'm shocked that the Kemetic community ain't checking them on it, because right there, they took the Kemetic community, took that table off of it, took that conversation off the table. Because what they're ultimately saying, that the pharaohs over in that region at that time were possibly not black. See, we're doing too much twisting of history to win arguments, rather than people calm down for a second and say, I might be wrong. Because what I saw on this last live you did, Brian, I saw a lot of the people, I saw on the last live you did, what I saw on the last live was everybody, Kevin G, faithful to God, which they normally do, was talking over people like Second Exodus and not allowing the young man to get his point across. Second
Exodus brought some points out. You don't think he got to bring his point out?
He didn't fully get his point vetted, because pulled out, because every time he talked, everybody kept talking over him. For instance, he brought up the one part where it says that they were mulatto. Now, Benaiah has a great point. Benaiah Israel, what mulatto meant at that time. We have to look at, I'm like what Abu says, let's look at the definition at that time.
Second Exodus just said the same thing. He said mulatto changed or something to that effect. Did he say that?
Yes. Benaiah brought up a great point, that mulatto at that time could have been an African messing with someone who was a dark-skinned Israelite, or could have been someone mulatto at that time was just mixing. But we keep saying that's black and white. No, mulatto may have been different then. Let's not look at definitions that were created in this current century. Let's not look at the definitions, like, for instance, Kevin G kept pulling up Wikipedia articles from and looking at the references that were from 2018. We already know the viewpoint is going to be very biased because colonization has already done the dirt that they've done to the point that history is not even history anymore. It's their story. But we got to go back and ask, what did mulatto mean at that time? In the 1600s, in the 1500s, what did mulatto mean? Because even then, when you look at the book that you all were reading, they said they were mulatto. Some were mulatto, but majority of the people looked like the inhabitants over there, which were the Mandingo. They didn't want to get on that. They're just like saying, well, because 10% of them was mulatto, all of them was mulatto. Let's talk about the 90%. You get what I'm saying? It was like they wanted to stay away from that argument and stick to the mulatto part. Then twisted and said, oh no, what they meant was they were the indigenous people, not look like the people of the inhabited area. I'm like, wait, hold on, y'all missing the whole point. Because everybody is afraid that they're going to lose the argument rather than look at the information. I don't have a problem about losing an argument. I don't have anything to lose. But yet and still, we didn't get our points across. And that was totally biased.
You the one brought Professor Parfit on. You brought him on.
I brought Parfit
on. What did you get? Summarize that. Sum that up. What did he say to you about the limba specifically that you received from that dialogue with him?
There were African Jews over there, and they were African Jews. I didn't get that from Parfit that they were white and then turned black. That's not what I got. Yes, that song, we want to talk about that song. We're talking about people that lost some of their lineage, and when they automatically saw the people, they automatically thought they were. Some of them thought they were white, but ultimately they were African Jews. They are just some of them.
Where does black Jewry come from among the limba people? The people that didn't go back from Babylon to Queen of Sheba with the ark after the baby with Solomon, or after the dispersion? So because a lot of people are saying after the destruction of the temple and the last revolt, Bar Kokhba revolt and all of that other stuff, that people went westward and there was a large population in Africa. People are saying they went everywhere but where you would call West Africa. We see them more, we can prove more so that we see them scattered out in Europe.
But
what do you get from what you said? What you say? Go ahead.
The limba came before Christ came on the scene. I think they came.
They were already practicing Jews. They weren't before Messiah even came. They were already practicing.
They were practicing. I think, and I can't. Let me go back and make sure I'm correct. But I think it was either I forgot which one of the captivities. You can caught me off guard. I got to go back and look at my notes. But
no, you're right, sister. They came from the Babylonian captivity. They fled and went into Yemen. I just listened to them the other day talking about it, and that's their oral tradition.
Yeah, they and this comes from Cohen Hamadishi that's over in, and y'all don't bring this older guy over here because it's too much going on, and he's an elderly guy and he's a good guy. So I'm kind of scared of people bringing him over here, because one thing we will say, our community is very protective of Cohen Hamadishi. We don't want nobody like Faithful God coming at him. We don't want nobody like Kevin G coming at him. This man is an elder with the limba community that is bringing his oral history. Now, from his oral history, they fled because of something with foreign wives. They were marrying foreign wives, and the king was like, nope, you got to get out. And they kicked them out, and they ended up going into Yemen, from Yemen into Ethiopia, from Ethiopia, and they ended up into the Zimbabwe area. We forget about Great Zimbabwe. He talked about us being a part of the Sena people. If you know anything about the Sena people were African people. Over in Zimbabwe, that was trading with Portuguese people. We're not looking at the history for what it is. We're changing the history so we can win a narrative. He gave us the information, and we went with it and started doing more research. He knows that they were black. He even talked about them being black. He knows that they are not white people, and even then, if they were, I'm not even upset about it. But yet and still, let's go look at the real definition of what mulatto means. Let's look at the history that came off of their channel, off of my channel, because my channel was not about I'm going to win a narrative. And I'm not saying yours is not like this, Berea, but my channel was about truth at that time, because I was yearning and desiring truth, because I don't want to walk in falsehood. And he said that they left Babylon, went into Yemen, and went into Ethiopia, and their final, I think they ended up in Zimbabwe. And that's where they are. That's where they were then. And then, not to mention, there are some people, or Sena people, or considered to be limba people, that are in South Africa right now that have that same oral history. because I got some more African leaders I'm getting ready to bring on, and not biased African leaders, because understand that some of them lost their history too. But we too busy, like I said, trying to fight. And I'm like, well, if you don't want the history, that's fine.
Yeah, you're
All
right.
right, let me hold on a minute. But what do we do? Like somebody just brought up, where did Jeremiah and his scribe Baruch go after the destruction of the temple? Was there not a population living in Elephantine? 650, yeah, around 650, we got a population BCE living in Elephantine, and we could see a lot of what people call today Jewish culture or Israelite culture. That's what I'm saying, Sister E. This is kind of where the confusion comes in with me. We have tradition, myths, or whatever you want to call it, that Jeremiah took his secretary, took his scribe, and he took, I forget the queen, the princess or whatever, and Jeremiah went to Europe. And Jeremiah and Israelites were practicing in Europe. This is some of the birth of why we got the birth of the lost 10 tribes, those European nations, and Europe became a great force in Britain. And then over here, this is British Israelism. This is part of their myth, their history too. So shouldn't we examine every story, every myth, every legend? Queen of Sheba, her son, Limba, where they come from. And do we have more myths and legends pointing to Spain, Portugal, Germany, Europe, or do we have a large, because a lot of Israelites talking like there was a heavy, like in America, it's a heavy Black Christian presence. Was there you look at it the same way there was a heavy Black Israelite presence in West Africa, synagogues, temples everywhere, Torah everywhere, and then the Portuguese and them started their slave trade?
There was a heavy, the thing is, we got to stop saying European like it was all white. There was an African presence in Europe. There's an African presence in Spain. There was an African presence all over the place. We're talking as if it was a division, like Europe had all white people and Africa had all Black people. That's not how it works.
No, that's very good. That's very good.
So, but the problem is, we want to say that all truth goes to the European Jews, but the myth and the converts are on the Black side. And that's not fair to the information.
But the thing is now too, it's scary. I'm gonna tell you right now, it scares me that a lot of people, not only camps. I don't know what your position is. Plumber just said it. Slick just said it. But a lot of people, Sister Ian, your camp bear witness that Revelation 2:9, 3:9 got to do with the Ashkenazi, got to do with them. You don't think them legit Jews? They fulfilled no prophecy or nothing. You don't think them white Jews are legit?
Let me tell you something.
That's a question.
That particular scripture has to do with anybody that rejects Christ. The synagogue of Satan is anybody that rejects Christ. Now, ultimately, if we want to talk about Israel, Black or white Jews, if you reject Christ, because we forget that if you reject Christ, you're part of the synagogue of Satan. That can fall on the Israelite side as well.
That's very good. Y'all heard that? This is Sister E saying that. Y'all heard what the plumber said. So you believe that just like folk, you want folk to in the Black church to recognize that you Israel and stop disrespecting you. You feel the same way for the white Jew too.
You know what I really want, and this is what I want. I want people that truly want to build on both sides. I'm gonna be honest. The show was good on, was it Friday that you did? And I had to hop off because I had to work, and I came back on. I sat and I heard people yelling and screaming at each other because they wanted to win a narrative. I heard Faithful talking over people, being who Faithful is. I heard Kevin G. But we can't. Hold on one second. We can't uphold Faithful in his foolishness. Let me order my daughter's food. Finish what you're saying, Berean.
No, come on, Plumber. You come to the microphone, Plumber. I'm trying to look at these.
I agree with Sister E. I think if we get the bangers off and get people that really honestly want to go through and look at the information with an honesty instead of just trying to find a loophole or something they can hone in on to try to destroy somebody else's whole position, then I think we would get a lot further and we would have a lot more understanding, and it wouldn't turn into these hate battles. You know what I mean? You got people here.
I don't want it, but Plumber, I don't want it to be where y'all every time Israel start hearing some stuff that goes against them that you don't want to accept it. Now, the reason that I wanted Faithful on, because Faithful do a lot of talking about Israelites. I'm talking about, that's what I'm saying, because there's not a lot of people in the urban apologetic community. That's how come I said it was bigger. I feel some pastors the other pastors are like, man, listen, God ain't called me into that. But they stay sending me scriptures. They stay watching. Why didn't the Plumber say that? How come you didn't say And so they stay in the background trying to quarterback it or coach it, but they don't want to get on here. And rightfully so, because some of y'all like, oh, that's Pastor such and such, and this is his church right down there in Jacksonville. This is his church in Petersburg. This is his church in Richmond, and this is churches in Harlem or wherever. And then y'all get the emailing and jumping in the middle of their Sunday live. Who the people? And because y'all got to do some ignorant stuff too. So we got to be careful with that. But if we do want the truth, the only reason I wanted to bring Cherry on, and I hit her multiple times. Only reason I wanted to bring her on, and I wanted to bring Faithful on, because they have so much to say. They had so much to bring to the table, but almost everybody on both sides agree that attitude and energy is important. Even if you're saying you disagree with me, say it in love, say it in a respectful manner, and it's better to receive it. It's that's what I'm saying. People think it's a game, trying to formulate something like this where we can all get together and we can talk. And I'm not fooled. I'm not fooled for 1 minute. I know people could take a religion. I've been studying Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism. I've been studying the mysteries and the order. Why? Because so many Christian leaders, so many Nation of Islam leaders, more science. A lot of these leaders all been involved in the higher sciences. They've been involved in, so I know how a leader, I know how a preacher, I know how Prince Hall has ruled and guided a lot of Christianity. And in the white church, Scottish Rite. So I know how people can come on the scene and use religion. Could thinking Black people that have studied the secret sciences, could they have said, we're going to take Judaism and we're going to form it for Black people to make it a Black nationalistic movement? They did it with Zionism. Kabbalists did it with Zionism, and they took over the whole land over there, and they ruled in it. And some rabbi sitting back saying, yo, this ain't even right. And they say, could it be the same method that's being used with the Nation of Islam? Could it be the same method? Elijah Muhammad was in the lodge. Wesley Muhammad and them bear witness. Elijah Muhammad, we might have stayed in there, but he got training from the lodge. So did he flip the Yaku thing because it was prevalent back in the days that Black people were not descendants of Adam? And Elijah Muhammad flipped it and they gave us Yaku. It's the same tools, British Israelism. So could it be the same white supremacy tools used in British Israelism? Could it be the same leaders using the same tool from One West?
Well, yeah, I think
that's a fair
West does do
that. Yes, go ahead. Come on, Plumber.
I think One West does do something like that. I definitely agree that there's plenty of us out here that are on a scam doctrine, that are on some hate speech. I don't disagree with that. But when you come to what you guys are calling moderates or messianics, that has crept into us as well. But I'm going to say, for someone who's been here for a long time,
that y'all hear that, right? Go ahead, come on.
That has crept into us as well. But I'm going to say, for somebody who has been here for a long time, a lot longer than some of the people that you had on your show that are even pastors and stuff now of these messianic churches. Yeah, they might have been pastors at other church, Christian churches. But I'm going to say, when I first came into this, it wasn't all this black and white color hate. It wasn't doing that. We weren't doing that. That's why I said I think
that's why you think the political climate.
Yeah, it's got to be the political climate, because it wasn't like that. I'll be honest with you. I fellowship with plenty of I guess you would call them Hebrew roots movement people, white people. It was them that sent me to my first congregation that were Israelites. They said, "Oh, did you know about such and such?" I said, "No, I didn't know that." And it was like 2 blocks from my house. I never even knew they were there. And so I'm around people that believe the same way I believe. And guess what? They would come there and fellowship too sometimes. But I was going to their assembly.
The Plumber talking this is a whole different thing right now, the Plumber talking about, because I can't lie. I feel personally, when we start dealing with the whole messianic subject and messianic believers, there's European Gentile Christians that started keeping Shabbat and doing some stuff because they had a love for Jews or messianics, and y'all fit under that. But I hear more of some banging coming from y'all where where's she doing? Oh, she's moving. I hear a lot of banging coming from the other side, dealing with that. And I'm like, wow, them people kind of helped and lift y'all up, but y'all just banging, and just some people just banging it and making it all black. Come on, that's just the ear of the Plumber was somebody was rattling something in the back.
I had a question. I'm sorry, I'm driving. But
I thought you was in the dorm.
No, I'm getting her stuff together. We can ready to go to the dorm. I gotta take on the grocery store run and all that. But But with that being said, we are having that conversation. Like, there are white Jews that inbox me constantly. They say they're yes, that inbox me, and they understand the African presence when it comes to, we don't want to say Judaism, because Judaism is a more of a religion, and when we look at it, even they've even said it. But when we talk about the people itself that was over in that region, they know that they look like them, look like us. I take that back, look like us. They understand that. And the thing is, they like, look, it doesn't matter. We got to all come together. Now, am I trying to come together that are not believers of Christ? I don't want to have that type of dialogue with those that reject Christ. But if I come across some that are Messianic, I have those conversations because I have no beef with them. There's a Jewish guy right now, and I don't want to say his name because he constantly getting kicked out of certain regions. That white guy, he inboxed me when I was on Clubhouse, and I saw his documentary. He's actually working on a documentary talking about the African presence of the Black Jew, of the Jewish community. Hold on. Okay, we go back. Of the Jewish community, talking about the African presence. Nobody really wants to talk about the African presence. They really want to just talk about, let's bang on these Israelites because we want to make them untrue. If we make them untrue, then we won the argument. What is the argument? Truth is the argument. We got to sit and talk about the truth. Are we sitting here talking about white people? No. Like I said, we've interacted with multiple people that don't look like us because I don't have a problem with that. But because it's not winning their argument and not winning their debate, we got to take it off the table. Let's go back again to the original conversation with Kevin G and Faithful to God when they talked about that particular book that Second Exodus brought up. They harped on the fact of mulatto and didn't look at the other part. And then tried to twist it like we can't speak English and read and comprehend things. Like, no. That's not what that is. That means that the Black people, the indigenous people over there, they were Mandingo. They must not forget the Second Exodus is not done. In fact, the guy's getting ready to go to seminary.
Okay, Sister E, you're going to tell me you don't deny that there's a comprehension problem? I am black unto the ground, Judah mourneth. You don't think there's a comprehension problem with people, a hermeneutical problem with where scriptures are being used? You don't think
there's a hermeneutical problem and comprehension on both sides of the table. When we look at that Judith mourneth thing, I think it's still something we still, don't worry about it, I just take it in. I think that conversation, what did they mess up? Hold on. Okay, but when we look at that scripture talking about Judith mourning, that was, I mean, everybody still needs to have conversations. We still got to sit and have true conversation about the scripture itself.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. We're trying to do it, but I'm not gonna lie, it's hard. And there's a lot of people that's offended with talking. Do you think, just because you could agree, and I say it all the time, you could say you do agree that white folk done took this Bible and run amok with it, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
With slavery, blacks are beneath them. You agree with all of that, right?
Correct. Because if you remember, the Mormon belief system, also John Calvin, when we talk about Calvinism, they consider Black people to be beasts of the field. They consider us to be beasts and not people.
So this is my thing. Like Elijah Muhammad took the nation of Islam, took Islam and formed the nation of Islam, and they put the 120 in there. And then what's the name that got kicked out to get y'all and Clarence 13X and started the 5% movement? You could tell that was a bastardized version of Islam and using Quran. Do you believe even when Noble Drew Ali gave us the Circle 7 Quran, that was a bastardized version for Black power? Do you think that some people have formed this religion, this thing, as a bastardized version of the true religion of Moses, and it's a Black power movement called Black Hebrew Israelites today? Or this whole movement is pure, but the white folk corrupted the Bible, and just we got white supremacy and deep state only in Christianity. Because we got examples of this with the Moor Science Temple. We got examples of it with the Nation of Islam. That wasn't pure Muhammad ibn Abdullah. They wasn't following the Sunnah, the Prophet, the Deen.
But none of us are talking about that. I've never talked about Drew Ali. I've never talked about. We're talking about history right now. We're not talking about
because with all of these things come a revisionist history. White supremacists bring a revisionist history, and they went to Talmud, they went to certain writings about how blacks came about. That's revising history. Black skin became cursed, and that's why we belong in slavery. Everybody takes the religion and bastardize the religion. So like Noble Drew Ali did it, like they did it with the cursed cane of doctrine, like white folk did it, like Elijah Muhammad did it, like Clarence 13X did it. Do you think the One West guys did it? And some of it has leaked over into the Messianic movement. That's what I want to. We got to talk about. We got to confess that every movement has its bastardized bootleg form.
Correct. I agree with you. Now I'm not going to step aside with that, because people like IUIC, ISUBK, all of them, that 12 charge is untrue. And we got to be at peace with that with some people in the chat. I don't believe in that. They did take it and run with it. But for where there is error, there is a little bit of truth, and we're trying to find out what that truth is. We keep bringing up One West. None of us up here are One West. I'm not One West. Dante's not One West. None of us are One West. We consider ourselves to be Christians. But yet and still, what we're looking at is saying, okay, let's look at this history and figure out if this is true. Let's do our due diligence. Because even within our own community, we call out heresy in some teachings. Hold on one second.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Grace and Peace, just come to the microphone. Okay, maybe she gone.
Grace and Peace. Sorry, I muted myself. Shalom, grace and peace.
What do you've been listening for a while? I know you've been in the back in the green room for a second. How do you see some of this stuff?
What exactly, the skin doctrine or the hermeneutics issue?
Skin doctrine and reading comprehension. The main thing on the table now was could this movement, every movement have its bad seeds, every movement have its bad teachings. And I said a lot of people, Christianity has a bad taste in their mouth because of the slave Bible, because of the cursed Ham, the seed of Ham being cursed and stuff that Europeans have pushed. And because of white supremacy, and people are a little offended with that. Hold on, I got to mute somebody. Maybe that's a noise.
That's me. Yeah. Yes, it's definitely comprehension issues on both sides. Like I agree with Sister E. It's definitely comprehension issues on both sides. And that's why the scripture tells us that we still have to come. We have to come to God, and we have to come to Christ and understanding like babies, because we don't know everything.
Oh, no. I agree with that part. But do you believe in like I started off talking earlier about there's an approach that we come to the scriptures with hermeneutically, this approach. We can't take a scripture and put it out of its context. You think everybody has been coming and putting things out of its context. That's like I said, we got to look at because it's an ongoing conversation. We have to look at how both sides are using scriptures in this context. We have to, people are pressing us. We have to look at prophecy and last day prophecies, what Christ said about the last days, what Paul said, what the word of God say about last days. People say, we're the people of the book. I don't know that. What do you mean? I know it because the Bible says, to as many as received him, glory. To them gave he power to become sons of God, even as to as many as believed on his name. But I just ain't finna get out here and just talking, we all people of the book because we black and everybody else is everything. And then white folk is devils. Blonde hair don't represent, you don't understand the power of the melanin. And because that black dot, that ISIS paper, I'm deep into that stuff. And really the melanin of the skin, and Solomon got his power from the energy and the melanin and dreadlocks and black hair. And this is why the rappers and a lot of the rappers are dyeing their hair blonde, because they losing their melanin and they giving their cells over to the Illuminati. And you believe some of that stuff? We got to be careful how we're using the text. And somebody is using the text wrong. So if we're looking at prophecy, we got to look at the whole of prophecy. And we can't revise history. People that's involved in the occult and Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism, they said to elevate a people, you can bring myths. Myths are important. You can bring a myth. You can bring a lie. I can tell y'all anything, Yaku, anything that you receive, because it's the power that's inside of you, the Christ that's inside of you. If you believe it, it can happen for you. If you believe the white man is wicked and the white man gave you cigarettes, that can give you a power to put cigarettes down, because Jesus said, according to your faith, be it unto you. So occultists that deal with the book esoterically, they can give you anything. So because of that, we have a lot of revisionism. We got to elevate the black people. What did Prince Hall, what did those that dabbled in esoteric teachings do? We could give them any story. We give them Yaku. We from the moon. We from another planet. We the people to give them anything. And if they believe it and apply it to their life, they can change. Malcolm X believed the lie, and he came home and he stopped fornicating and he stopped drinking and he stopped getting high and he stopped going to jail. But it was a lie, because when he went to Mecca, it was something different. But he believed it according to your faith. Be it unto you. Come on.
But you
got to keep everything.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'll wait. I'll hold my point.
And I just want to agree with Brother Brian that you can't, don't get so caught up in trying to revision things that you take the Bible out of its context. It has to be in context, in biblical context. Otherwise, you're teaching a false doctrine because it's not in the context of what the Bible places it in.
Yeah, I agree. But now with so much, so now look where we're coming to. With the internet, so much fake news, so much whitewashing, people claiming now it's blackwashing. How can we move? How can a community move forward now? Because it's madness out here. I ain't gonna tell you. It's so much going. How do we go to real biblical truths, how do we understand prophecy? How do we understand real history? Can we trust the leaders? Do we have a place where we can come together and review things and go over here and put things out, and we can say, listen, we go for teaching the A, B, C, and D in this community. E, F, and G, that other nonsense, we don't accept it. And that's not saying people are, because other people are arguing, no, y'all don't get in here. We don't accept nothing. We can't. We a nation. That's talking about the term people are nation builders. We are a nation, and you can't separate. I can't separate Sister E from General Yohana and GMS and all that, because that's a nation of people. Some are atheists, some sell weed, some go to the temple all the time, some are Mormons, some are pastors, but they're all Israelites, like the white Jews. They're all Israelites. Some Jews they don't care about Hanukkah. They drinking, they dating black folk, they doing what they want to do. So like my mechanic and them, then you got other people that's Orthodox. And that's just a nation. But if somebody killed them or something happened with them in Israel, they're all as a nation looking to Israel. They're all as a nation. Should we look at it like that? Or because this could be a nation building thing, which is a black power movement, and blacks do need some power, do need some structure, do need some unity on this planet. And they're moving like this, and it's an excellent idea, but it takes us away a little bit from the kingdom of God and Jesus' mission. But it's okay, because black people are in trouble. People would say black people are in trouble down here.
No, I would say that I don't think we need to. I think we need to flush out the truth, because European Jewry is unified, even in their belief system. I don't agree with that, because even then we have to call heresy out. We spend a lot of time in our community calling out heresy. I don't want to call this person's name because I'm just not there anymore with all this foolishness. But you got someone that teaches that we believe in a Bantu faith that has nothing to do with faith in the Bible, but has everything to do with idolatry. That's in our community. We call it out. We got someone who teaches polygamy in our community that we are not in agreement with, and teaches other things outside of what the Bible teaches as far as living right. We call that out. We call out the camps. The thing is, we're willing to call out our heresy, because you say you're Israel. We got to call it out, because we're dealing with the soul of an individual and not just about the history. The history is one conversation, but the soul is the most important aspect of it. Because again, I cannot be held accountable for bringing someone who teaches history, turn around, teaches heresy, and then my brother and sister in Christ, if you be white or black, falls because you believe they're heresy. Heresy to me is anybody that teaches doctrine that's outside of Christ, that excludes Christ from the belief system, or changes the deity from Christ. Everything is not heresy. Heresy ties to your belief in Christ and you being able to get into the kingdom. That's important. But again, it goes back into the changing of history. Changing of history has happened throughout time. You got people now that are saying Egyptians were white. You remember what happened? I think it was on some news show earlier, a couple of years back, and they had a picture of Nefertiti, and they made it seem like she was white.
Yes.
They changed her whole color. So whitewashing happened at a whole nother level. Changing of history happened at a whole another level. It happened in our history books. When we talk about who Christ is and who Israel is, we even know then they made Christ white. Amen. And even now they're going as far as saying he's still not like the black like y'all. He Middle Eastern. Y'all done changed it again. Y'all didn't notice that? They changed it again. Because they're still trying. And when I say they, I mean the higher ups, the historians, the bigger churches, the bigger theological schools. Now all of a sudden Christ is Middle Eastern. So let's go back and look at what did the Middle Easterns look like then. Oh, they were mixed multitude. Let's go back and look at the Black Arabs. Let's go back and look at the people over there. Let's look at the real history. Because somebody said something to me, and I said something, 93 said something that kind of didn't sit well with me. He said, why y'all can't just be West Africa? West Africa. And the issue is the fact of that part of Africa was not the only region that was black. The whole of Africa was black. From your East Africa to your Central Africa to your North to your South, it was colored, melanated people. We're not rejecting West Africa. We're saying let's look at the whole picture of Africa and figure out what it was. Let's be honest. Israel was never considered the Middle East until after they built the Suez Canal to separate Israel from Africa.
It wasn't for that, but they used that. They used that. It wasn't until then. Yeah, that term Middle East is very, very. That's the new. That's the newest.
And I didn't mean Middle Eastern came up then. I'm just saying the separation of Africa. But Israel was always attached to Africa. So you're telling me Israel only had white people, and then the rest of Africa had black. Oh, Ethiopian is not black. I heard Kevin G say that. That's not the same type of black. They were melanated people.
But you agree that you agree that when we start talking about indigenous, you'd agree that in South Africa, white folk done been there for a long time in Africa too, right?
Just like black people were in Spain and Europe for a long time as well. We want to talk about white folk there, but we don't want to talk about the black people that was over in Spain and talk about the black people over in Europe. Then they want to say it's just the Moors. No, it's not just the Moors. We got to look a little bit deeper. Everybody got feelings.
Listen, there's a question for you, Sister E. Are these other Israelites that teach heresy still Israelites? I think that's like a black person that teaches false doctrine. How is that the same thing? I say it would be different. It would be. Can you separate someone that claimed to be an Israelite if they're a false teacher? I guess he's saying.
I'm sorry, I'm reading this thing. Are these other Israelites that teach heresy still Israel? Israel has to do with being part of God's kingdom. You can be Israel and not make it in the kingdom. Word of God says you're Israel, but you're not Israel. Israel we got to be honest and separate the history from the doctrine. We're talking about history night right now. Everybody wants to say, well, what about those? We're not talking about the Bible right now. When we're talking about history, let's talk in context of the history. Then when we get into the doctrine, when we can talk about, and it ain't no then like doctrine the second, because folks will say, oh, she putting skin doctrine over. No, I'm not. Let me switch it up for folks so folks won't get their feelings. We're talking about doctrine here. This is doctrine. But when we start talking about history is another conversation. Now, people want to get upset.
All right, y'all heard that, man. Y'all heard that.
I want to
go ahead, because automatically Timmy said y'all are trying to make him black.
Why is there a problem, Timmy? Timmy has a problem. But listen, Timmy we got to deal with racism for what it is. Timmy is racist. Tim is racist. Arno is racist. They don't want that. Their biggest nightmare is Jesus.
Tim is white. Arno is white. They white people. So
but they're racist. We bring a racist to the table to have the conversation, Marin. Tim does not want him to be black. Tim wants him to look like him. We gotta call it a spade. That's just like me bringing a camper to the conversation and listening to his argument. His argument is going to be skewed because he's racist. Period.
See, now somebody just said white people comments get posted quick. You a lie. I had beef with the other pastor in the super chat because I'm clear. I think anybody that's dealing with StreamYard, I click on more comments than anybody else with the whole StreamYard. Urban apologists, Israelite, and everybody. If I wanted a 10-hour video, I must have clicked on 7,000 comments. The comment section be jumping. I tell y'all I do this for the comment section. Come on, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Plumber. You wanted to go in there. She said, I don't know if you agreed, but Sister E said, like, and this is the sentiments of some people that that people that are non-black come to. Some people would argue it's always an excuse. Tim and RNO is white. They come as beef. When we got them other Bible thumpers coming, there's a skin doctrine. Kerry is black. It's always a beef with somebody that oppose you, Plumber, or is it that they're white folk and they just want them to be white, but even if they don't know it subconsciously, they want a white Jesus, and they're here. They're all banging to the best of their ability because they don't want no black Jesus.
Yeah,
correct. Because my question to Tim, I have one more question. Jermaine, let me ask this question. Ask him, could Christ be black? I bet you
Tim,
he's gonna say no. Timbo.
All right, Timmy, could Christ be black? I'm gonna wait. You know they're 18 seconds behind us. That's for RNO too.
Correct.
Okay, all right. No, I'm gonna give them. They're a couple of seconds behind us. They're a couple of seconds. Do research, and my research proves he was white.
There we go. I told
Get
you.
out of here. Get out of here. He got to get out of here. Get his mind right. Come back here.
So the thing is, I'm telling you that white Jesus is like cracked to them. They got to have that white Jesus. When they look at that region and that area at that time, get true historians on here, not somebody who keeps lying.
I gotta put her out for a minute. Tim.
Can I say something,
It
bro?
doesn't take long for a computer to warm up. He playing games with the
It's
information.
gonna take him a while for his computer to warm up. Who said
Yeah,
I was a Dante chat? Who they said? Somebody said, oh, yeah, Timmy booting up his computer. Oh man,
unless
Timmy
he's still on dial
I
up.
hate going. I can't go live.
Up.
He said, now look what he said. Timmy said it's a fact that Jesus is white. Ted is. I guess it's the Edom, bro. Timmy says the fact that Jesus is white. This is just what it is.
See, I told you that he's a. I really believe he's a part of the. Well, he's so many different denominations. We already know he doesn't know what he is. So today he Catholic, tomorrow he Methodist. Next day he got friends that are that. Forget Tim said he got friends that are part of the what do you call it
the Aryan, yeah.
Yeah, he got friends in church that are part of the Aryan movement. Come on, that's like me saying I got some. Come on, let's call it spade a spade.
Oh man, you see, Sister Eda. Timmy said no high speed, his fiber is down. All I have is phone data. I said, yeah, but I sent Timmy the link. I post the link up here. He said he only had phone data. He would come on here and show you right now that he'll show and prove that Jesus is white. He do have some. He said, well, I don't know, because I don't want to put him, because y'all gonna put him with Salam. They always saying they defend to do something that don't get done. He's suspect.
He's suspect.
He's suspect
because he holding on. He holding on to that Eurocentric doctrine that says that Jesus is white. Y'all black folks need to stop with the foolishness. We white, the chosen people of God are white. That's that mindset. We got to look at the.
But wait a minute, Sister E. If he's not white, automatically he's black. Because you did. But the plumber said they all admitted that he's Middle Eastern and he's not white. Timmy's saying straight white now. This is through the whole conversation.
But then they're gonna go say, well, no, he wasn't white. Nor was he black. He was Middle Eastern. Let's go back and figure out what did the Middle Easterns look like. Don't go get
very good. That's very good. That's very good.
Let's call out another point. These pictures that people are bringing up, these are pictures possibly when you look at photos came much later in the game in captivity. When we look at photos, we're talking about photos. When did photos come out? When photography came out? Came out much later.
That's 100 years.
Look at this picture. Yeah.
Good morning. Could I
No. You don't do that when you come on. You got to wait till I introduce you. You got to wait till I introduce you. Huh? Okay, that was already know she's white. You already know that. You're the one that told me that. Y'all know the other line. I didn't even know on the other.
You know it's gonna get ugly. Put her back in because I'm not finna play with because I'm still not finna play that game. We're talking about history.
All right, hold on, Sister E. All right, you're gonna be. Thank you. She muted herself. I didn't mute Sister E. She muted herself. All right, come on, sis.
Good morning. I am entering a space where I am a minority, so I am going to put on my very polite voice. So when Sister E says that I'm a racist, how? What I am saying to you is this. When Dante uses Revelation 1 out of context to say that Jesus's skin color is burnt, that is a poor understanding of the text. It doesn't mean skin color. It is figurative language. And when you look at the Hebrew, it means literally glowing. Okay.
Arno, wait a second. Tim just said it's different because you said before you were on for a few days back, you said you didn't care if he come back, whatever, you didn't care what his color was.
Mm-hmm.
Tim said right now from his research, because there's only a few Europeans that come in here that's commenting that we just part of the community. I see Deborah, you, Tim, Sister Missy, only a few other people, unless they don't even have a picture, only a few other people. Tim just said from his research, Jesus is white. Now, Sister E, I'm saying, no, this and that. He said that Jesus is straight white.
He didn't. Guys, no, he didn't. You, sir, please, Brother Brian. If you finish his comment, he said, and by white, I mean Osama bin Laden looking. That's what he actually
That's
said.
what he.
That's
Oh,
what
Tim,
the
put
That
that back in
goes
there,
yes,
back.
Tim.
That
That's what Tim
goes
just said.
back
Where
into that
I gotta
Middle
hold on. I
Eastern
gotta pull that up.
narrative.
Where he said that at?
yes.
Or
Because
The
so
comment
white,
that
so
you
middle,
put on
so
the
Obama
screen.
white. Wait, so Obama white
Osama.
now?
No, oh yes, Brother Berean, the comment you just
So
had up, if you finish reading it, he said, and by white I mean Osama bin Laden looking. That's what he said. He didn't.
I'm scrolling, but where is that? My
You
high
posted
speed
it
fiber
on
is down.
whatever you posted, like his last
That's
comment. I do believe
Sachs.
that.
Hold on, Arno. All right, hold on. I'm muting you. I want the plumber to come to the microphone whilst I'm looking for this. Plumber, you don't heard it all. Plumber, you don't heard it all. Plumber, you don't heard it all today.
Yeah, Brian, man, I forgot what I was going to say earlier to Alton's question about.
Now the racist thing getting thrown around.
Yeah, I know. But
they're racist. They're saying Sister E's racist now.
Well,
But
no,
they've been put that charge on her.
wow.
But keep going, Plumber.
well, let's get this straight. The legal definition of racism is not our own definition, not Webster. The legal definition by law, what a lawyer would argue in court is that racism is a set of policies set in place to harm a people or keep that people down in a lower level than the dominant society. So in that case, Sister E, none of us black folk could even be racist because we don't set policies.
I don't believe that. A few people, but a lot of people are teaching that now. When I was growing up, they weren't racist. I don't think
we
that's
might be prejudiced. We could be prejudiced, but racism and prejudice.
You need power to be racist. You need power. You got to be able to
racism comes with power. You ain't got no power.
So
Guess what? Tim can't even be a racist.
Okay, I got you.
He ain't even got no internet. How you gonna be a racist?
Oh Lord! Look, listen.
Oh,
hold on,
wow.
everybody. Hold on, everybody. I do.
Can I ask
hold
a
on,
question?
Father. Hold on a minute.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
One question for Arno. Ask this question. Can I please
Hold on,
ask
I'm
this
gonna
question?
give the microphone to you because you have to explain it not only to RNO. A few people they've been saying that, now they're saying it again. They said the other sister was on. She said you are racist. Mr. Blacktastic is racist. Dante is racist, and all of that other stuff. They said a bunch of names. I'm talking about for the people that've been on this channel before as part of the Messianic community. Listen to this. I do my research. I'm reading all of it. I do research, and my research proves he was white, and by white I mean Osama bin Laden looking. The dudes in the military call them dude ragheads. They disrespect them. These white guys have been in the military. A lot of white folk, since when they considered bin Laden and them people white people? Since when? That's what I'm saying. This is part of the confusion. Now Osama bin Laden is white? Come on, Sister E.
It goes back into, and Abu said this. Let's go back and look at the definition of what Arab, because Middle Eastern, we know it's a brand new term. That's a new term, and let's be honest. Let's go back and look at what that meant, how they looked at that time. Osama bin Laden, even then, we got to look at the fact of a lot of Turks and Italians went over there and interacted with the Arab people. Let's look at what they looked like then, because Middle Eastern, like I said, is a younger concept. It's not something that we would have heard back when they were over there. Let's talk about how they possibly looked. And let's just be honest, because last time I checked, people saying that the Egyptians at that time was white. I don't see that as being the case during that time, totally being white.
If you
We
go
had
with Tim's
Africans as
interpretation,
well.
of course the Egyptians were all white. Look what he's saying. He's saying bin Laden and them is white.
But the thing is, even when you look at some black people that were over there at that time, it was black Arabs. They were a melanated people. And we gotta be careful of the terms we use because we're talking about ancient history using younger terms. We can't, people like, oh, black was not a term then. But let's talk about the people that were melanated and possibly some of us can be connected to. That's what we're looking at. How did they look? Are we connected to them? I have some, when I looked at my DNA, there's Middle Eastern there as well. There's East African there as well. It's Palestinian there as well. So it has to be something. But when I looked in Jet Match, now let's talk about Jet Match is actually a legitimate site that is used by police forensics to put people in jail. So we can't totally throw away Jet Match. Then people say read Jet Match wrong. If I did not have the DNA or any type of connection to those people over there, it wouldn't have shown up as far as some of the different projects. Let's just be honest. But we got to look at it being real that Arabs possibly could look like us. We got to not.
Arno, do me a favor. Please stop. Everybody, Arno, everybody that's apologist, y'all got a spirit of unmuting yourself.
Yeah,
Sister E
we
do it
got
sometimes
to.
too, but y'all got a spirit of unmuting yourself.
But the thing is, we're putting too many absolutes at the table to win a narrative. Let's go back. Let's stop. If he is Middle Eastern, let's look at what Middle Eastern meant then. Well, we know Middle Eastern was not a term. Let's look at the definition and let's look at how the people looked then. And let's talk about it there. Not how the people look now. Not how the people looked in the 1800s and the 1700s. We know people were going back and forth over into in that region as far as trading and conquering. But yet and still, we want to make Arabs at that time to look like them. But when we talk about Black Spaniards who's over in Spain, we're going to say, no, they were not the people. We're talking about Arab people, Moors. Moors were considered to be the Middle Eastern people. How did Moors look? Let's just be honest with the facts.
Dr. Ben said it was two sets of Moors, but I'm gonna pull up that other thing and I'm gonna look at that too. Because if we talk, and I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't no beef till a few of them, Cherry and them and Rick Caldwell and them and Faithful and them started bringing up what y'all was saying about the Jews of Spain. And we look at it. That's how I wanted to bring up that portrait. Y'all can say what y'all want about Kevin G. That portrait, when we start talking about who the Jews were the two cops carrying away the black man. I
Not
think
necessarily.
All right, we gotta revisit that. We gotta revisit. We gotta spend time on that. Faithful just said he was in church though, but Sister E, you gotta answer the racist thing, and I'm gonna give it because they saying you're a racist. Period. You gotta answer
I don't
that.
care about what people think. I ain't gotta answer nothing with them because I know what I am. Let's go back to that portrait. Let's look at the source that Kevin G.
All right, hold on. Let me see. All right, let me see.
If I would have used Wikipedia, Berin, y'all would have laughed me out and said you using Wikipedia. Let's look at the reference under the Wikipedia article. The references was back in 2018. These are newer references that were using information to describe that portrait. I want to look at the information that Benaiah Israel brought out. And some of the other information that he got. That's the true information. Wikipedia used something from 2018. We already know they finna change it up.
All right, go ahead. Y'all keep talking. I'm gonna give it to Arno. I'm trying to pull that thing through, and I'm trying to pull it up. That article and the person that wrote that article. I'm gonna pull it.
Let me make one more point.
Real quick.
Hold on, Sister E. Let her go ahead and rock out now. Don't unmute yourself. Arno got the floor. Everybody, I don't care what she's saying. Arno got the floor right now. Don't unmute her. Let's hear the stuff.
Okay, all I have to say is this. So when we're talking about like what different people groups look like, are you now going to apply and are you going to apply that to, for example, the Italians? Okay, my mother's side is from southern Italy. We know that they had contact with North Africa. Are you going to now start wondering if the Italians are also Israelites? So like, what constitutes an Israelite? Are we looking at how someone looks? Like Sister E said, they could tell by your facial features you're a limba. What? And that means you're an Israelite? Like, what? I mean, what are you saying? I want to hear clearly what Sister E and what Dante mean when they say Israelite. Are you talking your paternal?
Sister E here.
Okay, Sister E. Are we talking like a paternal line, a maternal line? Are you talking about skin color? Are you talking about race? Are you talking about what are you talking about?
Now, I'm gonna let her answer you, but from remember when we first came on here, the plumber said it. Slick, my man from North Carolina, said it. He said this jewelry, this thing has nothing to do with skin color. The plumber said it.
So
if I'm correct, he's here earlier. I don't know what time y'all jumped on, but now Sister E came on here and we're talking a little more because people said some things. She said, listen, they just want the Jesus to be white. You said, RNO, that you didn't care what color he was, but Tim said he was white. I was just done when I said that, but I went back, I found his comment, and he said the Bin Laden white. All of these are serious. That's a serious. You think that's serious? You think Bin Laden is white, RNO?
I don't know what. I mean, he's not.
America
African.
caused this problem.
But like Italian, like my ancestors, my mom's side are Italian. They have woolly, bushy, dark hair. Like So are
And
they
there's plenty dark
Israelites?
Italians and Sicilians, very dark, like me.
Yes.
There's a lot
So
of Sicilians looking like
am
me.
I now an Israelite? Let me know so I can start screaming about it and proclaiming that I'm the people, which doesn't mean anything because we're in the new covenant and there is no significance to being an Israelite. I'm sorry, there's none. Nothing.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna let Sister E. I kind of cut her off a little bit, but I see where she's trying to go. Sister E, speak to that. The plumber and them didn't say anything about skin color earlier. You brought something up. Tim talking about Bin Laden and them is white. He said he did his research. They don't want Jesus. Know what? Jesus don't look like me, according to research, according to history. I don't think Jesus looked like me. To be honest, I don't think the Jesus of the Bible looked like me, and he ain't got to look like me to be my savior. But and now watch some simple-minded folk gonna say Berean over there teaching Jesus white. Just because I said he don't look like me, don't mean I'm teaching a white Jesus. Sister E, you heard what she said. Dante ain't here to defend himself, but you heard what RNO just said. You got the microphone. Nobody say nothing. Sister E is talking.
Okay, so my point with that is this: when you look at as far as the Italians, I never said that it makes the Italians Israelites. Let's make sure we clarify that. Was that one of your questions, RNO?
I don't even want to unmute her because y'all can't even
No,
go on.
unmute her for a second because I want to make sure I'm clear on her questions because I want to answer it correctly so we don't have to come back to this.
Okay,
So
RNO.
so repeat
Okay.
that first question.
So what I'm saying is, if we're opening up the discussion to what makes someone an Israelite, we're going to have to start applying the loose standards to other groups such as Italians who also have contact with North Africa and various people groups. So if you're going to start applying the logic that it seems to me that you're using, you're going to have to start welcoming in other groups like Italians.
I have a quick question. So what logic do you think I'm using?
I have no clue. It seems to me like you're trying to sift through history and like pick out what people look like. And it's not clear to me. So I'm asking you, because you said limbas look like you can look at a face and know that they're a limba, which means they're an Israelite. So I'm confused.
Okay.
I am confused.
Okay. So let's go back. Let me make sure I clear up the confusion so that me and RNA will possibly be on the same page. Now, go back to the concept of the limba. The limba looked at the young lady's facial structure and my facial structure and ultimately said, yeah, you do carry the facial structure of someone that could be a limba individual. We know Africans do that consistently. My mom had somebody from Ghana to come up to her and say, you have a lot of the strong facial features from my tribe. We know tribes do that in Africa. They do carry some facial features that tie them and connect them to the tribe itself. Now, as far as the limba itself, we want to look at the oral history that came from the tribal leader who is over in Zimbabwe right now. His name is Kohi Hamadishi. That's how we're tracing it, looking at the history coming from that tribe, the oral history coming from that tribe. So are you ultimately, I got one more question. So RNO, are you rejecting the oral history that came from the limba leader?
No, I didn't hear you say what the oral history was.
Okay. So let me go back and explain to you what Kohi Hamadishi said. Kohi Hamadishi said his people came from Israel, left Israel because they took on foreign wives and went into Yemen and left Yemen and went into Ethiopia and they settled in Zimbabwe. Then they went from Zimbabwe and they even separated from there and they went into South Africa. Now, this is coming from someone in that particular tribe. He said they were the original Sena people over in Zimbabwe. If you look at historians, they said that the great Zimbabwe people did have a genetic tie to the ancient Israelites. That was my point. It never was about what I guess you saw, but I'm talking from a standpoint of the tribal leader. I'm not getting it from books. I'm getting it from someone who is a leader over there.
Okay, could I ask then? So does that coincide with the data or the article that Faithful was reading, and I think Kevin G was reading, where it demonstrated that their paternal ancestry is actually of the quote unquote swarthy looking people who are pale skinned, dark haired people? Like, did he go into their paternal, what they looked like? That would be my question.
So my quick question is, we're misconstruing the words of swarthy, and then also just like we're misrepresenting the word ruddy. We do that at times. Everybody's taking the term to say swarthy does not mean black, when you have other historians that reference swarthy as being dark skinned or melanated. So we got to look at everybody's terms to be able to to make a difference in what one says. That's the biggest problem. Someone throws up, oh, swarthy means pale skin, but you can pull up another older book that says swarthy means a darker people. So let's go back and look and have good dialogue on what the true definition of swarthy is.
I think the definition of swarthy is, when you do look at those older texts, is that in comparison to someone like me, like my dad's side, who are very light, blonde hair, blue-eyed, swarthy would be like my mom's side, who are more olive skin toned, dark-haired people. That would be swarthy. That would be the context. So they're darker in comparison to the Swedish, but they're not,
the thing,
quote unquote, black
finish your point.
people.
But yet and still, but you do have other contexts and other books that says that swarthy were also dark skinned. See, this is what we have in the problem.
I would like to see
everybody.
I would like to see that.
Hold on one second. We can have that conversation later. We'll allow the historians to come on and provide their insight of what that meant far as each book. Each book had a different meaning. But yet and still, we can't take yours and say, okay, swarthy is what it is. No, we got to look at everything and make a decision. Okay, this is what swarthy meant, because swarthy was also meaning of melanated descent, just like ruddy. Everybody wants to say red and your skin flush, but you can also look at it and say that ruddy means brown. We can't take everybody's point to say that's it. Let's take it off the table. That's not fair to the conversation.
Right.
So I can't take your point. Correct.
Right.
Correct. So I have a question.
I would like to see.
I have one more question. So if yours is wrong, we got to come to the realization that swarthy is not what you say it is. Just like if it was wrong on my side, I'm at peace with that. My question is, would you be at peace with that?
Yeah, but I'm not. But I'm not wrong though. That's the thing.
No, we're not.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Was that the painting? Hold on a minute. Was that the? Hold on a second. Can I would like the floor right now, but I'm not muting anybody because y'all know I'm slow. But I want to go back to the screen. I want to go back to the thing. Is this the painting that not 93 that Kevin G brought up when Second Exodus was talking? The man is on the horse over there. I'm gonna try to scroll to the painting, but this is the site that it came from. The two light-skinned men holding this black man, taking him to jail. Medieval painting hints at ties between blacks and Jews. Is this it? Is that the picture? The anonymous 16th century painter who recorded a scene of everyday life at the King's Fountain. Who told me to pull up King's Fountain? It wasn't 93. It was Second Exodus said, if you pull up King's Fountain. Kevin G started saying, y'all don't want to go there. Is that correct? I want to make sure everybody, I don't even know the time stamping on my thing. You want to say something, Plummer?
That's the painting. But look, Beran, I just want to read something to you real quick. You can even share my screen. Now, this is from Benai Israel's Facebook page.
Hold on. Let me. All right, I'm a little bit slow.
Concerning
Just give me a second because I want to stop this so I could go back so we could see it. Because I want people, because this. Some people may think, oh, this is nothing. This is important right here. Is it reading comprehension? Is somebody twisting it up? Timmy done said Bin Laden them is white. We trying to figure this out. Were there black Jews in that specific painting, or was that a source that was used out of context? Like people are arguing, Revelation 1 is used out of context to prove a thing. Because all of this could just be comprehension. Where's your screen at, Plummer?
That's why I wanted to read to you off Benai Israel's page. Because he has a couple other sources.
You in the house or you on the cell phone? I would like you to share.
I'm on the computer. You can share my page.
So no,
and hopefully Benai is okay with this. Hopefully Benai Israel is okay with me sharing this.
He'll be all right with that.
Israel, this is we trying to learn. Shout out to Benaiah.
Now I don't do this, but I want to read this to you.
No.
And he even has pictures of the painting.
Thank you for doing this. Hold on, Aaron. Thank you for doing this. This is important. This is important. Is it biblical, fiction, or not? Oh, let me see. That's something else. I don't see your thing. You ever seen to share the screen before?
I got to press share too.
Yes. And then I'll see it, and then I'll press.
Why are you doing that? The first guy says that I don't know Limba history. Let the guy know that I got the Limba history from the horses. I don't want to say that because I respect the elders so much. Someone who's actually over there.
Who just said, I don't even see
some guy, I prayed something. I'm on my phone. I really can't see a whole lot. But yeah, I got it from someone who holds to the oral history of his tribe, who's physically there. I'm not basing it off of what the Kemetic community is saying. I am basing it on none of it. I went straight to the person and said, "What is this?"
Okay, I got it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Got it. Let me make this big. This from Benai Israel. Shout out, can't tell you. Come on, you can read it, right?
Yeah, I can read it. It says this is from page History of the Jews, page 260. 2,000 of this miserable people, part of whom confessed that Jesus Christ was the true Messiah, were put to death. Many were sentenced to long imprisonments, and after regaining their liberty, were ordered to wear 2 red crosses on their upper garments. So that's the one about the red cross. And then you see right up there above that, it says, let me start up there. This decree, which was published in most parts of Spain, filled the Jews with such concentration that 17,000 immediately returned to the church and submitted themselves to whatever censor or penance should be afflicted. 2,000 of this miserable people go on, and it says down there about the Red Cross. So these were Jews that converted back to Christianity, or Roman Catholicism, because they didn't want to die.
This is what Second Exodus. This is the book that second. This is what Second Exodus brought up when he talked about the other black man on the horse with the cross on the back of his cape.
Yeah, this is what he's talking about. They had to wear. Okay, they said they had to wear a red cross on their garment in acknowledgement that they had deserved the flames. So the flames. Let me click back real quick. So there's a guy on the red cross, the guy with the red cross on in the picture. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what Benai is putting that source with. Okay,
and what you're reading from? Tell me what you're reading from.
I was reading from. It says right there at the top.
Year.
What's
Yeah, it says the history. The history of the Jews. The history of the Jews. The destruction of Jerusalem. To the present time, and its publication date is 1840.
Okay.
Now let me go back. Let me go back real quick. So, and it talked about they had to wear the red cross because that would show that they were deserving of the flames. In other words, this thing over here, see that guy with the see if you can see my mouse with the thing on his head, and I think Second Exodus brought this up too. They set him on fire. This is they called it an auto de fe.
Okay.
That's the Spanish. So, and that's what they would do to the Jews. They would burn them, and they called it an auto de fe, an act of faith.
So so in this picture, show me how Benai Israel explained in this picture who's black, who's Jewish.
He's saying because Jewish. Because the Jews were the ones that they used for the auto de fe. He's saying this guy here with the flames is a Jew, because they were the ones that were deserving of the flames if they didn't come back to.
Well, I can't see his face. Who else is a Jew in this picture?
Okay, hold on. Let's get up close.
Also, go back to that question, Jermaine. We got to revisit that one question.
Now look at it.
He said,
you don't need to see his face.
What made the Jews do?
Yeah, they got burned. They got burned alive if they didn't. Yeah. They got burned alive if they didn't confess and convert over to Roman Catholicism. That's the Jews. That's what this guy is here. You see the flames at his legs? He's black. He's a black guy. Okay? And so we read the source that Benaiah showed about the Red Cross. Those were Jews that converted to Catholicism, and they wore the Red Cross so everybody would know.
Go ahead.
So everybody would know that they were supposed to get what this guy over here got, and that was burned alive. But
okay, all right, stop sharing your screen. For you. All right, because this gonna bring it all out right here. We're gonna see what that other author have to say. We're gonna see what that other author have to say. This is good stuff right here, the plumber guy.
Let me bring you one more. Let me show you one more.
Get that. While you out there on, I got a question for Jermaine. Can you find the one where Benaiah calls out the definition of what mulatto means as well? Do you see? Because it's on his page.
I have to search through his page to find that. But this one is History of the Inquisition. Mm-hmm. Okay, and you see what he got highlighted there. It says it was a most affecting thing to see children snatched from the embrace of their mothers and fathers, embracing their children violently, torn from them, and even beat with clubs. To hear the dreadful cries they made, and every place filled with the lamentations and yells of the women. So let's go back to the picture because it's a child.
All right. Every time I jump on here with y'all, go ahead.
They're snatching the child. He's saying that they beat them with clubs and they were snatching them with, snatching the children. So you see, I can't blow this picture up like that, but you see down here that the two people with the red hat that G-Man was trying, or G, whatever his name is, Kevin G, was trying to say were the Jews. They got a child that they grabbed. And you see the other two people with the red hats back here got clubs.
We just put the cursor on it.
Okay, here's the child.
That's a child, that black man right there?
Yeah, look, he's a little.
Oh, yes, that's a problem.
Look how much smaller he is.
Problem. Oh, yes, it's a interpretation problem. Okay.
Well, look how much smaller he is than all these other men. Look at the men. And then look at his size. Okay. So that's not a man, because the children that got taken were 14 up to 14 years old and younger. They were up to 14 years old. My son is taller than me now. My son is
all right. All right, stop sharing. All right, thank you. Stop sharing the screen. Now I'm gonna let me see how I can go back to this right now. This could be where some of the, hold on a second, some of the stuff could be a little Arno jumped out of here. She said, wow. Let me see, share.
Can I make one point with Arno while you're trying to do that?
Go ahead.
My concern, I don't want to say issue because I'm trying to make sure that I explain my point clearly. My concern with Arno is not the fact that he was not of Arab descent, or not he of Arab, but he did not look like the people over there that were potentially what we consider, I don't want to say use Middle Eastern, but that's the only term we have at this time, was not Middle Eastern. The concern is, what did they look like then? And again, people, please understand that I'm not trying to push skin doctrine because we're talking about history right now. Let's talk about the context of the conversation. It's not about the doctrine right now, because when we start delving into the doctrine, that's a whole conversation within itself. We're talking about the history of that area at that particular time.
Okay, that justice, then that go. Oh, and you wanted to say that because you feel some people would automatically say, "There's just the ego with the skin doctrine." What the plumber said is important. The plumber just didn't make that up. What the plumber said came from Benaiah Israel. In the Messianic community, Benaiah Israel is held in esteem in this community. He only been on there 1 or 2 times, but he's held in high esteem as regarded as a teacher, someone sharing this historic information. The name of that book was The History of the Inquisition at the top of the book, plumber?
Yeah, the history, let me get to it. Let me show you. Or no, I'm not going to show you. I'll just tell you. I just want to make sure I get the name right. The first reference about the Red Cross was The History of the Jews from the Destruction of Jerusalem to the present time. And its publication date is 1840. And the next one came from The History of the Inquisition, and its publication date is 1731.
Okay, hold on a second. I want to make sure. All right. 7. So y'all got them dates, right? My man just hit me. Thank you. In my other video, he's talking in 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 26 seconds. I'm going to pull that up also. But whilst I pull that up, you see the painting?
No, we can't see the painting. We just see the words.
But this is the beginning. You don't see with the medieval painting the history.
We see that.
All right, and that's the same painting with the kid behind you talking about, and the Jews and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the exact same painting.
All right,
you can tell it's a little boy. Look at it.
Okay, all right, that's good. All right, now you see what the heading of the painting is saying. This might be a little different from what Benaiah Israel said. Source he showed here. You see the painting right here, Kevin G. Let me see. No, that's something. That's another comment. All right. You see the thing. Let me show you. You can see some of this because I believe it was I believe it was 2nd Exodus that said to bring this up, and Kevin said, "Don't go to this." So this is it right here. Could you see some of that, plumber?
Yeah, I can see it.
Do me a favor. Read some of that right there. I'm trying to pull up my other video at the same time. Can you see it?
The anonymous 16th century painter who recorded a scene of everyday life at the King's Fountain, Chavet, oh, you're moving around, Chavareds, DL, I don't know, in Lisbon depicted an impressive range of people and animals, in addition to a swan, a seal, fish, horses, dogs, and birds. The artist also included more than 150 human figures. There's so much going on in the busy scene along the Lisbon port, that Jonathan Spicer, the James A. Monaghan curator of Renaissance and Baroque art at the Waters
Art Museum in Baltimore, yes, can be forgiven for initially overlooking an important detail. I just clicked back to the screen. I'm going.
You got a real little. It's real little on my screen.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me see. Let me try to see. All right. All right. The art depiction is at least half a dozen Jewish men. This is their interpretation. It's at least half a dozen Jewish men, and religious identities are more difficult to discern, including 2 Jewish policemen hauling away a black man who appears to be, according to the wall text, to be drunk and sheepish. Not a kid, but a drunk and sheepish man. The later figure of several Africans explained the painting's appearance in the exhibit. This is what they say, revealing the African presence in Renaissance Europe, which at the Walters at this museum, January 21st, is subsequently traveled to the Princeton University Art Museum, where it would be shown from February to June 6th. It was going to be there for a couple of months. Let me see if I can, let me see what else this thing is saying. All right, let me see. Where am I up to? I'm trying to see. The painting of everyday life. Did you read that already?
Yeah.
All right. Viewers who read the wall text at the Walters learned that though Africans were sold as slaves to Europe, their children were free. There were many African figures in the 16th century painting are identifiable by their capes as free men. One who may be on Pansco, or whatever that's Latin term, was who worked his way up from slavery, a jester to a gentleman, is shown riding a horse and wearing a symbol of the Order of St. James. The Order of St. James is what you're talking about with the Catholics. Is that what Benaiah Israel's talking about? The purpose of the cross? That's part of the Order of St. James.
Well, it said in the source that we just read, the purpose of the Red Cross was to distinguish that these Jews had converted to Catholicism, even though they deserved to be burned. That's what it said in the source.
Okay, walking through the exhibit, Spicer explains that she didn't want to rehash some of the mistakes she observed in the exhibit entitled Black is Beautiful that was shown in Amsterdam a few years ago. The show didn't openly address slavery and prejudice as a big whitewash, almost literally. It in its appearance, concerns about making white visitors comfortable. This is why she's saying that was set up like that in the museum. And there were a lot of pressure on me too, in some way, to sometimes as the same things were, but just let me see. This was not my sense of audience. It was just here to determine. I'm trying to see what else she's saying. There was no reason to assume U.S. slavery resembled European slavery in the 1500s, says Spicer. The fact at the beginning of this period, most of the slaves were white does go a long way, she said. But even if slavery during this time period is more complicated than one might guess, being a slave wasn't comfortable by any means. One black man carrying a jug of water on his head in the 16th century painting wears chains which were typically attached to a slave who tried to run away. Did you see a black man with a jug on his head in the picture? And chains? That's not who you were pointing out, right?
There's not a jug on there. She's saying it's a jug. Yeah, he got something over his head. But they're saying those things down there are chains. I haven't seen any orange chains in my life.
Okay,
You know?
could it be? I can't see everything at one time. All right, do me a favor. You see others? Well, let me see. Exhibit recount.
I got the picture up if you want to
All
look
right,
at
right.
it.
The forcible converted former Jew Hector Nunez, who lived in London, went to the court to seeking to force a slave he had purchased from an English sailor. You see that part work. Eventually, evidently the man's refusal to serve his master held water, as the court told Nunez. You see that part right there?
Yeah, way back there in the
The
corner.
only thing that he could do was sue for his money back because the slave was being hard-headed. This might not have been what Maimonides, y'all know the Sephardic Jew, Maimonides was Spaniard. Maimonides back in the days was writing and discussing some of this, and they say that this is where they're getting some of this interpretation from. Moses, Maimonides. Had in mind that it does help underscore one of the main points of the exhibit, which is the stories of individual African men and women, rather than explorations of slave type, are well worth studying and reflecting upon. Does this picture have anything to do, from what they're saying, with revealing who Black Jews are?
If you put the picture against the sources, I was looking for the one that talked about the Idol de Fe. But if you put it against the sources,
give me 1 second.
You can make that argument. You can say the guy got a red cross on because he was a converted Jew. Mm-hmm. You can say the little boy being taken by the people, and the two men got clubs back there. We just read the source. They take the children and sometimes have to beat them with clubs. Do you know what I mean? They would take the children from the parents.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I just want to pull up one other thing from the video. Let's see what they were saying. My man told me exactly. He told me exactly. Keep going, Plumber. Keep going, because y'all know I'm not even into the screen sharing stuff. Y'all got to pull all of this stuff up. I guess I'm forced to learn how to do all of this stuff. He said
the Idol de Fe was a punishment for the Jews that wouldn't convert to Catholicism. They'd burn them alive. They'd burn them. And we see that right there in the middle of the picture.
Okay,
you see ahead. The flames at his feet.
Hold on. Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to try to pull the picture back up whilst this video is playing so you could read what Benaiah Israel was saying with this painting, the same picture without this article, without the wall. I could find that. Stop sharing screen. Let me see if I can use this one right now.
And my thing is, what year is, so this could be part of the whitewashing.
Okay, I got you. All right, hold on.
And that was my point when we look at Kevin. That was my point when we look at Kevin G. And I'm not speaking against Kevin G. Like I'm saying something ugly, because I want that to stop. My point was, when you look at the date of the documentation. Yeah, speaking ugly, because it is what it is. People are going to be people. But you understand, when you look at the documentation, as far as the date of the document that I think Kevin G pulled up, it had a date, I think, of 2018. That's why I kept saying, what is the reference document that Wikipedia is referencing? Look at the date of that. That's 2018. We already know that they had already X'd us out of the equation way by that time. But we're looking at something that Benaiah Israel, because he makes a point to say, I don't want to look at newer documents. He wants to look at older documents, because older documents are going to speak better to the history than something that was written in 2018. And that Wikipedia document he used was referencing our books and articles from 2018. But whereas what Plummer read was back in the 1800s when they wrote this.
Okay, all right, hold on a second. Y'all can see, let me see. I want to see what my screen looking like. This stuff here.
What's the date of the painting? That's my question.
I'm going back to that after I do this right here. Yeah. Come, you can hit us.
Hit that, and it should say what percentage is that. Oh, okay. Should I go? I should go. Okay, I got you. Plus it up. Here we go. Yup, there you go. Cool. Now let's peep what this picture is. Let's click on the picture there, because I want the audience to have a visual of the picture, and then I'm gonna read. If you could zoom in, we're gonna first peep. Let's first look at the people. We're gonna look at this whole scene here. Now, here's the claim that he just made. He just made the claim that you see the black man there in the front there, in the forefront with the black cloak.
Can y'all see this?
Yes. He said that these were Jews, right? That's false, bro. And I'm about to lay it all out. I'm gonna first read the article, then I'm gonna get in on the details of this picture of what we're actually looking at here. It says the King Fountain depicts a scene set around the Chafez de El Rey of Lisbon, the capital of then Kingdom of Portugal. Painted during the late 16th century, the work features images associated with the wealth and power of the burgeoning Portuguese Empire. Trade goods from Japan, Goya, and various African kingdoms are seen, as are African slaves and free Africans. Portuguese Jews, Constantinople's constables can be seen detaining a thief on a drunk. Now, let me give you a little bit of history.
A thief. Now, wait a minute. He's reading from Wikipedia.
Yeah,
Y'all agree with that? He's reading from
document.
Wikipedia. That's not from the original article that I read from, but it's interpreting the same painting. It's saying that the man is a thief.
Yep.
Benaiah Israel is saying that the man is a the man is a young boy. I think the plumber said. He's reading from Wikipedia, but I read from another article from a relief that they had, and they were taking later on a painting that was over in Princeton, and they showed it there. It was traveling around Europe, and it came to the States, and it was in a painting in Europe, and people, I mean, in the Princeton Museum, and people were coming to look at it. So they're not saying what Benaiah Israel said in that book, because then he came. That's what I'm saying. We're going to see which source is the older source that this stuff is coming from. Let's keep going.
Red or yellow banner on their sleeve. And
Yes,
this
correct.
identified the Jews. Correct. If you realize right there in the article, it actually says
2018.
that Jewish police can be seen detaining a thief or a drunk. Brother, can you bring that picture up for me?
Make it big.
Now, the article says that Portuguese Jews are detaining the drunk. Wait a minute, when we see a black man on a horse, it's supposed to be a Jew. Where are these people detaining the drunk? Could you go to the far left? Far left. Oh, you see that man they dragging away in the red coat? Now, you see the men there with the yellow sleeves on their arms? That shoulder was said. Guess what it said in their language back then? You could look this up historically. It says Yud. Yud. Jew. Jew. Sephardic Jews were not honored in that time in Portugal. They had to wear a yellow banner that let them know that they were Jews. Now we're going to get in on the man that he talking about was on his horse. So in the painting,
Stop 1 second, Berea. Stop 1 second.
Okay,
I got
hold
a
on.
question.
Yeah.
Stop 1 second. So the yellow banner conversation, where did he get that from?
With the
get it
yellow
out
banner,
that-
I remember.
out of
Like I
that
said, the only
Wikipedia?
thing that stuck with me was the yellow banners. I remember
Okay.
when the whole thing jumped off with what's the guy that was killing Jack the Ripper, and people were feeling some type of way, and they wanted to force. I remember reading that. I remember reading that in the history of it had something to do with Jack the Ripper, and was it a conspiracy with the royal family? When prostitutes were being killed, was it somebody that was royalty? But I remember the Jews did have to wear that yellow thing. Go ahead.
But we're talking about, are you talking about during the, I know during Holocaust, they had to wear a star. They had to wear some type of emblem to signify that they were Jews during the Holocaust. But we're talking
And for
about,
those that
where did he
came,
get the
I'm sorry,
statement
for
of
those
the,
that came in late, we're trying to figure out who's a Jew in this picture.
yeah.
Who's a
But
Jew
the
in
thing
this
is,
picture? Go
now
ahead.
let's go back to the yellow banner conversation. So I would love to know where Kevin G got that yellow banner, I guess, thought pattern from, and let's look at the year of that source to make sure that source is accurate, because we know the newer the information gets, at times you're going to find inaccuracies there. Whereas again, let's go back
That's
to that
why you kept
Wikipedia.
saying, that's why when you were talking about, that's what I was thinking. That's why you were saying when the article, that's why y'all was, because I know a few people kept talking about what date. Some people said, all right, somebody said Wikipedia. So you think it's wrong that he was a drunk or whatever that Wikipedia is saying that?
Correct.
The whole thing.
Correct.
That's my thing. Who thinks Wikipedia is wrong and wrong in reading into the picture? Because what I pulled up and read didn't come from Wikipedia.
Okay, so
or what Kevin
I'm
G
talking
is
about
reading something from Wikipedia. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's reading something from Wikipedia when he read, was that Wikipedia that he was speaking of, or was he looking at something else when he talked about them being drunks and having the yellow? I guess they were being drunk. They were drunks. Was that coming from Wikipedia?
Yeah, that was on Wikipedia, but that was on the other article that I read too. That was on the other article that I read also.
Let's look at the date of these articles. as well. Let's talk about if they were written in 2018. We got to question where are they getting their source information from when Benaiah Israel is getting some information from somewhere else that's a little bit older, that was back in the 1800s, that
All
says the
right,
opposite.
Plumber, you may
The
have
thing
to
is, we
pull
got to
that.
vet out
You
the
may have to.
sources.
You may
We
have to
got to
pull
vet the
that
sources
book up.
out.
Yeah, the plumber may have to pull that book up again, that Benaiah Israel and what he was interpreting. What book was that from? I got it definitely. So Kevin G, what he just said.
No, Alton.
Oh, Kevin
Let
G.
me clear some up with Alton. Alton, chill for a second, dude. Ain't nobody saying Kevin G is making information up. You heard me ask, where did he get that information? And people got to stop getting it, make feelings. Where did he get that information from and the date of that information? We're not calling anybody a lie. We're just
Yes,
vetting
that's
out the
good
sources
vetting.
to
No,
make sure
that's
this.
fair, Alton. I got to agree with her. I got to agree with her on that. Now, somebody's saying Wikipedia exactly. All right, no, but that's how I'm gonna pull the other article up. We can go to Wikipedia. We got to go to other places. What year you see that thing? What year you see that thing? You still on here, Plumber, right?
Yeah, he is. Can you do me a favor when you get done? Go to that Wikipedia article that he was speaking of, that Kevin G spoke of, and let's look at the references. Because when I used to write papers, well, Wikipedia wasn't out. My daughter writes papers now. Her teachers would say Wikipedia is not bad in the sense of the word, but it tells you what documents, where they got that information from.
At the
Use
bottom.
that information, not the
Yeah.
Wikipedia itself, but look at the sources, and that's where you can vet out the sources. So I would love for you to go back to where he was, and let's scroll down to see what the dates were on those documents.
Do me a favor. You can read that screen. Boy, y'all got me doing a lot right here. I'm trying to figure. The plumber's pulling that other thing up, correct?
Yeah.
You see, read the screen for me, Sister E.
I can't because I'm in the store right now. I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
listening.
So I gotta make this thing big here. Boy, I'm telling y'all right now. If
You
we
working today? You working today?
Yeah, I'm working today. I can't lie. Then I had to do the whole 10-hour messing with y'all right up in here. Lord have mercy. If we zoom in below the mid right of the image, we'll see a striking African personality striding horseback. This man is identified as Sepaska 1524 to 1567, who was gradually promoted. That's all right. You see that no, that's what we're talking about right here. That's who that is with the cross. Is that what you're saying, Gotham? Let me go ahead.
I'm confused on what Gotham just said.
Yeah, I'm a little bit too. The article says 2013. I think he explained that in the video. I'm trying to look at, because I don't want to go by the comments so fast. But I'm gonna go back to that as the plumber's pulling this up. I'm gonna let him figure. I didn't do that in church.
So vetting our
Hold on a minute.
documents, because we're talking about. Let me make one more point. I'm finna mute myself because I'm in the store. But when we look at vetting our documents and vetting our sources, if that source was dated from 2013 in comparison to a source that was written in the 1800s, where people probably had a closer connection to that time and be able to have more people, more access to information, that's one of the things that we would say, okay, maybe the 2013 is inaccurate because the 1800 one says the opposite. We gotta look at dates. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Okay,
that you heard
Paul.
that, Alton. That's all she's saying. You
What's the
heard
name
that.
of the painting again?
What you said?
What's the name of it? The
What's the
painting?
name of what?
The painting.
I don't know. Somebody put the name of the painting. Somebody put the name of the painting up here again. Let me see. Y'all got me. I'm on 100 different pages. I'm so scared if I click another page, I'm so scared. I click another page, I'm gonna mess up. Did somebody put the painting in there? Tell me. Look in the comment section. Somebody's gonna pull it up for you. Or if I'm playing this, maybe I can do it.
The King's Fountain. The King's Fountain.
Okay.
Thank you, Alton.
More domestically minded work can be seen of boatmen uploading grain and passengers and vendors and everything else. Now let's key in on this brother here, because we already covered those Jews.
The King's Fountain.
And we got the history to back that up, because these were actually Yud people. That's where they had the Yod thing. But let's look at the Order of Santiago. So, brother, if you don't mind, could you get out of the picture and go back to the article, and could you click on the Order of Santiago that's on that article? So go ahead and close out of that picture if you got, like, there should be an X or something for the Wikipedia page. And you see where it says Order of Santiago there in the middle of that article? Can you go ahead and click that? Ooh, what do we see? The Red Cross. Now, this brother just said that this was a Jew. But this is a man named Zhao.
No, wait, let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
So
Can
we go back, brother? Can we go back? Because here's the fact that he's going to bring up. I bet he's going to tell y'all, or they forced him to wear this red cross so that they identified him and forced him to Christianity. False. That is a knight's insignia. It's not a religious insignia.
Pause for 1 second. Pause. Stop right there, Brian. Now, he said that's false, right? He said that Red
Mm-hmm.
Cross signifying that they are Jews is false, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we go back to Benaya's article or Benaya's book that was back in the 1800s.
You
He
ready,
says the
Plumber?
opposite of what Kevin G said.
That's on
So
Plumber. You ready? You got that thing pulled
once,
up? Go ahead.
I got both of them pulled
so
up, actually.
I'm talking
okay,
about the
so
exact words that highlighted in Benaya's book.
Yeah, I got it.
correct.
All right.
So we got to stop here and break that down. We already called out that Kevin's point is probably inaccurate, which is fine. He said it wasn't, but let's go back to the article or the book that Jermaine or Plumber's about to speak on. Plumber, go
Where is
ahead. I'm gonna
that
be
at?
quiet
Where
for a
is that
second.
at, Plumber? How come I don't see that?
I got share. I'm sharing the screen. Should be there.
Y'all don't see that?
Yeah, we see it.
Let me make it bigger. Come on, Plumber. You got to read. That thing's too little for me. You can make it big on your screen.
Okay. This decree, which was published in most parts of Spain, filled the Jews with such consternation that 17,000 immediately returned to the church and submitted themselves to whatever censure or penance should be inflicted. 2,000 of this miserable people, part of whom confessed that Jesus Christ was the true Messiah, were put to death. Many were sentenced to a long imprisonment, and after regaining their liberty, were ordered to wear 2 red crosses on their upper garments.
Two red crosses. Now we got to see if this is the same thing, because we had different orders wearing different crosses, wearing different stuff, and the cross is an ancient symbol going back to the Persians. So we got to see now, because that guy, somebody could argue, oh well, that's one cross. He got one big cross on his back with the 2. So now we have to look at. You see how this stuff can.
Okay. But
Well, it's on each shoulder.
this is where we got to look at the logic though. Now this is when we
I'm
got to be
listening.
logical in what we're saying.
I'm
He
listening.
said 2. We don't know if the 2 was on his shoulder. We don't know where it is, but we
Okay.
do identify that there is one red cross on his back. That's an indicator. Okay, possibly this could be true because we don't see 2. Doesn't mean throw it all out. We see 1.
No, I ain't saying throw it all out. I ain't saying now. All right, now come in. What
That's
else?
not on his back. That's on his shoulder. You can
Okay,
have one on the other shoulder.
Go back to that's you still on Benaiah Israel article, right?
Yeah.
Go back to what else the other page? What else you had? You showed before, you showed more than one thing that was highlighted.
Oh, you talking about the
This
child?
is the only page that you showed? This is the only page you showed?
No, it's on this one too.
Okay.
So let me make one more point. Someone said that the book that the book that I guess whoever said that the book that the Benaiah says is pseudo. Show me proof where it says that it's pseudo, because now what we're saying is something that's 18 in the 1800s is pseudo, but we're going to take on information that came from 2018 because it feeds into what we want to believe in. Let's
No,
not
it's
call
not
pseudo.
necessarily that, because when I read Kersey Gray's World 16 Crucified Saviors, so many articles came out since then that people now recognize that as pseudo. When George Washington Benjamin Franklin and was practicing medicine, they would put leeches on people. What hospital you go to now? They would put leeches on people.
But let's talk about this. I don't want to jump all over the place where we're talking about what George Washington and all of
History of
it.
the Inquisition. I'm just
We're
telling you that
talking
time
about the
changed. I'm writing
yeah.
this down. You got the floor. I'm gonna write all this down. We're gonna pull this book
Okay.
up.
So he said that it's pseudo. Let's figure out who says it's pseudo and make sure that person isn't trying to spin a narrative on both sides. We can't say that
I can ride with that.
we cannot go
Now
with
y'all heard what you
something
said, right? That's important.
Yeah,
That's important.
You know what? And at this point in my life, I'm about the information. What I hear is everybody's like, "Oh, they said it's pseudo," and then we're supposed to say, "Okay, I'm gonna stop reading it." Come on. Some people say the Bible is pseudo. Do we stop reading it? No. We gotta be level-headed when we say stuff like this. Again, if the information is pseudo, I'm fine with throwing it out. But we gotta stop throwing information out there just because it feeds into our narrative. That goes on both sides. But I wanted to address what that one man said, that they said Benaiah's information that he used is pseudo. Let's figure out who said it and why they said it. Now I'm
All
gonna be
right,
quiet.
then after Plummer finished reading, we'll pull up the history of the Inquisition. We'll pull up that book, and then we can go to Google Scholar and we'll see if there's any scholarly articles on that. Anybody did any dissertations on that? We'll look into that because we know a lot of these articles are peer reviewed by scholars that deal with Spain, that deal with the Inquisition, that specialize, spend their lives in that, and we'll see what they say about the coat. We'll see what they say about the crosses and jewelry. We can get into that. This is how come these things go on so long.
Correct.
Come
Correct.
on,
And
Plumber,
then
you got the floor.
let's finish the video. Let's finish the video as well, because someone said that we're trying to spin something that, oh, they're trying to stop the video. No, we're stopping in segments and talking about
No,
each
we're
piece and going back and forth. Yeah.
we're stopping
Yeah.
in sections.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they'll have a whole series. They were reading it, then they stopped. Berean on their side, they didn't want to come to the group. We got to get with that other thing too, because Kevin G said Dante stopped right there. And they said he stopped right when it came to the part he didn't want, because they trying to like Dante just use a little bit of sources and just show you a little something. And we got to be careful because cults do that. I am black but calmly. Close the book. In the beginning was the word. Jehovah's Witnesses, close the book. The Mormons, same thing, and close the book. So we have to look at not just what Benaiah Israel got highlighted. We can't just look at John 3:16. Who was Jesus talking to? We got to look at the whole thing. So we got to go back and look, and we got to do this like this in sections, because people are definitely on both sides saying people trying to spin a narrative. I got to ride with Sister E on that. People are saying that. And this is the only other way that I know, by everybody saying, putting out the evidence. Y'all are like the jurors. Y'all are seeing it. Is it reading comprehension? Is it people coming and reading something into the text? Because maybe I want to see the light-skinned Jews, and I don't want to see the black man being arrested, but I want to see the other hook-nosed folk to be the black Jews, and I want to see the man on the horse to be the black Jew, but I don't want to see nobody in handcuffs or being tortured. Maybe, just maybe, I'm just saying that. What he said, Sister E, you don't have DNA to support being. Sister E ain't never claimed to be a Sephardic Jews. What he said, I'm reading it wrong.
Well, we're talking about Judah George, who says he does not believe in Christ. So we're talking about
Judah George become the bang for his culture.
I think and
Yeah.
I take that back. That was wrong. I'm not gonna knock it. Well, I can. We need to talk about salvation with him. But the DNA thing, we can come back to that. We're talking about a source right now. Everybody, again, we got to set out, and I'm saying to myself as well in my community, we got to set the biases aside and get to the raw information. So stop.
I agree.
The shots.
And remember, the plumber said this ain't had nothing to do with skin color. Sister E said her and some other people, they constantly in contact with European Jews. She's not saying that. She's saying anybody. She said, y'all hear me? She said anybody came up in here and said, if anybody, when we deal with Revelation 2 and 3, she said, and that was Pastor Johnson that said that too, I think a few days ago. She said anybody that don't believe that Jesus the Messiah is of the spirit of the Antichrist or is of the spirit of the synagogue of Satan. Is that correct, Sister E?
Correct, I did say that.
She's not running around here saying you're not running around here saying them Jews over there fake Jews.
No, I'm not.
Okay, y'all. All right, y'all heard that, right? The plumber didn't say it.
Let me go back to. Let me say this because I am actually talking to a few that are the ones that we said that are that. Because I'm in the store, I can't say that.
Y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that?
They even validate
the video saying nothing else. But in the midst of that, not Missy, who came in here? Somebody came here. No, not Missy. I'm sorry. RNO came in here, and then RNO, you did say type of one. If you could say amen, you did say a few videos ago. You jumped on. I don't think Sister E was on, but you said that Sister E, Mr. Blacktastic, and Dante. You said them three names, right? Was racist, right? Did you say that?
I know Misty didn't, because I'm cool with Misty. I know Misty.
Not Misty, no, I just said Misty. I just said RNO. I made a mistake. RNO, and then RNO came on here and she said something. Tim came on here and said, for the record, for people that jumped on late, that Jesus was white, and then he said when he said white, he means white, the Bin Laden type. So Bin Laden looking people, Saddam looking people are white people. I'm wondering if this is like the whole ham thing. These folk make white people white when it's convenient, like they did. And this is how they did in America. They swung in and out. Who's mulatto? Who could be white? Who's not white? A Jew and the Irish, they're not white. But later on, we're going to make them white to make them part of the population and all of this other stuff. People abandoning their names. So can you even tell who's a Jew from skin color? Sister E, can you tell who's a Jew from skin color?
I'm sorry. What was your question? Because I'm in the
Are you claiming you can tell who's a Jew from skin color? For the record,
Right now, that's the question right now we're asking. Can we? I can't speak on that. The
Oh,
thing
all
is,
right.
we can't tell.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm going
That's
back.
what
All
we're
right.
still
Hold on a
talking
second.
on. I'm not gonna make, unlike most of my peers, I'm not making absolutes right now because we're still researching.
Very. See, y'all hearing that right now, right? Don't go make a video switching up. Y'all are hearing this correctly. Are y'all hearing it? I'm going back. Let me see. I'm going back to the video. Chill.
Everybody wants to finish the video, but let's
You
make
don't
sure
want me to
folks
read that,
say this.
Marie?
Wait, hold on a minute. Oh, well, read what? I'm a little lost.
You told me to read the next source about the little boy being taken.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. All right, y'all remember that the little boy being taken. So far, we're trying to find out, is Benaiah Israel source an older source, the older source? Is Kevin G switching this up, reading from Wikipedia? Plus, I read from another article that didn't say what Benaiah Israel thing is saying. All right.
This is a night. It even says in an article. But let's talk about the brother on the horse. So can we close out of the picture? And in that same article, right after where it says Order of Santiago, we're going to click on his name, João de Saltanasco. And this is the brother here. Let's read about it. Known as Panasco, the nickname meant rudeness and revealed in clothes and manner, was a black man in the employ of King John III of Portugal, who was eventually elevated from court jester to gentleman, courtier, and royal household. Celebrated as a very spirited man, he began his career as a court jester or comedian, entertaining both the king and queen of Catherine in wit, jokes, and parodies. Even though he enjoyed the king's projection, João de Sá received constant racial abuse. His inferior condition, undoubtedly as a result of his initial condition as a slave, was frequently brought up by other courtiers. He could do, however, what was not allowed to anyone else: mock the nobility with impunity. His status as Simon says, an outsider had rose, and he became invaluable to the former king. In 1535, he accompanied the king's brother, Infante Louis Duke Beja, in northern Africa. He was part of the Holy Roman Empire, Emperor Charles V military campaign and conqueror of Tunis and Ottomans. An important victory over the Turks made the King of Portugal award João de Sá exceptional honors. He was eventually admitted to the prestigious Order of St. James.
Can I say something, Marie?
I'm stopping it.
Real quick. Can you stop it? Now, I want to let this be known that even in somewhere in Benaiah's work too, that he showed sources that the king's court was full of Jews. They were the ones, they were the nobility. They were in the king's court. They were, because they helped actually defeat the Moors at one time.
No. I agree. No. I agree with that. I'm saying that this is the problem. History. I believe that we could prove that through history. But the beef is, what did them Jews look light skinned with curly hair, with straight beards, straight hair, or did they look like me?
But that's why I'm saying that, because he just said it was a noble. He just said he was a noble.
Because right now, both people, Kevin G is using that. Benaiah Israel used that picture. Everybody's using that picture, but how was the picture interpreted? Everybody's using the same person with the Spaniards. Everybody's
but the thing
using
is,
the same book.
but if we go back to Benaiah's sources, he tells you who they are based off of that. I think, did you say Plumber, based off of that cross on their back?
Yeah, that's on his shoulder. Actually, it's not his back, but yeah. Now, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page that Kevin G used, and not one of these sources is under 2018.
Okay,
there's like 5 sources here. There's a 2013, 2018, 2021, 2018.
Black Jews and racial imagination, JSTOR. I'm gonna pull up some scholarly articles on this stuff so we can see about just the Jews and the pictures. Because everybody using the same pictures. Everybody using the same pictures. Jews in Portugal. All right, hold on. Go ahead. No, I'm gonna let the plumber read. Let the plumber read. That what you was getting ready to do, right?
Yeah, about to, because he said it was a drunk man, right?
Yeah, hold on. Let me make. No, I want them to see it on the screen. Hold on. That's the same screen that you got up?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't see it yet?
I see it now.
Okay, go ahead. You go. I'm gonna try to pull this other thing. What's you doing?
Okay, the Moors immediately passed over into Africa, and as the Jews were preparing to depart, the king commanded that all their children who were not above 14 years old should be taken from their parents and educated in the Christian religion. It was a most affecting thing to see children snatched from the embrace of their mothers and fathers, embracing their children, violently tore from them, and even beat with clubs, to hear the dreadful cries they made, in every place filled with the lamentations and yells of women. Many, through indignation, threw their sons into pits, and others killed them with their own hands. So, yeah. But he's saying that they took their children. If you look at the picture and you show it real close, it looks like a little boy, even in the face. It doesn't look like a grown man. You know, and this source is from 1731.
Yeah, just keep talking. I'm looking for some things. I'm trying to look. All right, Dante, what's going on? But come to the microphone.
And here's Kevin G's.
Oh wait, no, he's not finished. All right, I thought he was finished.
Here's Kevin G. Here's the Wikipedia article.
You look, the other one, okay.
You look down here at all these sources. You see January 2013, 2018, 2021, 2012, 2000. You don't see those are the age of his sources, are the references to this article.
RNL, you left the group. You was in the group when Sister E was talking to you. I'm putting the link back in there. Go ahead. All right, thank you, Plumber. I ain't never did this much clicking and figuring. Dante, you come to the microphone, man. Help me. Let me click the stuff whilst you. I don't know how long you've been on, but go ahead.
You hear me?
Yes. Would you on the cell phone or you in the crib?
I'm on the cell phone right now.
Okay.
All right. So I want to address several things. Number one.
How long you been listening?
I've been listening for a while.
Did you hear Tim with yellow with Bin Laden white?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. All right. And you heard R&O with Sister E? Or you went? Yeah, you missed that.
Now, Revelation chapter 1, that's going to be addressed later. Okay. Not right now. Okay. I want to address two things. One, when you're doing research, the opinion of the author doesn't matter. Only the facts matter.
Correct.
So, for example,
Good. I'm muting everybody.
We talk about the conversation, right, with Kevin G and myself. Kevin G.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought I muted R&O. Go ahead. That must be your noise in the background. Go ahead. Because everybody.
I'm driving.
Oh no.
So when you insert the author's opinion, now you've moved away from facts, and we've seen that happen twice this week.
Yeah, people go back. Wait a minute. Give us examples.
All right, so or not even necessarily this week. The video Faithful in 93 did. The part where they mentioned that the author thought the Jews turned black because of the climate. That was opinion. And then we see on your channel, 93 comes back and he leaves a comment saying that he does not believe that the climate changed their skin color. So my question is, why not say that during the video? Why not just be honest and give that opinion during the video?
At the time of the presentation.
Right. They couldn't do it because it was a hit piece on me and it would mess up their hit piece. Now,
okay, keep talking. I'm walking away. Keep talking. I'm here, though. I can hear you. I'm just walking away.
We had a conversation about the 1987 source that I put, the Cambridge source. The author's opinion is that it's myth. That's not the facts. I read the facts of the matter. And then when he says this can't be proven one way or another, again, that's opinion. And we know that's opinion because this is 1987. We didn't have the resources we have available now. We didn't have JSTOR. The internet wasn't in the form that it's in now. We didn't have all these people that could share information and sources around the world. So what was true may have been true then that they couldn't verify one way or the other does not necessarily mean it's true today in 2021. And finally, when people try to push a narrative that I suppressed something or that I was hiding something or that I was being deceptive, that's bearing false witness, because you'll notice that they don't also say, well, Dante put the whole link and told people to go read the full document for themselves. So either I'm suppressing it or I'm giving people the full link with access to the document. It cannot be both. And everybody will tell you that I've given out that Cambridge link for months, maybe even a year now, where they could go look at the Cambridge information and read it for themselves. And so that's my problem with how stuff is being presented from some of these people. It's intentionally deceptive.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at Sean. Get on my live right now. So y'all see how it is now. We're trying to work out these sources. We're trying to look through this stuff. What do you know about the painting we're dealing with? No matter of fact, RNO, you made some statements. Come to the microphone. Nobody say that. Let RNO ask. She said she got 2 questions. I mean, she want to ask y'all 2 a question. Go ahead. Nobody say nothing.
Yeah. So here's my question, so I can gain an understanding.
I'm walking away.
So Dante, can you succinctly, without being too long-winded, explain your understanding of what makes someone an Israelite? Is it their paternal DNA, maternal, both? Is it skin color? What for you is the nail in the coffin for what makes someone an Israelite? Can you please explain?
That's a good question.
I'm not answering any of your questions till you address that lie that you've been pushing with them 2 clowns on it. And now we've seen it is a lie.
I'll address it.
You
I'll
address
address
that,
it, and then you answer.
then and only then will I maybe consider answering your question.
Okay, I'll address it now.
No, but Abu did put that out there too. You're not talking about Abu, right? He did put something out there like, well, what does Dante mean when he says, I don't know what was the dealing with the blackness or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got the floor. I'm quiet.
Yeah, so just for understanding, like, who is an Israelite to you? Because, like, for example, my understanding of like Orthodox Moor, he would consider converts even Israelites, and that's biblical. You know, that's all throughout the Old Testament. Converts were in Israelites. So for you, what is an Israelite? And yeah, I'll address, just so that you can answer my question, I'll address what you did with the article. You presented the article as if it were talking about bloodline. It wasn't. It was talking about religion. And the point of the article
what article?
The article that Kevin G addressed, where he asked you to
That's
keep
not my
reading.
question. That ain't what I asked you. I was talking about the 2 clowns that were claiming that I was saying that salvation's about skin color. Can you address that lie that I went over and corrected already?
Oh, you talking about Hooper and the other guy, that other dude?
Yeah, I want her to address that lie.
So. Okay, sure. So here we go. This is what was stated, Dante. You stated that you believe that Revelation 1 is, you like that translation that likens his skin to being burnt, but it's been shown clearly that's not a great translation. Number one, it is figurative language. It's referring to his glowing, glorified body. It's not referring.
Deal with that later.
Does his glorified body have a color, or is it colorless?
Okay. It's glowing. The word is not, it has nothing to do with his race, the race of the Jews, the race of Jesus, nothing. It's referring to his glowing, glorified body. So when you use that to say, like, this is what Jesus looks like, and if you differ from that, I have concerns for your salvation because
That's not what I said. Quote me word for word. Please stop taking me out of context. Quote me word for word.
Dante,
it's written there. Quote me word for word.
Listen, please.
I'll pull it up. Tell me where it is. I'll pull it up so we can hear him word for word, so we can put this to rest. Do you know exactly what he's talking about?
Remember, Berean, I came on your show and showed all this, right?
He didn't show you everything.
We don't know if he's telling the truth or not.
He didn't show you everything.
They said you cut short on reading the other thing. They're making it sound like, Dante, they're making it sound like you were reading the other thing with Kevin G the other day and you stopped where it was getting ready to cut you, so you're deliberately showing and sharing what you want.
I just addressed it. No, we're talking about several different things. The Cambridge article, again, opinion does not equal fact. So I'm talking about the other 2 clowns that was on the show saying that I told them, or that I said that if you don't believe Jesus is black, you can't be saved.
You said
I'm talking about that.
Blasphemy. You used.
No, I said it's blasphemy to lie on Christ. It's blasphemy to lie about what he was like.
Let me press you a little bit. So for you,
you're not pressing me about nothing.
Let me get some clarification. So for you, you did or do believe that Jesus is a very dark, burnt skin looking person. Okay. So for you, if someone holds the idea that he is not, that he perhaps could be white, Is that an idol that would concern you for that person's salvation? Yes or no?
We've already determined he's not white.
Yeah. Yes or no?
Now wait, I don't have to answer you yes or no.
You're not answering me. Answer.
Again, I'm answering you. You just don't like the answer.
No. Answer my question.
I'm answering you. You just don't like the answer.
No. I asked you, is it an idol?
Again, we've determined Jesus is not white. So if Jesus is not white, then to depict him as such is a lie.
That's not the
Tim
question.
just said he was white. He looked like Bin Laden. The people that look like, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. The people that look like Bin Laden are white people. Tim is saying this could be something different. But I think I don't know, it was the plumber. Yeah, plumber came on earlier. And plumber said everybody, meaning the few people that are loosely affiliated with the UA or whatever, everybody in this community have already come to the conclusion that he ain't white. So nobody listening to what Tim said, because now Tim is defining as Bin Laden is white. All the Navy SEAL, all them people, all them dudes done been over there fighting them people. They don't call them that. As a matter of fact, like somebody else said, they call them the N-word. They haven't been looking at them people as white folk. So I agree with the plumber and them. We have all determined that Jesus is not white, brown, black, blue, black, light, whatever it is. Now, RNO is trying to press Dante because she's saying if Dante don't believe he's a specific skin color, can people get saved believing in a white Jesus? Maybe she's asking you that, Dante.
Yeah, I'm asking him to tell.
I just unmuted him. I ain't unmute you.
Sorry.
I was very clear in my answer in that. I said they could be in danger. I don't know for sure because I don't own heaven and hell.
That's where she want to go.
So
that's what she's
if you know for a fact Jesus ain't white and you say, you know what, I don't care, I'm gonna believe in white Jesus anyway, you can't tell me that's not an idol at that point because you're refusing to believe the truth. You're rejecting the truth intentionally so that you can accept him.
And
so
in your witnessing, you're going to push white folks and you're going to lift up white folk in your witnessing. You're going to lift up whiteness, white image, and for the culture, you're going to do it. If you know he wasn't white, but you're still trying to squeeze white folk up in that Bible, I'm talking about specifically Jesus as Messiah, that's a problem. But there are everybody type of one, somebody got a skin doctrine around here. Somebody in this room, somebody on this panel got a skin doctrine, and we're trying to find out exactly who it is. Is it RNO? Is it RNO? I see that. Let me let her say and get a mind right for a minute. Isn't RNO pushing the skin doctrine on the low? Because they said it's Sister E. Come on, RNO, come to the microphone.
Can
I please say something? Please.
You say a whole bunch. You came over here and tell him, don't be long-winded. You know we think that's white energy.
I'm sorry for the white energy.
You know we think that.
I'm sorry for the white energy, but can I please ask a question, sir?
You got the floor. Everybody else is muted. Everybody leave but the white woman. Let me leave too and leave the white woman here to run the whole channel. I'm leaving y'all back.
No.
Okay, I'm back.
No, but my original question, be quiet, son. Just hold on. My original question would be, which was not answered. What is the criteria for determining who is an Israelite? Paternal DNA, maternal, either, skin color? Please explain what is the criteria for being an Israelite. That's my first question.
Be quiet now. Give them the floor now.
I can answer.
Now. All right, now I'm gonna just put her out there.
I can clarify. Now she's clarified what her question is. Because ultimately, what she wants to know is, when we talk about bloodline, let's call out bloodline. When we look at the Bible, who did the bloodline call out as Israel? Did it call out the mother or the father? That's the first question. Whenever they talked about the tribes, they always talked about the sons. They always talked about the bloodlines. They always connected it to the father. Now, when it comes into far as the converts or the ones that were considered to be the proselytes, yes, they were part of Israel. If they took on Israel's customs and became a part of their camp, it was never the case of, I'm Israel and now we're talking about Old Testament Bible now, correct? The Gentiles' belief system never overrode Israel's belief system. When they became a part of the culture, they clinged upon that particular group and took on their culture. So if they did, they were a part of them. Now, do I believe in some of the foolish doctrine? No, but we're talking about based off of what was considered Israel in at that particular time. Now let's go into the New Testament. You are part of the Israel of God when you received Christ and the Holy Spirit. Y'all, the problem is y'all are Xing out Israel and saying the church is Israel when you don't understand that he talked about the commonwealth of Israel, the Israel of God. So when you take on the Holy Spirit in Christ, the Messiah, that puts you a part of that particular group. Ain't nobody trying to exit out. So when I say that Israel, are we talking about bloodline or converts? That's where we have to make that clarification. So that's where I am with that.
Okay, Dante, you want to say something before I bring her back on? Arnold can hear everything.
All right,
you
so
want
in
her
the
to go
Bible,
first and then?
no, I got it. In the Bible, the other people couldn't tell Israel apart from certain Hamites. We know that to them, many of them, not all of them, many of us look alike. But we also know who we are. We know when we see somebody that's African versus somebody that's Jamaican. We know when we look at a Nigerian or a Kenyan or some of those other people from over there. We know our people when we see our people. They want to know how to tell our people apart. To them, we're all just Africans and we're all just black people, but we can tell our people apart. And the people I'm talking to, they know exactly what I'm talking about right now. And that's my answer. We know who we are. And I'm not giving them any extra information. Cherry has asked me, Abu has asked me, Faithful's asked me, Arno has asked me. I'm not answering any of their questions. They can just sit there, wonder, make up stuff, do whatever they want to. I'm personally not answering any of their questions because I have nothing to dialogue with them about. I'm not going to argue with people, with the exception of Cherry. I'm not going to argue with people outside of our culture about things within our culture because we can't go do that. I can't go into an Italian space and argue with them about their lineage and their belief system and all that other stuff. I can't go into white spaces and do that. So I don't understand why it's okay for them to come in our spaces and do that to us. And so I'm not willing to engage those kind of conversations because they have not been willing to engage those kind of conversations and let black people come in and cause disruption in their communities and cause dissension between their people and their communities. So some of y'all are free to y'all can entertain whoever you want to. Me, I'm not going to entertain it.
Wait a minute, now y'all don't hurt. Well, I ain't asked. Father God, come on, Arno.
Thank you. So this is my thing with the Old Testament. When people like Moabites or whoever entered into Israel, it's not like they just kept to themselves. No, the DNA infiltrated into who the Israelites are. That's why we say they're a mixed race, because Canaanites, Moabites, etc., intermarried and had children. Okay, they weren't just like
and Hamites.
Yeah, and
And
absolutely.
Hamitic people.
Right.
Hamitic people.
Yes. So that's why we say Israelite is a mixed group. So again, I didn't get an answer on how someone determines someone today being an Israelite. And also, Dante said we can tell our people apart. First off, no one thinks. We know that there are thousands of ethnic groups in Africa. No one denies that. But when you say who is a Hamite and who is a so-called Hebrew Israelite, what the heck? Nobody can tell you. No one can tell you. Stop.
Yeah,
I have a quick question.
That's why God had them hide in Africa.
Correct.
What?
I have a quick question. Quick question.
And wait a minute. Yeah, and wait a minute. Let me say this. And let me say this too. And let me say this too, Arno. Now, I'm not arguing for or against, but let me say this too. Do you have anything to say to the fact that he said other people would come in, other people that's outside of the ethnic group would come in and have this discussion? Or do you think this is where it gets into skin doctrine because the kingdom is open to everybody? Or he do have a point here on that subject of just skin, and can black people argue something among the? What would you say to that? Did I mute her? Did I put her out? No, I muted her.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So this is my opinion of why Dante doesn't want to answer. It's because he's grasping at whatever information he can that would make him be an Israelite. That's why he doesn't want to nail it down. He doesn't want to tell me.
No,
is it paternal?
He ain't answering you.
No.
He don't answer
No. Let me finish.
Stop.
Let me finish, please. Sister E, please let me finish, ma'am.
Go ahead, finish.
So
but
listen,
when you get done, please, I will say this. Don't be 30 minutes. Just say your point, and then I'm gonna say my point. And
Sister
I know
E, I'm
Dante's
never
gonna say
30
point,
minutes.
Because
I'm never 30 minutes.
Come on.
I don't
I'm
rate.
exaggerating. You know I used to exaggerate.
But so when we're talking about the Bible, it's no type of white folks' business or black folks' business. That is sacrilegious. That's sickening. The Bible is everyone's book. So don't come at me with some stuff about this is Israelite business. You don't even know if you're an Israelite, and it's no such thing as black or white business. Stop being ridiculous. That's stupid.
Okay, well, all right. Well, let me hold on. Let me say something for a second. I want to say something for a second, but I don't know, RNA. I don't know that you know the overseers and them. When the blacks would preach, the overseer had some white folk or some house Negro over there listening to the doctrine. Because some of them sneaking and started learning how to read, and they started reading Moses stories. There ain't wasn't no Moses nonsense preached among us. So they always had some white folk around to oversee the preaching and the teaching of the doctrine. Maybe some people feel. I'm just saying. Then that's where the mother folk go running. Berean, he leaking out a skin doctrine to him. Maybe some people feel the mere fact whites would be coming in the group and so concerned, they could be thinking these could be those type of people. COINTELPRO Pro came later on, but that was never abolished, abandoned. So maybe overseer don't want too much thinking. We got to come in here to help shape the thinking of the people. That's the only reason they could be saying that.
I know why. I've heard this 1,000 million times.
Well, you weren't talking all that time when I just had everybody out the room. You were still talking?
What do you mean?
I just brought you back in.
Oh, sorry. No, I wasn't talking. I was listening to you.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. All right.
I don't blame people for feeling that way. Like, I mean, one of my good friends growing up, she is an African-American woman. She is straight up racist, but she doesn't like white people at all. But we're friends for some strange reason. I don't blame people for like having that feeling. It's, you know, historically, I can kind of get it. But at the end of the day, the Bible is not a one race of people's book. Like,
no, definitely. There is only one race. That's the confusion. There is only one race.
There's only one race. And you can't even tell me when you're coming up here telling me you're an Israelite, you're refusing to tell me how you define an Israelite. Come on now, be better.
Because you sound like you're mad that I think some of y'all are mad that people are calling themselves Israelite. Does that make you mad?
No, it makes me.
I want to know how Jews for Jesus define. Can you tell me?
Don't. All those people, everybody, it's all foolery. If you're in the new covenant of Christ, there's no theological significance to being of Israel. There's none. I'm sorry, there's none.
Time out.
And there's none to be Irish either, but y'all still celebrate that stuff.
Let's make a difference in what the topic is now. We're going into the salvation and the Bible and the doctrine. We're talking about doctrine now, but right now we're talking about history. No one says that it's wrong to speak about history. We're trying to find out the historical background of the Israelites. Now, when we start talking about access to the kingdom, that's another conversation. I think that's where we get it confused. We mesh everything together to say it doesn't matter because it's about doctrine. We'll tell the history teacher that teaches that it doesn't matter because we're talking about doctrine only. We got to make sure that we divide the conversation for a second because right now we're talking about history. Now, my question to RNO, based off of history. No. People are blending it. Like if we're talking about this, she said Israel is no longer Israel. Literally, that's what I'm getting. And I might be wrong, RNO. I'm getting from her from the New Testament covenant.
I never said that.
Okay, so I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you didn't. So my question to this, why are we upset that we're talking about history when we've already established in the doctrine that all of us believe that everybody has access to the cross? I have.
Everybody agree with that.
Dante has. Yes. So why are we constantly delving into that when we're talking about historical information and trying to make sure that the historical information aligns with what some of us are saying? Why is that an issue? I'm asking RNO that question.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, because many Hebrew Israelites who will say that salvation is open to everyone, they attach something to it. Like they'll say, oh, but the Israelites are the kingdom of the priests that will rule for 1,000 years. Or they'll say, you have to go through an Israelite to learn about the Bible. Meanwhile, they've never established a criteria for who is an Israelite. So historically, we're talking about history. That's what you want to talk about. I am asking you to please define your criteria of who is an Israelite. Do you use paternal, maternal, both?
Didn't I explain it?
No,
use
ma'am,
paternal,
you
but
never.
I use the father because about stop. 1 second.
Okay.
You heard me say we use the father because the Bible does use the father. Am I wrong?
It
Or am I
does
right?
use the mother, though. It can use the mother in Chronicles.
All right, hold on. Both of y'all hold on for a second. When we deal with that, does the Bible, everybody in the room, 250 people, does the Bible use the father type one? If the Bible uses the father, the Bible uses the mother type two. I gotta go.
Mostly the father, but
I
there
ain't gonna tell her the father. Or no, I think
Sorry.
that's white privilege. I think that's white privilege. Then she came back on and still said sorry. I think that's white privilege. Yo, it's real out here. Dante, come on.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to address at this point because
I don't know. Address something else. We
Dante, tell me how you define an Israelite. Is it
I got a
singular?
show coming up. I got a show coming up on
White folk on my channel.
coming up on
White folk on YouTube.
We said that the Bible says the Father.
Okay, but there's a passage. I think it.
Oh my God!
Can I
When
say
they
something?
talked about
Yo,
the
I'm
12
telling you
tribes,
right now.
okay, I
Ari
know
know.
you've been talking the whole time. God,
Can I say something about Chronicles?
Mute her. Arno, stop for 1 second, man. Please
I
stop
put
for
her
1
out for
second and
she
hear
in the
what we're
green
saying.
room.
What I'm saying, when they talked about the 12 tribes of Israel, I have a question. Did Dinah come up? Because they had a sister. Did she come up? Or did the brothers come up?
So,
they have sisters.
can I please?
Yeah,
I want
go
to.
back.
Yes.
Go back. Go back.
Wait,
Did Dinah? One question. Answer my question. When they talk about the 12 tribes, we should be talking about 13, correct? Because there was a sister, right?
If you're talking about the 12 tribes in Revelation, where's Dan? He's not there.
We already know Dan is out because of idolatry. Stop throwing that. Now you're throwing something out there.
Not everybody knows that.
Listen to what I'm saying. There is a sister in the mix. If that's the case, if it was about the mother, she would have been thrown into the factor, correct?
So I'm not making. This is my claim. This is what I'm saying here. Overwhelmingly, it is usually the father. But what I'm saying is, I don't have my Bible because I'm in the woods with my kids. But there's a passage in Chronicles, like 2 or something. But it talks about a man who did not have any sons. He only had daughters, and he married.
That was an exception. We're talking about an exception. But again, let's go back let's look at normal case scenario. We're talking about in IT. We talk about normal path and alternate path. You're going into an alternate path. Normal path is where we always want to stay. And the normal path of what we consider to be happy path. Let's look at the family. Family are the children of Jacob. The children of Jacob wasn't just the 12. They had a sister. So if the woman was considered to be the DNA and the bloodline, why is she never called out?
Right. So you're nailing it down and saying for you, it's the father's side.
Correct.
So okay, good. I'm glad you're answering. So like, if you found out that your DNA didn't support that, like many African American people who have that white DNA because unfortunately of the evils of the slave trade, okay, so they are no longer considered Israelites in your view because they have that white paternal ancestry.
1 second. That means that I'm not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm going to answer your question. Can you let me answer your question real quick? Because I'm going to answer it with a statement. You may not like this statement. So ultimately, what you're saying is because I have white blood, a little bit of white blood. Because honestly, we got to be real. We don't truly know if it's European blood because we know that Black people are in Europe as well. So ultimately, what you're saying is because I consider that I have European blood, which is very little, I'm not an Israelite. That's what you're saying?
No. You just said you determine it from the father's side.
Correct.
So carefully, 1 second. So say like the Hebrew, the campers who will say, ask what your father looks like. Well, it doesn't matter what your father looks like because if your father's father was Thomas Jefferson, then you're no longer an Israelite. If your father's father was an Irish European man, you are no longer an Israelite. I know you know what I'm saying.
Make sense. Your point doesn't make sense at all.
Guys, move over. You're about to get
we're going back to the original question. You said what makes you an Israelite. So what you're ultimately saying that the little 8% of European history that I'm asking a question, the little bit of European blood that I have in my system, that I'm not an Israelite. That's what you're saying.
No. So listen, it
no
longer. I'm going to respond.
I'm asking you in reference to me. I'm asking you a question.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to respond to you.
Okay,
I'm going to respond.
Please answer.
So if I don't know your DNA, I don't care. If your European DNA comes from your father's side, then you no longer, according to you, follow that paternal lineage because it traces back to a white man. This is what I am saying.
So my African bloodline as well, which we know possibly could be Israelite, that doesn't count either. So if it's 80%, if I have
Guys,
80%
move over. You're
African,
about to get ran
I have
over. Move
80%.
over.
Let's say I have 80 to 90% of it, because we also know that they did mix. They did have other women and other men come in. Correct?
I don't know. You got a strong signal for somebody up in the woods. I don't even want to bring up the whole woods thing, but somebody got
And people about to get ran over for somebody in the woods.
Ah, come on, bro. Berean, can you ask Arno, does she believe the people in the land are the people? If so, how? Arno, that's for this your time to talk.
Oh, somebody said, since he getting wrecked, I want to know where. Everybody just, can y'all stop for a minute?
Hold on,
Y'all
I'm talking about Arno. Arno, you're not
because
muted. Arno. She talking to her handlers. Go ahead, Steve.
I brought up a great point. She asked what made it what it is. It's the father. Now, how does she know that the European side is not considered to be either black or ultimately, how does she know that? Because ultimately what I'm getting, and I'm trying to feel her because I'm not 100 on her question, but what I think she's trying to say is because the slave masters raped us and we have a little bit of white blood in us, we need to count that off and say you're no longer that. I'm confused on her question, being honest.
Let LOL Sister E reaching now. Why are you reaching? Because she said that with the DNA?
I'm reaching. That's all I said. When she asked what made Israel, I said the father. So if that's the case, then we got white jewelry who's walking around who possibly has African blood. They need to take it off the table. I'm so confused. Saints just so upset, but yet it's still, I call that the fact that no woman can be the DNA and the bloodline of Israel, because if that's the case, Dinah should have been a part of that 12 tribes because she's a part of the family line. That was
Do me a favor. Listen to this, and tell me if this is madness right here, or Gia trying to talk some good stuff right here. Gia said history. You want this one? Okay, you see it. Read it. You want it, Dante?
Yep.
He said history
and doctrine are mutually.
Yes, go ahead.
You gonna read it?
Yeah, I'll read it. Yeah. Gia is saying history and doctrine are mutually exclusive when it comes to salvation. You should have left the Bible alone and just stick with history. Well, Sister E was trying to kind of say, let's look at things differently, but come on, Dante, you got the mic. I'm mute everybody else.
The fact is, the Bible's a historical book. You can't say don't touch history and only look at the Bible. If we do that, then that puts the Bible in a whole other category, and you have to discard all the historical references in the Bible. And I agree, it has nothing to do with salvation. You can't pretend like the Bible has no connection with history. And I want to address something else that Gia said earlier. She claims that I don't want to be African. And this is a problem. If you love Christ, don't bear false witness. Because if anybody who has gone to my channel, they know that I say there's a difference in the way African is used. Some people use it to refer to the genetics, and some people use it to refer to the continent. A lot of people are on the African continent. I had a friend named Rupert in high school. He was a white boy. And on his driver's license said African American. Why? Because he was from South Africa. And so when he came over here to America, they had put, African American on his driver's license. And I consider him and still consider him to be an African because that's where he was born and raised, on that continent. So I have no problem with being African at all, continent based, history. So don't spread that lie, Gia, if you really love Christ or whatever you're saying. But anyway, back to the history. You can't separate
turn around once we get
history.
Gia, you talk. Gia.
Please mute Arno. She talking about.
Oh, sorry. Can I ask a question?
You heard what Dante say? You weren't listening.
I did. I'm out here outside. My internet's not very good, but so did I ever get an answer to a question? Because
I said the father. So
okay,
ultimately, listen. Stop one second right now. So ultimately, what you're saying is because answer my question. So ultimately, what you're saying is because some of our ancestors have a percentage of white blood in our system, we need to take Israel off the table. That's what you're saying?
Listen closely. For
No,
example,
don't listen. Answer my
I'm going
question.
to listen
Don't,
again,
no.
please, so that I can
That's an
answer
easy
you.
one. That's an easy one, Arno.
Listen,
Yes or
ma'am.
no? Stop.
Ma'am, listen.
Bria, can you get her to
Listen.
answer my question? I'm
Yes,
not
ma'am.
addressing
I'm
my
going to
question.
answer you.
the question,
Yes,
Arno.
ma'am.
Answer.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to answer you right now.
Okay, answer.
Listen closely. Listen. For example, look at Thomas Jefferson. He has descendants who look black. He has descendants who look white. Those descendants who look black, if you were to claim that they were a Hebrew Israelite, you cannot claim that because their paternal ancestor is a white man. Thomas Jefferson is white. So you cannot
He's
use
also a
that. Do you?
rapist. Let's not forget that.
Yes. So what?
Well,
I'm
that's the
talking
point you
about
bring it out.
Dante.
Yeah.
That's not the point of contention. Listen. So the percentage of African American people who have paternal DNA that is white, European, you cannot claim to be an Israelite unless you're telling me that white people are Israelites too. So which is it? You understand?
No, she still didn't answer. So ultimately, and I'm only trying to clarify what you're saying because I'm not quite clear, and help me understand. I might not be
I
as
don't know
smart as
how
you
you're
are,
not clear.
but
Don't know how.
okay, one second. So ultimately, what you're saying, I'm just repeating it back. So ultimately, what you're saying is because someone by whatever chance came from, let's say, Thomas
Guys, come on.
Jefferson raped a slave. She
Mm-hmm.
has his blood in her, but yet and still consistently has her generations consistently have black husbands and marry black people. You're ultimately saying that possibly that one fluke in the bloodline totally kicks the fact that you're Israel off the table.
Absolutely, because it's from the paternal line. It is from what you just said is from the paternal line. This is why this claim falls apart, because you have to go back thousands of years and look at all of these fathers. You understand?
Go back. Let me finish my next question because it's going to follow up with the question. So ultimately, what you're saying is paternal and maternal.
Say it again. It's windy.
Somebody just put that in there, yes.
So you're ultimately saying it's paternal and maternal.
Paternal amateur?
Father and mother.
No, I don't. I'm not making any claim at all. I'm asking. You said paternal, and I think that the Bible does overwhelmingly support paternal, even though there are some circumstances where it could be the mother. So since you said paternal, what you're doing is excluding at least 30% of the African American community today because their paternal ancestry is white. Do you get it? Yes or no? Honestly.
Yeah.
Where does the source 30% come from?
You know
I got
we like
that
making up
from
numbers. Stop it.
I got that from the PBS documentary, that guy with the glasses recently. Can't remember
Gates.
his name.
That guy with the glasses, that's your source?
No,
No,
she's
I
talking
can't
about
remember
Gates.
his name,
She's
but
talking about
you
Gates.
can go. That's not the point. The point is there's a large amount of African American people who have European paternal ancestry. So according to you, those people cannot be
Of
Israelites
course.
because
Who
of their
teaches that?
white.
Who Don, which one? Dante or Sister E? Just name
Well,
who teaches what you're saying right here.
Sister E just nailed the coffin right there, because she said
How?
paternal ancestry. Because she said paternal ancestry. Because so now that she did that, she made my point. And my point is, if you have a white ancestor on your daddy's side, if your daddy is mixed with white because there's a white man in his ancestry, you're no longer an Israelite, according to Sister E.
One second. Did not make a point.
You don't understand.
Hold on. That sounds. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to say something, but I take that back. But with that being said, we also know that they did have women of other races. Yes, I will not take that away. But ultimately, when we talk about blood, it comes from the father, right or wrong. The blood comes from the father. The mother is not the driving point of the DNA or the DNA conversation. It's the father.
Yeah. So if your
for her to sit
father.
Hold on, Arno. Sister E, do me a favor. Read that screen. You see the screen?
That is sound logic, or no, if they use the father and the father is a white European, thus so are you. But what? That is so crazy.
effect of what people are saying is because we have a little bit of European blood, we're no longer at Israel. I can't with these folks. I can't.
Look at this.
Somebody
Thank you
pointed
for the
out,
super
though.
chat. What about this one last one, Sister E?
Somebody pointed out, Brother Berean.
Hold on, Dante. Hold on a minute. Sister E. Oh, he said he want to handle this one. Why don't, who is all of this noise? Why don't any black people want to represent their own Ethiopians? Come on, Dante, when you wanted to answer that, I think I'm muted. Go ahead.
I wanted to address something that Arno said. This question, I don't even know. But she said that 30%, right? That would eliminate 30%. It would mean that 70% still weren't. Somebody pointed that out in the chat. So if those 70% that weren't tainted by the white rapist slave owners, if they went and then had kids with one of them, would they become Israelites again, or are they permanently eliminated because they had one white male parent down the line? Would they become Israel again if they, or would their children become Israel again if they mixed with an Israelite man?
That's a good question. And Sister E, that's saying you're moving the goalpost now. Come on, Arno. You heard what Dante said, right?
Let me tell you something. She asked a timeout.
Wait a minute, Sister E. Hold on. Just keep it on Dante. Girl, I'm sorry, Sister E. I had to put you
So
in
if
I wanted to
you
answer
use,
Dante.
yeah. Oh, Jesus, a bike just almost ran me down. Jesus. Okay, sorry.
What all y'all got in the woods there? What woods you in?
You know what, Berean? I think I'm not that far from you because you mentioned somewhere where you live. I think I'm not that far. But anyways,
Go ahead.
What was I going to say? Okay, if you claim paternal ancestry, that means all your ancestry has to go back to a Israelite man. Okay, if you're claiming that African Americans are the Israelites, if your paternal ancestry goes back to a white man, a European man who is truly white, then you're X'd off. You're off the table. Like,
but
does that connect?
But did you hear what he said? But say that again. Maybe Dante.
This is hilarious that this lady just said.
I want Dante point. Dante, maybe you got to say what you said, Dante. Go ahead.
No, yes, they are.
So again,
say it again. Say it again.
Just going off of Arno's number of 30%, right? This random number, whatever. That means 70% were not mixed with white blood. So if one of those 70% had a child with one of those mixed-blooded black people, would their child now be an Israelite, or are they eliminated from being Israelites all because their mother perhaps had a white father?
So if it is on their father, if it's on their father's side, you got to keep the father's side pure Israelite to be an Israelite. So even if you marry somebody, whichever side it's on, the father's side has to be pure Israelite. You understand? Because that's the claim you're making. So following your logic, if you have a European anywhere,
that's not a claim I made. I'm just pointing something out.
You made that claim. You haven't made your claim. That's why I'm asking you.
She asked a loaded question, and I'm getting what she's doing now. She asked a loaded question. She said, based off of what you're saying, what's the driving force of an Israelite? My question, I guess I should have clarified. My point was, in the Bible, let's go back to the Bible, they always use the father as being that point. See, the thing is, Arno's asking loaded questions and she's getting what she's wanting. She's not really clarifying. I said, out of the Bible, who did the Bible use to say the 12 tribes of Israel? That was my point. Did they use
the father? And now I got you.
Correct.
You admitted what I wanted you to admit.
You asked me a question and I answered you.
And I got you.
How you got her? Tell me how you got her. Tell me how you got her, Arno.
Brian, I tried to give her a way out. I tried to get her to say could be maternal. She didn't go there. She stuck with the father. Now, once you've done that, now all the fathers in your ancestry need to be Israelite. Get it? Or you're not an Israelite. Period. Do you get it?
You this foolishness for 1 second. This is why the conversations go left, because you let people who are trying to steer a narrative come in and throw the whole topic off. She asked me a question.
Your narrative.
Please, Berean, can you mute her?
Yeah. Let me. She in the woods anyway. She in the woods.
This is why I said I'm not entertaining these people.
Coming bringing. So you think who in? Tell me who in here. This like a measure room. Tell me who in here think Arno come with a spirit of deception. No, wait. But is that, and who in here thinks R&O comes with a spirit of deception? If not, is she coming with truth? And Sister E don't want to accept the truth that she just got cut. Because people didn't use the word cut, but people say she just said, "Oh, I got you now," like she backed you in the corner with that.
She gave me some, and I answered her question. She said, "What does it mean to be an Israelite?" If as far as what I got was who makes you Israel? Is it the father or the mother? I went back to the Bible and said, majority of them, what was it? The father. When they talked about the 12 tribes, they talked about the father. Now, do you want to throw in the fact that they have had Hamitic women? Yes. Do you want to throw in that there were other people that were involved in the bloodline? Yes. But we're going back to the original statement. It was the father. Now, because that one little thing came up in my DNA where I'm European, does that make me European or does that still make me African? That's the question.
It makes you a mixture of both. And like I said, if you're going, please, your claim is that African American people are the Israelites, correct? So if you make that claim, but on your paternal side, and I don't know what your paternal side is, but whoever, if the paternal side goes back to a European, then you are no longer your definition of an Israelite.
So that means
you get it.
Stop 1 second, Arno, because you're building something that does not make sense. Now, let's go back. Israelite off the question.
Don't say nothing now, Arno. Let her talk now. You just said, matter of fact, I just say
bloodlines, right? Let's take Israel off the table. In my DNA, I got what? 85-90% African. And I got like 10% European. Does that not make me African?
I'm gonna bring you back in, Arno. You heard she asked you a question. Say it again.
She answer with yes or no. Don't come here with no foolishness. Yes or no. Does that not make me African because I have 90%? I have 10%.
Y'all invented the one drop rule.
No, not at all. And that's not the question of whether you're African. The question is whether you're an Israelite and how you determine that. And you determine it by being an African American, I guess, by being an African American person. But if that European blood is from a white man on your daddy's side, you're no longer a Israelite according to you. Do you get it? Yes or no? Like, this is ABC 1, 2, 3.
Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. I'm very well educated.
That's what they do, Sister E. That's the narrative they run with. We're stupid. We're uneducated. We don't know what we're talking about. We need their help.
Oh, Dante, you mislead people. That's why you won't answer my question.
I'm not misleading anybody. I'm just not answering your question.
You don't want to answer because you want to grasp it.
I don't want to answer because I don't want to answer you.
No,
there's no other reason. I just don't think you deserve an answer.
You don't want to answer her because she white?
I
don't want to answer her because I don't have to answer her. You notice she still ain't answered my question about lying on me that I asked forever ago, right? But she wants to answer her question.
I didn't lie because you said
you did lie. I showed we played the footage and we read the comments. You lied.
You showed your footage.
No, I actually showed the footage of the two clowns that were talking, and we played their words, and we read my exact words from the comment, and their words did not match my words. We already went through that.
Show the whole thing.
What whole thing? Show us where. I don't know. What's your real problem? Show us what the real problem is. So where's the deception coming in? Where is the double talk coming in? Where is the devil worship coming in? Where's the skin? Show us exactly. You got the floor. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let them go in the back so they can't butt in. You tell us right now. Tell us right now.
Okay. Well, number one, first and foremost, again, if you're in the covenant of Christ, there is no significance to being of Israel. None. Zero. Second.
Go ahead.
Second, though, the lack of understanding of tracing the paternal line is very confusing to me. Because if you're going to state, and this goes for anybody, even people in Israel today, like anybody, you're making a claim that you're an Israelite by your paternal DNA. How? Especially if it goes back to a white man. And if you don't believe that Israelites are white, but your paternal side anywhere 10 generations back goes to a white man, now that link is cut off. You're not an Israelite according to your own definition. Not my definition, yours. Like, is that sinking in or no?
So you're arguing nobody's an Israelite because race, nature knows no color line. People been racist.
No. People are
nobody's
Israelites.
What's important to you is whoever is in Christ.
people are Israelites, but there's no
Who? The people in the,
theological.
who is an Israelite to you that's you recognize? Let me say it in Jerry Steinfeld, Dr. Judge Judy, the judge. Who's an Israelite to you? Name 4 Israelites on the planet alive now, or matter of fact, now that's alive now. Name 4 Israelites. You believe Jesus was Israelite, right?
I don't think any human being can say definitively if they are an Israelite. I will say if you take certain theological perspectives, you could say the people in the land, whoever that is, but I don't necessarily take those perspectives. So I will say nobody knows. It's impossible to say. We are not able to trace. Get out of the way, guys. Move.
She danced around that one.
It's impossible to trace our paternal DNA back that far.
She danced
No
around
one
that
is
one.
Israelite.
She done. She cooked. She cooked.
Let me
Nobody's
tell you
Israelite now. Ain't nobody. But listen, instead of if you any of you black folk, if you black folk claiming Israel, ain't nobody on the whole planet Israelite. We gonna get rid of all of them. Throw all of them in the garbage. Ain't nobody on this planet walking on this planet that descended from Jesus. Nobody walking the planet. They give y'all that Merovingian. They told y'all that broad went with Jeremiah and them, and it was Israelites up there in Britain. And the seed went over there and all of that stuff. And Jesus was married to what's this other broad? And Jesus was married to Mary, and they had a seed, and the seed is over there in Europe. But now nobody at all is descended from Peter. Not nobody. The Bible is a myth then. The Bible is a myth, lies, and stupidness. Come on.
I'm so done right now because let me go back. Arno asked a simple question which was loaded, and we already know it. And I stepped in that one, so I should have asked for clarification. But ultimately, the question was I thought it was based off the Bible. What made a person an Israelite? Far as their bloodline, it spoke of the father's bloodline. Then she started saying, well, if you got a little bit of European blood in you, that means you're not Israel anymore. So that means that if I have a little bit of European blood in me, that means I'm no longer African as well. That doesn't make sense. That's my point. We bring in questions that doesn't make sense. It's just like saying 1 + 1 can be 4. No, 1 + 1 is 2. It doesn't make sense.
This is
now,
the
Brother
sadness.
Berean.
Like this is the level of man.
Brother Berean.
What is it? No, hold on, Dante. Hold on. Tell me this is the level of the. It's what's the word I'm looking for? This is the cognitive dissonance. This is the this is the reading comprehension. This is tell us what this is. What you think? Which one? I think so too.
So determining whether someone is quote unquote African is not the same as determining if someone is an Israelite. Because what you're doing is, Sister E, what you stated is that to determine if someone is an Israelite, you need to go by your paternal lineage. If your paternal lineage goes back to a Moabite, you're no longer an Israelite. Do you understand? Seriously.
First and foremost, you're not gonna talk to me like I'm stupid. Chick, my whole level of education is way past yours. So don't do me. Now, let's go back into the original conversation. So if someone who is African and have African blood, it doesn't matter if it's a mother father, but if they have 80% African in them, they're African. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, but that's not how you determine what an Israelite is.
Yes, it is. You're looking at the bloodline. You're looking at the blood.
Exactly.
Yes, we know. One question. Stop for 1 second and stop talking for a second and hear what I'm saying. Stop trying to dominate the conversation because you want it to be your. Let's stop that. Let's stop and let's look at the information. So the fact that I am working with the Limba tribe right now, that doesn't have any relevance to figure out who I am because I show that I'm connected to the Limba tribe.
Okay, so can I answer you?
No, she ain't finished talking. She ain't finished talking.
Okay, sorry.
Black power.
Thank you.
No.
Sister E, you better make it good because they saying you brought this on yourself.
I really don't care because at the end of the day, can't nobody tell me who I am because I'm actually doing the research.
She said because you said the father. If you would have said the father and the mother, she's saying because you said the father.
The father is the bloodline. But the father is the bloodline. But what she's ultimately saying that if you have a hint of European blood, because we know that you're out of the equation. That's what she's saying.
That's right. She said not just you. She said Dante. Gia said Dante moving the how? She said Dante moving the Dante moving the goalpost too.
I'm just sharing information. I've never put no goalposts up to move. In fact, the one goalpost
Okay,
that
do
I
you
did
think
move.
you? I'm sorry.
Hold
Hold
on,
on.
I
Do
did
you
move
think?
one goalpost, and I admitted to that. Last year, I told Faithful he had to get 200 people in the live if he wanted to talk to me. He couldn't do it.
Okay.
So this year, I moved the goalpost down to 150, and he still couldn't do it. But I did move that goalpost.
But no, Dante, you don't think that you're putting out too much information at one time in a short period of time? You don't think you
No,
force
I've
any of this?
always
You
shared the
benefit from
information.
all of this?
Regardless of where the information leads, I've always put out the information. That's their problem, is they don't want people to even see the information. They want to say, oh, well, don't put it out because it doesn't support this. They just don't want people to see it. But no, I'm putting out all the information. And the fact is, there's so much information saying that these people are black. Like, I got another source right now that breaks down some stuff from the 1600s. And we're going to go through that. And as always, I'm going to share the link and people can go through it and read it and check it for themselves. The thing that the other side isn't doing, they aren't giving people the links where they can go read for themselves. And this thing talks about that there was a plot by Europeans to change the skin color of Jews. And it gets into a document from the 600s to 1000 AD. And so I'm gonna put that out
already. Oh, you didn't yet? Okay.
No, that's coming up. That's coming up, and some other stuff I got coming out. But like I said, I've always just put out the information. There's no agenda behind it. I just share the information. Sometimes it pans out, sometimes it don't. Now, the notion that you can debunk somebody who's just sharing all the information, better or worse, is absolutely ridiculous. And so they're coming with
saying you don't want to answer R and O because you smart. You know she got you hemmed up if you answer her with that question. That's why you don't want to answer.
I haven't answered Cherry. I haven't answered Abu. I haven't answered Faith. I'm definitely not going to answer R. No, she's a nobody to me.
You said you would answer Cherry.
Again, I'm not answering Cherry. Cherry asked me before, and I'm not answering her either because she's asking on behalf of them. So I'm not answering her question, and I don't have to. So I'm not going to.
All right, Gia.
All right. Well, so this is just like baffling to me.
Why?
Again, because Berean, sir, please, I know you see this. If you're claiming paternal ancestry and your paternal ancestry goes to a white man, Brother Berean, I know you see this. That means that person is no longer fitting their definition of an Israelite.
That's not true. That's not true because the Bible gives you 3 to 10 generations that they come back in.
Where is that?
It's in the Bible. After 10 generations, you back in. So you're not being fair. And Sister E said this. She said normally it goes by the father. And she did mention exceptions. Yes, no, listen. Stop with that white privilege stuff. Stop that. Stop it.
Oh Lord.
So anyway, listen. Sister E already said, may I speak, please? May I speak, please? Sister E said the normative is by the Father, but Sister E also did mention exceptions. That's what you was trying to get to when you was trying to bring up Shushan in the Chronicles. And we already know that Jesus is an exception because Jesus had no earthly father. All of us on here believes in the virgin birth. So we know that Jesus was an Israelite and a descendant of David through his mother. So you was just trying to do a I got you trick question. And I've been knowing the apologists for a while, Berean. The problem that they have with Dante and other Israelites, whether modern or what they consider modern camp, they have a problem with black people identifying as Israelites. Now, they're trying to make it seem like Dante, we are crazy. But if you look at our DNA, we have hybrid DNA. Our ancestry goes around the world. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, we do have European ancestry. We do have Native American ancestry. We do have sub-Saharan ancestry, but we also have Middle Eastern ancestry. Now, if y'all say y'all believe in that book and the Bible said that the Israelites would be scattered all over the world, and it said that Ephraim would mix with the nations, then what's the problem? If you saying it's about doctrine, keep it on doctrine. Why you keep talking about prove you an Israelite or you can't be an Israelite because you are African American? They're going by phenotypes.
I never said that.
Now wait, hold on. Oh no, you see what he's saying? The same thing Sister E is saying about keeping the history. I don't know. Some people disagreed with that, but you could kind of see why she's saying keep doctrine separate from history. You do believe in DNA, right, RNO?
Yes, I believe in DNA, but that's not the point. First of all, I don't know who's talking to me, but what is your definition of what makes a person an Israelite? What is your succinct definition of what makes someone an Israelite? Please
Are you
explain.
asking me?
Yes, you.
Okay, so if we look at the Bible, right? Caleb was not a physical descendant. Caleb was a Kenizzite, which was a Canaanite. So, and he was that, and he was down with the Israelites before the covenant came. Okay, so you can be father, mother. Some people intermarried into it. Some people converted. Now, those Ashkenazi Jews, they'll tell you, majority of them will tell you that they're converts and that they're not the descendants of Jacob. They'll tell you that they're Jews based off the religion. Now, there are
so what's wrong with that? What's wrong with a proselyte? What's wrong with a convert?
No. It's nothing wrong with that. See, this is what I'm saying. I don't get pushback from Ashkenazi Jews. I've met an Ashkenazi Jew. He said, "Hey, are you an Israelite?" Yes. How are you an Israelite? I told him. He's willing to go in the Bible or whatever. He says, "No need." He said, "No need." The only people
why so many people are
it's the black folks who's listen, it's the black folks who got a problem. You see, Korean? It's the black folks who's having a problem. I can show my DNA. Then they'll lie and say you're looking at Jed match wrong. You understand what I'm saying? If I got an Irish cousin, and if I say that I have Irish descent, there won't be no problem. But if I go show you my Israelite cousin in Iraq, who's an Iraqi Jew, then they're gonna try to say, "Oh no, you're looking at this wrong." You understand what I'm saying? So they have the problem. Certain people in the UA who are black have a problem.
Because they just don't want nobody. They just don't want nobody Israel.
Nobody African American. Nobody African. They don't want nobody African American who live here in the United States who used to be a part of Christianity. They don't want them claiming that they have Israelite descent.
That could be a little problem because there could be numbers switching over or people's positions switching over. But listen to this. But at the same time, so there's when we start dealing with who's a convert, nobody should be telling. In that case, nobody should be telling, including y'all black folk that's claiming Israel. Nobody should be telling nobody else who Israel. Who's an Israelite in that case?
But the Ashkenazis will tell you that they're converts. See, this is the thing. Hold up.
No, I know Ashkenazi will say that they're converts, and that's why they're the main ones saying skin color has nothing to do with nothing. That's one of the reasons they're the main ones saying that. Of course, there are some that believe that they've converted, and there's some that's like, listen, we've been around a long time. But RNO, for what I just said, from what Yehukanan just said, what's the problem then?
Okay, so follow me. First off, the conversation I had with Sister E, she told me she goes by paternal DNA. So my point was, if you do that, anyone whose paternal DNA stops at a non-Israelite, they're X'd off the table. Now, Yehukanan is saying converts can be Israelites. And I say, I agree with you, because in the Old Testament, when you look at Exodus, Esther, Ezekiel, etc., converts become and intermarry and send their bloodline into Israel. So I agree. So anybody who's out here trying to claim skin color to Israel is no longer biblical. Get it?
So I know arguing the skin color
makes not true neither though, because hold up, what about the dude who caught leprosy? What do you know about E1B1B? Do you know about the E1B1B haplogroup, RNO?
According to you, anyone of any
No, I'm asking you, do you know about the E1B1B haplogroup? If you don't know about it, just say I don't know.
I don't know, and nor do I care.
Okay, so you don't know. So hold on, listen, stop.
She's trying to explain something. Let her finish, because a convert what?
Because a convert biblically, like you just admitted, is a full Israelite. And not only is that convert an Israelite, but when you look at the Bible, the bloodline is now in Israel. Moabite blood, Canaanite blood, Hamite blood. It's all mixed. So there is no such thing as nailing down this mysterious DNA. It's a mix. What is an issue? Why is this not going into the brain? Help me,
so the whole DNA thing is a farce, you're saying?
You can look at it and say, okay, my DNA connects to this group of people from this time who were Jews or whatnot. But it's a mixed DNA, just like the Egyptians. They were a mixed DNA.
So if
What
their
is
DNA is mixed, then what's the problem then? If they can show
It's
that they
no
have
problem.
ancestry
That's
to
what
the
I'm
middle,
trying to
but
get.
then why y'all beefing then? Y'all the ones who's beefing. Come on now, Berea.
Let,
Who's the ones who's been making a big fuss?
I don't know.
It
I
has not
asked
been us.
earlier. Hold on. I asked earlier. I said, well, I couldn't even remember. I said, who? I can't remember what side. Cause I do videos. I'm talking to people. I'm working. I'm doing 1,000 things. I couldn't even really remember who brought up DNA in the beginning. That's when Sister E jumped on.
Friend,
And said, I think she said, if I'm correct, they was pressing. Well, that's what it is, Sister. Terry and them was pressing. Somebody was pressing, and then Sister E got her DNA. Then she did it on a Sunday seminary that we had recorded. Is that right, Sister E? I don't want to be.
Hey, can we get a boo in here? Because a boo is in the audience in the chat.
I know. Okay, let me hear them.
Can I please address? Let me just address.
Hold on, I'm letting you. Come on, hold on. I'm putting all right. Everybody out. Let everybody put everybody out. Let me get out the room myself. Let the Israelites done took over the world.
The loaded question. Get back in here, Berea. Stop it.
All right, I'm back now. You Israelites gonna share the Bible with us now. Come on.
Okay, so I'm addressing what she asked me. She said, "Does it?"
She did that to her crazy self. Look at God. She did that to where she at. Hold on, let me see. I don't even see her in here. Oh, she said she was in the phone. I don't know where she done went. She done went.
Brother Berea.
Yeah.
Now, I'm talking about boo.
Do you Dante, you remember who brought up the whole DNA thing in the beginning to make it when we started beefing about that?
I wasn't even if y'all remember, I wasn't even involved in the beginning. I didn't get involved in this till Vocab started blowing shots at me for literally no reason. I hadn't said anything to any urban apologists, wasn't aware of their existence, anything like that. That's how I got involved. So I don't know who started what on that end. I just know my name was brought up by Vocab specifically, and then it turned into everybody else. But I want to point out something on Abu's channel, I believe it was. Abu posted various clips of him talking about me being E1B1B.
Oh yes. And Orthodox More, something like that. They just dropped something.
Yeah, they did something together, but Abu just dropped a compilation video on his page talking about what he said about me multiple times. And I posted a response last night saying that, Faithful and them are out here saying that we're twisting information. We're not reading sources. Mm-hmm. So how is it that if we're twisting information and we're mishandling sources, how is it that it even led any of us to the possibility that we're actually Israelites in the first place? Because if all the information is wrong, we shouldn't have accidentally ended up at our DNA possibly being Israelite at all. We should have ended up somewhere completely different. We should have been debunked by now. And yet the evidence keeps getting stronger, which is why I said bring on the book.
They said y'all were debunked because you was reading the whole, wasn't you reading the whole limbo? They said you ain't even E1B1 or something. I gotta get up.
Wait, hold on. Abu's been out here. Abu's been on multiple shows, including yours, saying that I have a very good chance of being descended paternally from Jacob. Abu's been saying that.
Around. Okay.
So how is it if we're misconstruing the sources, we've accidentally ended up to the point where I pull my DNA and now I accidentally arrived at potential paternal lineage from Jacob? It doesn't make sense.
Okay, come on, so you cut the microphone. Let me see some of these folk out of church right now.
Okay.
Let me
go
ahead, Steve. Nobody say nothing. Steve, you got the.
I must got kicked off. Excuse me, y'all. But back to my original point. I know it's got to do probably with my phone because I'm in my car. I'm not on my laptop. But with that being said, she asked me a question. The question was, what makes an Israelite an Israelite? I went to the Bible. When the Most High when they spoke of the Israelites, they spoke of the men. They did not speak of Dinah, because Dinah was a sister. They spoke of the men. So the deciding factor is the boys. They talk about the boys. Now they did mix. Yukon brought up a great point. After 10 generations, it does go back to the original state. We know that there is mixing. We know that they mix with the Moabites. We know they mix with the Hamites. But ultimately, what I was saying was based on the Bible. It's the father's lineage that's important. Now, Arno said that she got me because now it's all of a sudden it's the women. Because if you have a European father, you're low. How do you know I have a European father? That's the question.
I didn't say you did.
Hypothetically, I think.
So if somebody does have a European father, no, if you want to look at it from that standpoint, no, if they lineage what is now a European father, definitely. But when you go deeper into the generation, you say shake that tree 10 generations down or 5 generations down, I might have a white father. But does that make me not African?
That's my question.
Ma'am, the African is not the question. You're claiming
We're talking
Israel.
about blood. Israel was already.
You
But
said,
listen.
ma'am, you said Israel, okay? And if
Israel
you're
can be African.
listen, ma'am, you're saying Israel. You're conflating two different things, okay? To trace your paternal line to Israel. If that line goes to a non-Israelite on your daddy's side, you're no longer an Israelite. I know you understand that.
One question. So she's separating Israel from Africa. So
No,
even though I
ma'am.
have African,
No,
so
ma'am.
One question. So can an African of African descent, let's say that the bloodline is the 80% African, ties to Africans that have Israelite blood, which is the same, because we're talking about possibly the same people.
What is African blood, ma'am? What the heck is African blood?
I'm talking about the African DNA. Oh God, this girl right here is withering.
You're
my
talking
nerves.
about
so
tying to
going
Israelites.
Going back. So are you saying that the Israelite blood is different from the African blood?
We need to narrow down what Israelite blood even means.
So what? Define to me. Wait a minute. Big question. Define Israelite. What would you consider Israelite blood to be?
Yeah, that's a good question right there, Tara.
There is absolutely zero way of knowing who has paternal lineage back up to Jacob. There's no way of knowing. Again, let me tell you this. If you take certain theological perspectives, you can tie who an Israelite is based on who is in the land. Okay, and you can look at.
Were they doing DNA before the land? 1948. When Crick and them discovered that DNA, what was DNA discovered?
Also, can I just say one thing? Also, like when looking at DNA, you can trace it back to certain groups of people who were like saying that they are Israel. So you can do that too. But then you have to look at those groups and you have to say, okay, how do we know that they are Israel? How the heck does anybody know?
So quick question. So are you saying that Israel is Israel because they're in the land? I'm confused too, but I'm trying to get clarification. So are you saying that Israelite is not a blood thing right now? It's more of a land thing. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying if you're going to make a claim, then the only way to really do that would be if you take a certain theological stance, which would be who is in the land. Otherwise,
you can't mix theological and DNA right now because we're talking about DNA. So my question is, are you ultimately saying that the people in the land now have a closer lineage to the Israelites than us over here?
I have no clue because there are people scattered and there's no way that anyone we cannot figure out who is related to Jacob on their father's side. And this is what I'm saying.
You're all over the place.
No, please. So if the claim is that African American people that came over on the ships, if the claim is that those are the Israelites, if you go back and their paternal ancestry goes to a white man, then that person is no longer fits your definition of an Israelite. I know you understand me. I know you do.
Okay, all right, hold on. Hold on, Sister E, because Sister E, that ain't. But what you said about Dante, that ain't. She got me lost. It's hard to get me lost, but she done lost me too now. We go with groups when we're dealing with the haplogroup. These people are. We're going groups of people from the Levant and tracing migrations. Not saying that nobody got the DNA of Jacob. Abu, come to the microphone. I think that's. I sent him the link out there. You can hear me, right?
She confusing me. She mixing DNA and theology. I'm so confused by her question.
You did say that you wanted to separate. No, she's using signs and wonders. That's Deuteronomy 28. I don't know what these folk got going on, but no, Sister E, you wanted to separate DNA for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
From the doctrine, you wanted to separate the doctrine. You wanted to separate DNA and the doctrine for a reason. Is this partially it? This is why you say, well, if we're talking DNA, let's talk DNA. Let's talk people results. Let's talk what this JED match means. Let's talk all of that. Huh?
Correct. I'm getting
all right,
to that.
All right.
But
All right, go ahead.
So what Arno conveniently did was say, I got a question that's going to catch you. So is it mother or father? I said it's based on father when it comes to the Bible. Oh, that means you're out because you have European blood. What? That doesn't make sense. You asked me based off of the Bible. That's what it means.
Now, when we start talking about DNA, that's a whole nother conversation. But we're talking about what it's based off. Is it paternal or maternal? Now, I might be wrong. It might be mixed. I don't have a problem with that. But it's not an aha moment. It's a moment of asking for clarification of what you
It's a
meant.
moment. I
I'm
gotta ride with you on that.
confused.
I
You
could ride with you on that
confused.
right there.
But then
I
she
ride with you on
turned
that
around and
right there.
said, listen, and then she turned around and said, you can't tell who they are. You got to trace it to the land. Huh? Now you said that the people that are over there now are literally possibly the people, because we got to look at it from a land perspective. When the Bible says we're going to be scattered, I'm confused. I'm so confused right
I'm a
now,
little bit.
Jesus.
I'm a little bit. And but
A
Sister
little
E,
bit, a
one more
lot of
time.
confused.
One more time, Sister E. Who brought up the DNA thing?
I did.
All right, all right. Abu, what you mean? What you jumped on Orthodox more? You said a few things, and I think you said you posted something on your Facebook about Dante. What are you saying with Dante's DNA? Is he's closer than what? Tell me what you're saying word for word so I can understand this.
First off, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me well enough?
Yeah, you sound all right. Don't start talking crazy.
No, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no, what happened with Dante, I'm not sure if he's still on the show, but as you say, a shout out to Dante. I'm sorry, say it again.
You go ahead, he can hear you.
Okay, so what happened was we were discussing haplogroups, right? We were discussing paternal haplogroups, and we got into a discussion about what might be the paternal haplogroup of Jacob, right? Of the biblical Jacob. Because now, for some people, maybe that doesn't matter, but obviously many people put emphasis on paternal lineage. And for those who feel that the definition of Israelite relates to their paternal line, Jacob's haplogroup becomes an interesting subject. And it was within the context of that discussion that I mentioned that I had heard, and later on I saw a video in which he does show it, that Dante's haplogroup falls within the sphere of E1B1B. And I was saying to Moore, and Moore agreed with me, that seems to raise the probability that he descends paternally from Jacob. It doesn't prove it, but it seems he has a good, the probability is good. And that was all I said. And then, I don't know, there seemed to be some sort of a misunderstanding because now in subsequent discussions, he seemed to make clear that he wasn't offended by it, but I got the impression initially when we were on your show together back on Thursday that he was offended by it. I'm still not entirely certain, but
I'll clarify for you. I wasn't offended by it. The fact is, I don't agree with your position. Not about me, but you say you aren't concerned about who the people are and any of that stuff, and yet you're constantly discussing DNA. My original problem, besides you choosing to associate with the type of people you associate with, my original problem with you was saying that there's no discernible language on the pews. And yet your focus seemed to be debunking the Hebrew, but not the Arab, because Arab is a language. And so the church is now saying Arab when they didn't before. But not only that, there are tour guides out there, like actual businesses that provide tours in the local area. And those tour guides are saying it's cursive Hebrew as well. So why not go after everybody? Why not try to debunk the people that say it's Arabic if your position is no discernible language at all? And you're supposed to be fair across the board. So if you are the fair person that you're claiming you are, go at everybody, including the people saying it's Arab, not just the people saying it's Hebrew. I haven't gotten to the pews discussion personally, other than that source I gave to Pastor Kelly. But go after everybody equally. There's either no discernible language on the pews or there is a discernible language on the pews. You can't just be one-sided and say, well, I'm only going to go after the Hebrew and leave the Arab alone. And that was my original problem with you.
And then it turns into DNA. Then I think, then you said something to the fact that he was concerned with the pews. Then how does DNA cuts? And please forgive me, y'all. Please don't unsubscribe. I want to do God's will. I want us all to be friends. Please don't cuss me out right now. Listen, Miss Lady, please don't come on here cussing people out, bad talking people. We know you got a lot of videos out and you've been talking. We want to know about this DNA thing. Sister E willingly confessed she brought it up. Now with Boo's having discussions of Boo's on with Orthodox more. Salam never came with the slides. I don't care. People could get offended. Shout out. This ain't no disrespect, but she never came with the slides. And 93 and different people, shout out to him, started talking DNA and the stuff. Sister E saying we should separate the history right now when we're dealing with biblical doctrine. If they want to use the word of Trinity, if they don't want to use the word Trinity, Dante, Sister E, all of these folk been coming on here, they believe the Son is eternal. You know, now, RNO, we don't need you coming here talking about what Mr. Black Tastic, modalistic, and going to church. Sister Cherry, this DNA thing never was worked out. People talk about DNA. You was around here from the beginning on this. Do you have anything before you even start? Do you have anything you would like to say to the good people?
First, peace and blessings to everybody. I'm just getting out of church, so I was just trying to find out the context of the discussion.
You just get out of church. You done made 10 comments before you jumped on it. You done make 10 good comments. Now you're just getting out of church. You feel a spirit on you?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you now, let me lead you like the pastors them used to lead me. If you feel a spirit on you right now and you're feeling real good, you just came out of church. Do you feel like saying anything to anybody? If I have offended a brother or sister, hey, shots fired. I don't want to start a conversation. I'm just saying.
Well, if the truth is offensive, I can't take that back. So, from what I'm getting from what I did hear of the conversation, and I did try to backtrack a little bit, and I got to the part where RNO and Sister E was having an exchange, and I did hear the question that that was asked to Dante. I'm not sure why it won't be answered, but okay, that's his choice not to answer. And I believe that Sister E did her best to answer it as much as she could. However, it was a part that I do take issue that what Sister E said, and I get where RNO is coming from. If we're going to go with the logic that is just through the Father, then we have a problem. And I can go back to ground zero. Remember, we talked about ground zero, Brother Bahrain, that stuck in my head. So the ground zero is the Bible. And I don't know if you'll allow me to screen share, or I can just
if we did them. I thought you just getting out of church. You can screen share already.
I just got walked in the house, and I kind of wind down. I still got half of my stuff on. But
the doctrine, DNA and history.
Yeah,
Kevin G was on the DNA and history. That should go along lines with doctrine. Sister Eason, maybe when we're dealing with the subject, we could put the Bible, we could put doctrine down. Some people disagree, but we could put doctrine down for a minute and deal with DNA. Do y'all think you spoke on DNA? You think that thing was handled right? I said you're going to get Salam to get the videos, Cherry, make that happen. I remember saying that to you.
I tried, and I remember Sister Salam saying that she had some family issues or whatever.
To me, but it never came up. Then y'all turned around and act like the whole thing was already Go ahead.
Actually, no, not at all. I mean, if the sister said that she had a family issue, because I'm not in her state or her city, so I can't say if she's not telling the truth or if that's what she said. I would like to see the slides myself. I didn't even know she was supposed to give a presentation until you told me. And I brought it up to her. But then I guess that's when she was in the heat of her family issue. So
your thing is
and I stated that before. But my thing is the biblical text. Now, the reason why the biblical text keeps coming up in regards to the DNA conversation is because the claim that's being drug on the Bible or being put on the Bible, saying that the biblical text is what told them this, or that's where they got it from, right? So that's why the Bible keeps coming up. Now, to Sister E, if we're going to ride with that logic of what you're saying, then you're going to run into a problem. And I'm going to tell you why. May I ask you, was Timothy an Israelite? Just yes or no?
Timothy was a part of the apostles. I don't go by that. What we're talking about, let's go back, because now you're getting ready to go into a loaded question.
No, I'm just asking yes or
no. Stop, Chair. So what I said was this. Is it based off of the men or the women? That's what her question was. Did she ask me that? Yes or no, Chair?
Yes,
so what did I say based on one question? So when she said that, I said based off of the Bible, did the 12 tribes include the sister or the brothers? I asked that question, correct? Correct?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did ask that question.
So the question now, didn't I say? She said it was based off I said it was based off the brothers, correct?
Yes, you said the father.
The brother,
said
yes,
the father.
the father,
Yes, you did.
because when they talked about the 12 tribes, they did not have Judah and they have Dinah. So ultimately, it was based off of the brothers, not the sisters. That's what I said, right or
Okay.
wrong. So
That's what you
why
said. That's
why
what
so
I caught
why
that
are we
part.
here? Because I explained it from the biblical text. What clarified the Israelite camp? Who got the inheritance? Was it Dinah or was it Judah? No, it was Judah. That was my point. Now we start
Okay.
going into the thing of, oh, they can be mixed multitudes. We already know that the Moabites, because if you remember, as the Moabites was a part, the Hamitic people were a part. But I'm talking about from the biblical text. Is it the mother that is considered to be, okay, this is the bloodline, or the brother? I said the brother.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking the question regarding Timothy. Was Timothy an Israelite or a Gentile?
Because his mother was Greek. He was a part of Israel.
Okay, so
I didn't take, but I don't take that away. Listen to what I'm saying.
I know
I don't
I
take
heard
an
what you
Israel.
said.
Hold
That's
on,
why
Sister Cherry. Hold on, Sister Cherry.
you're telling me to
I'm
hold
not
on.
saying
I'm just trying to respond. I'm just trying to
Listen.
simply
No.
respond.
We're good. I don't. The thing is, I'm talking about inheritance, the brother. So I have a question. So does my DNA or my blood, is it based off of my father or my mother?
Well, can we get to that part? That's why I asked about
So now I ask
Timothy.
you a question. No, listen. Answer my question.
Can we
Is
get
the
back to
blood when we
Timothy?
talk about?
Can we?
Listen,
That's
we get
fine.
back to Timothy, but
I will
we get back to
definitely answer
Timothy.
that question.
Okay.
I would
Okay.
definitely
So
answer
is it the
that
blood?
question.
So is the blood
Uh,
based off of the mother or the father?
And that's why I'm asking the question about Timothy. So I'm at ground zero right now. If Bahrain will allow me to screen share, that would be great.
I don't see nothing on it to share.
Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, I gotta click the button. Okay, see, screen share. All
Nope.
right. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. All right. Okay, here. All right. All right.
What
Am I screen
tango?
sharing?
What crazy Christian tango asking in here right here?
Am I screen sharing?
There you are.
Okay. Because I don't. Okay, I know it's a few seconds delay. All right. Let's see. All right. So let's look at Acts chapter 16, verse
Wait a
1.
minute before you read. Look what Matt.
Come on, Bahrain. Come on, let it go. Let's let it flow. Let's let the
Wait a minute. No, my Elder Mike got something in here. I think this is good. This is good to come out. Hold on a minute. We ain't gonna start no howling, right? We ain't gonna start no
I
carrying
ain't
on, right?
hollering. I'm just saying,
Most
let's let the
current
scripture
Jews
talk.
believe. No, this Elder Mike. This is one of the resident. This is one of the resident theologians. He is the resident theologian. Most current Jews believe that the Jewish line is what?
Maternal.
You see that?
Okay.
You see that? All right. I'm just putting this out there. Go ahead. All right. Go ahead.
Let's go find out why. So here we are in Acts chapter 16, verse 1. I'm going to work this backwards real quick. Paul went first to Debris and then to Lystra, where there was a young disciple named Timothy. His mother was a Jewish believer, but his father was a Greek. Now, hold on. If we're gonna roll with the logic of that, and I've heard plenty of Hebrew Israelites say, yeah, Timothy was an Israelite. Timothy was an Israelite. And here's the thing, they are correct, but it's not because of Timothy's father, it's because of Timothy's mother.
So now you're reshaping the question now, because let me go back over that. Did
Yeah.
I say that Timothy was not included?
You didn't want to
Did I
answer
say
the question.
that?
You didn't want.
No. Question. Did I say Timothy was not included?
I asked you simply, was Timothy a Greek or
I
an
asked,
Israelite? You didn't want to answer the question
see,
because you know I was going to
by blood is, I have a question based off DNA. By blood, is he a Greek or an Israelite? By blood.
He's an Israelite.
No, by
Timothy's an
so he has
Israelite.
his mother. I'm talking about blood. We're not talking about biblical far as him being a part of the
This is
community.
his mama and
He
daddy.
was
That's
definitely,
blood.
listen. My question though, where does the blood come from? The mother, the father, mother,
Right
father.
here,
Where does the blood come from?
Timothy is an Israelite, is
I'm
coming
fine
from
with
his
it.
mama,
I'm fine with
not
that.
his daddy. But if Timothy is a Gentile, then
It's
that's
because of
coming
the
from his
culture.
daddy.
That's
Come
culture.
on, deal
Question.
with
Go
Acts
back to DNA
16:1.
again. DNA question. Take that out.
Acts 16:1,
Blood
sister.
wise, whose blood
Acts
does Timothy
16:1.
have running? Listen.
Hold on.
Question.
Let us talk
DNA
for a second.
question.
Let us
Not
talk.
a biblical question, Cherry. Stop messing it up. Question. DNA wise, Whose blood do you have running through your veins? Your father or your
My mama
mother?
and my daddy, both.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
I
You
got
don't
my
got
mama
no
and my
damn
daddy.
blood. You a lie.
Hold on,
DNA
Cherry.
comes
Hold on. Let
from
us say,
blood.
especially in light of what Mike
Your
Holloway just posted.
bloodline is based off your father.
Who
This ain't
hollering?
no
Who
foolishness.
hollering?
She's
Who
foolish. Now
hollering?
she's saying it's the mother.
No, I said who hollering?
Any typical scientist would say she lost her mind. The
All
blood
right, wait
comes
a minute.
from the father. Don't play the game. Timothy was a
All
part
right,
of the
wait.
community because his mother was Jewish. I never excommunicated anybody as being an
Okay.
Israelite. I
Okay,
simply
hold
asked
on.
the question, what does DNA come from? The blood from your father? Quick question. Is DNA based off of your blood that's running through your veins? Is it your mother's blood or your father's blood?
All right, and hold on, give me a second. Everybody, did y'all hear? Do you see? You see the somebody said bring it down. All right, so y'all see now. You see what Cherry said. You see what Mike you see what Mike Holloway just posted. You see what Mike Holloway just posted. You heard what Sister Cherry said, and you heard what Sister E said. Sister E, ask the question again. I want you to ask it to the whole room, and then I'm gonna bring Sister Cherry.
Okay.
Ask the.
I'm gonna calm down.
Please, yes.
I'm gonna calm down. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. You know, I get excited.
Yes, it's the
So
whole question.
based off of what I've learned in science class, I need to go back to my science teacher and tell him he was wrong. Usually, I would say in far as in the science world, the blood that runs through your veins is your father's blood. You can have genetic ties to your mother, but technically your blood is your father's blood. That's the bloodline. That's why it was so important to have sons, because sons
So what
kept the
about the
bloodline
mitochondria?
alive.
So this is what I'm talking about. When you
I'm
start
not
dealing
taking the mother off the
with
table. I'm not doing that.
okay.
But what I'm saying is based off of science, and I'm gonna calm down, y'all. Based off of science, the blood that's running through my veins is my father's blood. That's why it was so important to have sons, because sons kept the bloodline alive. Why is it important for people to have sons? Yes, because of the father. I'm sorry, y'all. I got a little excited.
Okay,
So
all
what
right,
ultimately
all
what
right.
I'm saying,
I'm giving.
let me finish one more part of my point. Let me finish my point. Timothy was a part, yes, because she was
I
tied.
can't talk.
Can I finish? But you ain't gonna let me finish my point. Now I'm gonna let Cherry say what she got to say, and I'm gonna back. Never did I say Timothy wasn't a part of it because of the culture and his mother, but he had Greek blood running through his veins because his father was Greek. That's my point.
Okay, all right. Y'all heard what you said. They're 18 seconds behind us. If you're gonna start seeing wrong, you're gonna see it in about 10, 9, 8. Come on, Sister Cherry. I see
All
you
right.
more.
So again, that's nice, but based off on what she said, the Bible doesn't agree with her. So the Bible says, out of 2 or 3 witnesses establishes the truth, right? So hold on.
So the Bible and science, could they be speaking opposite of each other? DNA, when we deal with the science.
Let's stick to the DNA. Let's stick to the DNA and not the Bible.
I know you can't handle scripture. I understand. But I know you can't handle scripture, and that's okay. But you're gonna learn today. Okay. Can you one more? I'm not trying to go back and forth like that. So right, relax. Barine, can I screen share one more time, if you don't mind? One more time.
Brother Breen, after Cherry finishes, could y'all bring on Orthodox more and Brother Yehukanan, please?
Can I finish?
Agree with Dante.
Okay.
I second Dante's request.
So again, I'm not saying that it doesn't go through the father. I'm not saying that it doesn't go through the father, but it also goes through the mother too. We can't rule the mama out. And I'm going based off on what Sister E told RNO. Okay. Now, here we go. In Leviticus chapter 24, verse 10, it says, one day a man who had an Israelite mother and an Egyptian father came out of his tent and got into a fight with one of the Israelite men. During the fight, this son of an Israelite woman blasphemed. Now, this is her son, blasphemed the name of the Lord, right? And it goes on, and of course, he was stoned. Now, hold on. The mother is an Israelitish woman, clearly here in the Old Testament. His father is an Egyptian. So, is he an Israelite or is he a Gentile? Talking about the son. That's my question.
But now,
Okay,
you're saying this publicly?
She sent it to me, I think.
Is the son? Let me make it clear. Is the son of this Israelitish woman, the mother, is he an Israelite or is he a Gentile because he has an Egyptian father?
Sister E, I put you out? Where's Sister E at?
That's what I want to know.
I don't even see Sister E. She put herself out. Is she in here?
Hey, Cherry, if you really believe that, right? How come you agreed with Faithful when me and him was on Garfield's show? And I said the same thing you said, but you went on your platform and said that I was wrong.
No, I didn't. No, you said something else. So
no,
I never.
Orthodox Moore was there. I said that.
Hold on, Cherry, let him talk. Let him.
Yeah, no, Orthodox Moore was there.
All right, no, wait a minute. Hold on, both of y'all hold on for Sister E. I don't know.
There's no balance here.
One second. My phone, I'm sorry, my phone died. So there's two parts to that question that Cherry asked. So go back to your question again, Cherry, because I want to make sure I'm clear so I can answer it correctly.
So be quiet. All right, Sister Cherry got it. Go ahead, Sister Cherry. Shut your phone.
Right. You muted me, Bahrain. Okay, so the question is, based off on the scripture that I just read from Leviticus chapter 10, the Israelitish woman here has a son by this Egyptian man. He's the father. You said that the paternal lineage established that person is, I believe, an Israelite. So right here we have an Israelite mom and an Egyptian dad. Is this son a Gentile or is he an Israelite man?
So I have a question. Are you saying it from a biblical standpoint? I'm just asking for clarification. Is that a problem, Cherry? Do you have a problem with me asking for clarification? I'm so confused. I need your help. So because you can teach me, obviously. So are you saying that? Are you asking me
with
from
both
a biblical stance? Or are you asking me from a DNA stance?
I'm asking from both stances.
Okay, so from a cultural perspective, let's say, and I'm only using myself because I can only speak for myself and others. It does not take out of the equation because my mother is my mother and my father is my father, that I'm not a part of my mother's family. Now, because he had a Jewish mother, it did not take him out of the family. My question is from a DNA stance, and can you answer it for me? Is it about the blood of the father? Or is it do you have the blood of your father running through your veins or the blood of your mother?
Well, I believe I answered that earlier.
No, you did.
I did. I said I have both of their blood. I do have both of their blood running through my veins.
Okay.
So I can't say I didn't fall out the sky. I mean, I came from a mother and a father. May I finish? I'm going to ground. Hold on. I'm going to ground zero. I'm going to ground zero. I'm going to ground zero. Yeah,
Baran, out of
I don't have to church. Just let her talk to church. Where are you going, Sister?
Okay, I'll let her hang herself.
Thank you.
All of this.
See, this is my point, Baran.
Sister Cherry, the community had voted you off. I brought you back on. They voted you off. And then I said she's going to come back on. I thought she was going to come and say, if I have offended anybody, you said, no, you stand in your ground like vocab. Come on, vocab.
Can I finish my point? So I asked her a question which doesn't make sense because your bloodline is based off of the son. That's why they said the son, in order to keep a family alive, is through the son. Now you can have DNA and you can be a part. Nobody's saying that you cannot have DNA tied to your mother, but scientifically, we're talking about science. Science always speaks of the blood being a part of the mother. I mean, the father. I apologize, the father. Now, her stance, I would like to see her source to show, not in the Bible, but in her stance to show that, and this is Cherry, that the blood is the mother and the father. Can she show me? Can she show me?
Blood. That's how come Jesus had to be born. Let me leave that alone. Let me see what Cherry said, and I'm going to give it to Orthodox more and ask him why.
Now, wait a minute. Before we do this, I want her to show me scientifically that both the blood of the mother and the father is running through your veins.
Cherry, she wants you to talk without the Bible. That's what she
No,
wants to do.
I don't talk without the Bible.
That's the point. The thing is,
You
we're
can't
talking
talk.
about science.
Why should I? Why should I? They claim they're the people of the book, right?
One second, Cherry. 1 second.
I'm just saying.
I'm just answering a simple question because you said you have your mother and your father's blood. Where did you get that from? That's my question.
Yeah, I'm related to both, ain't I?
No, but I'm talking about the blood, the bloodline.
I'm not related to
matter of fact, no, Cherry, hold on for a minute. When we talking about this blood and this stuff, you had a sensible conversation. Orthodox boy, come to the microphone for a second. You see where it's going. Where's the problem at with this DNA? Where's the problem at?
Well, first of all, the problem goes back to.
Oh no! Shout out G-Con. Thank you. He said from both sides. Come
oh
on.
Yeah, please bring G-Con up as well. So yeah, the problem has to go. It goes back to a conversation Yehukanan was just referencing. So I think it'd be good for him to weigh in as well.
He's in here. He's with the whole thing and what he was saying. G-Con was in there too with Garfield and all of that. You saying?
No, but he's been there for other conversations where the same thing.
Okay, all right, keep going. G, you home?
So for people,
all right, go ahead.
Yeah. So for people who want to see that conversation, it's up on my channel. To where at one point you can see Yehukanan and Faithful the guy getting into it over the very same concepts. And so Yehukanan breaks down the exception clauses and whatnot, to which Faithful reluctantly agrees or whatnot, but at the same time tries to say that it doesn't apply. And so I get on, I say the same thing to Faithful. He says again that the exception clause is there, but it doesn't apply. So we have a whole discussion based upon that. Eventually, Abu reaches out to Faithful and says, "Nah, like what they were saying about the exception clause, etc., that makes sense. Like you need to go check that out." And so this is where Faithful tries to have a conversation with me based upon the fact that Abu had him pull back his position on it. So it was a very relevant question when Yehukanan asked Cherry Love if she truly believed that. Why did she disagree with him? Because he didn't say anything different than what I said, or what Faithful just agreed to on this channel based upon the conversation he had with Abu.
Sister Cherry, come to the microphone. Do you remember what Yehukanan said? You remember?
Well, number one, I would have to hear that conversation again. And I know the subject, but I have to fully hear it in context. That's number one. And number two, I'm trying to figure out right here, since the Bible is the primary source where these people claim that they're the people of the book. And when I use the book that they claim they're the people of, they can't handle the book that they claim that made the claim that they are Israelites. I don't understand that. That sounds stupidity to me. Just being honest.
Yehukanan, you remember? Can you refresh her in any way?
So what it was is this.
Hold on, real quick, Yehukanan, real quick before you break it down. She just said that she remembered the conversation and that he said something different. Now she's saying she's got to go back.
No, I remember them having a conversation.
No, you did say in the beginning. You said I said something different.
I do remember the conversation. I do remember the conversation.
But you just said you didn't remember the conversation.
Hold on, Father. Everybody got to go green room and come out here one at a time. Go ahead, Sister Cherry. You remember it or you don't remember it?
I remember them having a conversation. Now, do I remember everything that was said verbatim? No, I will have to go back and listen to it again. So excuse me if I misspoke, right? Orthodox more, right? Mr. Israel and Muslim.
So real quick, I need to understand. If he said something different, what is different?
But anyhow, where I'm coming from is the biblical text. Based on primary. No, you're not.
Cherry Tone. Let's try.
Exactly. So I'm coming from the primary source of the biblical text. Now, I gave Acts chapter 16, verse 1. I gave also Leviticus chapter 10 based off on what I heard. Like I said, I didn't hear the rest of everything else. I'm just coming at the tail end of this. So based on the stuff that I heard, I went to those two scriptures. Now, I do have another one. Numbers chapter 1, verse 18. When I look at that word pedigree is yalad. And that yalad, which is only given what? Female. It's not even given the male. Why is that? Can you help me with that orthodoxy?
Hold on. You said Numbers 18. Hold on. Let me deal with this. Hold up. I got this, Korean. No, number 18. Hold on, listen. Numbers 18.
Orthodox more.
Okay.
Orthodox. She. Hold on. You want that for Orthodox more specifically? That's what you're saying, Sister Cherry. You're gonna give him a time to talk without butting in.
Yeah, he can go ahead and talk. And then I would like to know also part 2. How is a Muslim in part of this conversation? I just don't.
How you gonna say that you have got? Let me get her out and get him out.
Hold on, real quick. So you
answer the question, Orthodox more. Nobody jumping. Answer the question. Help her.
Specific question was what? Because I had a question she wasn't answering. So what was her question?
Okay, my third question is coming from Numbers chapter 1, verse 18. The word there is pedigree, and that word in Hebrew is yalad. And when I look at the definition of yalad, it's going back to the woman. So I'm just trying to figure out here how we just saying it's just from the father when we clearly see the mama in here too.
Are you aware of my position?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you aware of my position?
Oh, give it to me.
So you don't know my position?
Give it to me.
So give it to all of us right now, please.
Okay. It's been stated on this channel by multiple people, not just myself, that I believe that you can descend from your father or your mother or be a prophet and be an Israelite.
Boo said that the other day about him.
100%. So here's my question to you, sis. So you specifically said that Yehukanan said something different here than what he said there. He's not.
I have to go back and listen.
I didn't get to finish what I'm saying. I didn't get to finish my question at all.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't get to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
So I'm asking if you're familiar with the paradigm he was speaking of in that conversation. So in that conversation, he spoke about the exception clause in Chronicles, or that's used in Chronicles and in Numbers, etc., whatnot, to where another Egyptian is the father of an Israelite woman, but the seed is being counted as Israel. So he said the same thing there. Faithful to God, rejected the claim. He said the exception clause is there, but it does not apply. I jumped on. I said the same thing. He's the faithful to God had the same reply. Abu had to go correct Faithful. Faithful has now moved his position. Yehukanan saying that you made a video going against his position. So I'm asking you, so do you disagree now with me, Abu, Yehukanan, and Faithful to God?
I'm saying that it comes through both. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to say prove lineage, I see both in the Bible. That's what I'm trying to get Sister E to understand. I'm going based off of what she said previously before. Now, again, this conversation that you're referring to, I will have to go back and listen to it in full context.
Let me pull it up. Where is it at? Let me pull this thing up. Where is it at? Come on the microphone, Sister E.
So my question is this. I'm going back to my, does it show that I'm muted? Or am I?
No, you're talking. We can hear you.
Okay, because my screen's saying another thing. I ask a simple question. When they talk about bloodline in the Bible, when they always talk about the Israelites, why is Dinah not in the conversation? It's always the boys.
Right. May I say something? Can I?
Yeah, go, come on, bro.
Okay, so listen, Cherry is wrong when she's talking about Numbers 1 through 18.
Cherry, don't say a word. Let them talk.
The Yaled is talking through the father, but what it is this: they're preparing the men for war. You understand what I'm saying? Like they're getting ready for war. So we don't send women to war. You understand what I'm saying? In our natural mind, we don't want women doing war. So there was numbering the men and getting them ready for war. Now, when it comes time to inheritance, right? It goes to the son. But if you don't have a son, right? Then it goes to the daughter. You see what I'm saying? So you can intermarry into Israel, right? Your mother could be Israelite and your father not, but he's keeping the covenant and you could be a part of it. But when it comes down to basically the priority to like who I'm going to hand off the kingdom to or the inheritance, like say if I had a business, right? And I'm an Israelite and I'm trying to keep it passing down the father to son. So if I have a son, I'm going to pass it down to my firstborn, right? But if I don't have a son, then I pass that business down to my daughter. So it's all about the inheritance and the responsibility. And that's what the Bible's dealing with. Far as going to war, that's what Cherry's bringing up in Numbers 1. Is the pedigree is dealing with the man, and it's about who's going to go to war. Because they're not going to count the women. You're not sending no woman to war. So with that, I yield.
Again, Brother Bahrain, Yes, that passage or that chapter is about the war or going to war. But however, Moses was told by God to take a what? A census. And guess what? In Numbers 18, in Numbers chapter 18, it clearly says right here, and they assembled all of the congregation together on the first day of the second month. And they declared their pedigree after their families by the house of their what? Yes, their fathers, the name of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward by their polls. And I said, I'm targeting this word pedigree. I said that, no, comprehend, because you have a problem with reading comprehension. Comprehend what I just said. I said,
you just got out church 45 minutes ago.
No, she's not disrespecting me, Marie. Listen, she said that Yaled was for the mother. Now she's switching her position to saying it's for the father.
Yes, it's going. Can I share my screen and show you why I said what I said?
She confuses me all.
Okay, so here we go. No. Here we go. No. Here we go. Let me go to it. I said I'm targeting the word pedigree, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So when I go down here to this word pedigree, hold on, as soon as I can get there. Hold on, I must have clicked the wrong one. Hold on, according to the numbers. Okay, so I just passed it. There fell. Okay, here we go. That word right there is what? Yalad.
Strong's H3205. Yalad.
So I have a question.
Okay, hold on. I'm not done, Sister E. Be careful. Hold on. Just let me finish. I'm almost done. And let me show you why I'm saying what I'm saying. Okay, follow. To bear, bring forth, to beget, gender travail. To bear, to bring forth, of childbirth. Is a man giving childbirth? No. A woman gives childbirth, doesn't she? Shake your head up and down. Yes, she does. Now, go down. Distress of wicked. So we know we're not talking about that. To beget, to be born, to cause, to help, or bring forth, to assist or tend as a midwife. Is a man and a midwife in the biblical text? No, not at all. Let's keep going. Midwife, to be born, to beget, a child, to beget or to bear, right? Strong's concordance here, right? I'm going to get the rest of it. Yalad, primitive root, bear young, causativity, to beget. Medically, to act as a midwife, specifically to show lineage. Bear, beget, birthday, born forth, child young, bring up, and so on, right? And look right here, woman, right? So I'm just, you can see it on your screen. So that's why I brought up pedigree. And when I went to the word pedigree, doing studying, research, I'm asking the question, why is this targeting the woman? So we can't rule out the woman. I'm not saying that the man is not important. I'm saying the woman is important as well. We see it coming from both.
You
can't just say the male.
Are you who can much more you talking?
Yeah, can I ask her a quick question?
Are you gonna let him reply? He's addressing you now. That's a short question, I believe, right? I'm muting everybody else. Orthodox more. Go come say. You got the floor.
So, sister, if you agree with me that you can be an Israelite through your mother, your father, etc., like the mother's side, the father's side, and being a proselyte, how is it that you would try to exclude anybody from being an Israelite? So I have you on tape saying that we're not Israelites, and that's facts. How do you exclude anybody with the definition you just agreed to?
That's a good question.
Oh, yes, it is a good question.
And how can you, and that's interesting, let me just throw that in there with Orthodox more questions. You and that sound like some doctrine half an hour ago that Misty was just talking about too, but go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Baring. Based off on the claims that I have heard from various different Hebrew Israelites, I've been told that I'm an Israelite by faith. I've been told I'm an Israelite by blood. Then we go into all of the DNA spiel. And again, I'm not a DNA expert. I admitted that earlier. And then based off on some of the research that I have done, I don't see it there. And I'm being told that Deuteronomy 28 proves that y'all the people of the book. I don't see that there, especially when Brother Faithful to God went straight down the list of the curses. Seems like y'all don't fit 95% of none of it. And then we yeah, because can't nobody tell me the king that was on the boat from Deuteronomy 28:36. They don't even know either. So I mean, I'm confused, they confused, we all confused, right? So so then not only that, I got Joel chapter 3. Then when I went to research Joel chapter 3, that's talking about apocalyptic. That's more apocalyptic language, dealing with something else. So that ain't proving it. So my thing is, and I said this some months ago when we were done with the Richard Katz situation. I said, listen, I wanted proof directly from the biblical text, and that has not been done at all. So therefore, I have come to the conclusion that the evidence or the stuff that y'all throwing up right now is insufficient. I want it directly from the book. Where does the book say that? Because I see God taking genealogy off the table. And when I look at the genealogy in the Old Testament, that's about Jesus Christ, not about you.
Oh, may I answer that, please?
Anybody? Yes, anybody can answer that.
So I actually, in my Riddle Me This series, in my part 3, I actually addressed you and your claims on that. So when can I expect you to address the Bible verses and the remnant theology that I put forth in that video?
Wait a minute, say that again.
I said I addressed your biblical question in terms of where is this in the Bible. You want to know about nationality, nationalism in the Bible, etc. So I addressed those claims with a pretty lengthy video in my Riddle Me This series on my channel. My part 3 is addressed to you. The second half of that video, I get completely into the Bible, and it is something me and my brothers call remnant theology. So when can I expect to get a response from you based upon the Bible verses that I showed?
When I go and watch it.
Thank you.
When I go and watch it.
You can answer the E. I wanted to.
I wanted to say. I mean, honestly, let's be real, right? If I was a Jew in the 1st century, how would I know Jesus is the Messiah, right? I would have to look through the Tanakh, right, and see the messianic passages that tells me what Jesus or what the Messiah would do to come to the conclusion that Jesus is the Messiah. So now, when we go back, I use that same methodology, right? If you want to talk about the Bible, okay? So when I go back and I look at the prophecies that are put on the children of Israel, okay? When I look and line up and go through the history of world history to see what these prophecies are saying, it lets me know who are Israelites. So based on the Bible, there's no way in the prophecies, there's no way that you can tell an African American that he's not or she is not an Israelite and that they're just going and making it up out of their head. Because Joel chapter 3, right, tells you that they will be sent across all nations by Greeks. Who are the Greeks? The sons of Javan, by Europeans, and that they will be traded on slave blocks. And not only that, that the men, listen to this, it said that the men would be turned into whores. They would be made to fornicate. So we know in the slave trade that black men, they call them young black bucks, were made to have sex with slave women for babies. Not only that, it said that the daughters would be traded for wine. Now, we are the only people who have been traded for what you would call intoxicating drink, because that Hebrew word for wine is yayin. So if she wants to debate me on this, Joel chapter 3 is the transatlantic slave trade, I'll be happy to come on this platform and debate Cherry Love that the transatlantic slave trade is Joel chapter 3. And that
I'm sorry. Did I tell y'all that the debate is off? Hold on a second. I'll tell y'all, I'm sorry. The debate is off with Kevin G, Mr. Blacktastic, but he said he's willing to come on Thursday night and answer questions debunking I'm using the word debunking the Trinity, or he's willing to debate Mike Holloway on the subject of the Trinity or modalism or whatever. He said it's not, he don't even really think it's worth the debate with Kevin G. And if he did or whatever, he would want it on a different platform because he feel I jump in and try to save people. something to that effect. Whatever. I just want to put that out there because I mentioned it a couple of hours ago. And I just want to make sure everybody know that.
But when you look at the scattering, like the scattering to the four corners of the earth. And I'm not saying that black folks are the only ones that's Israelites, because I do believe that there are many different people. But what I'm saying is this: when you look at biblical prophecy, you cannot say that African Americans don't fit some of these biblical prophecies and these things that it said that will happen to these Israelites. But with that,
some of other people fit the biblical prophecy when people start talking about we the people of the book. And who is it on? I'm asking
okay, so
everybody.
put it like this.
If I came and I said I'm from another planet, I'm from planet Krypton, and I come down here and y'all are gonna be my subjects. Who is it on to prove it when somebody comes and make a claim? I know people gonna be running around here saying, hold on, people gonna be running around here saying, oh, you don't question the white Jew. Let's put the white Jew down for a minute. Let's talk about some of you dark-skinned folk in here. Who is it on if somebody makes a claim, a charge? Who is it on to defend that charge? Go ahead.
And this is what I'll say. If you came flying out of the sky and you land, I'm talking about not flying in no plane, then it's possible that you're saying what you're saying.
When nobody else could fly on the planet.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. If a person tells me that they believe that they're Israelite, I don't go by their color. The Bible said that they would be scattered into all nations. So the Israelites are going to look like many different people, Berean. They're Chinese people who say that they're Israelites.
They are.
I don't argue with them because the Bible said that they would be scattered in the four corners. But
okay, wait a minute. Let me cut you off. Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that, Sister Cherry? You want to know? You said you was up at church somewhere. Sister E came on here, said it ain't got nothing to do with color. The plumber was on here saying it ain't got nothing to do with color. Y'all hear Yehukanan on here saying it ain't got nothing to do with color. I believe Orthodox more might be of the same persuasion. They ain't got nothing. Nobody don't go back.
100%. It got nothing to do with color.
Huh? What you say? Orthodox more? You don't agree with that?
No, I say it has nothing to do with color. I agree.
All right. So now y'all see how many people come on here saying got nothing to do with color. Don't go make no video talking about they preaching the skin doctrine. Or they'll say that first and then throw some other stuff in there. Sister Cherry, because I know you're against some skin color stuff, but ain't nobody in here so far dealing with skin color. You feel give them a few more minutes. The skin doctrine gonna leak out. Sister Cherry, you got the mic.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice and all. Then don't question the Ashkenazi Jews. Don't question the Yemen Jews. Don't question the Karaite Jews. Y'all believe y'all Jews? Fine. They believe they Jews? Fine. And keep it moving.
Don't question the proselytes. Don't question everybody. Don't question nobody.
Hold on, sister. Give me 1 minute. I'll be real quick. I already addressed that on this platform. I already mentioned in many different Jewish communities. Now, the Ashkenazis themselves, when I said this earlier, you remember, Berean, a lot of them will tell you that they're converts. And I already said that I do believe earlier on your show that some of them are descendants of Jacob. But when you ask, majority of them will tell you that they're Jew by the religion and not by the descendancy of Jacob. Did I not say that earlier on your show, Berean?
You did.
Thank you.
Okay, well then that's fine. So then y'all said that it's not based on skin color, and that if you just some of them saying that they converts, this, that, and the third, then guess what? Don't cry about it, don't whine about it, don't holler about it. Y'all go ahead and be Israelites. Let them go ahead and be Israelites and call it a day. Don't come.
All Cherry is saying is don't be running around here talking about who's a fake Jew. That's all you're saying.
That's right.
Sister Cherry, do you think you got extra energy when it comes to black people saying they're Jews as opposed to Hispanic people saying they're Jews, or Middle Eastern people saying they're Jews? You think you got extra energy for people because that's who live in your neighborhood and that's who you see on the corner?
I'm glad for that question. I got extra energy when folks try to take this and link it to the biblical text. That's when my extra energy comes in, and then try to make it a revelation of the Bible, which is called false doctrine. That's
so. Wait a minute. So you're under the same impression as RNO that you can't tell who's an Israelite in the Bible, and it doesn't make a difference because RNO came here preaching that about an hour ago.
According to the biblical text, Titus 3:9 and 1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 4, no, it don't, because God took it off the table. They ain't got no right to throw that back on the table. And based off of what they said, that there's Chinese Israelites, there's Arabic Israelites, there's this Israelite, then okay, fine, let's roll with that. Stop warning people with this foolishness.
Ain't nobody worrying. The problem is this. Let's go back to the original conversation. I never knew
Cherry, don't say nothing. Let us all.
I never knew of Cherry until she came at me. and I was talking about my DNA results, which is, you know, something I decided to disclose
Both
to
of
the
y'all
group.
was here from the beginning with the
And
DNA.
that's when the attacks started. So I'm kind of confused. How did we come at you all when originally you all came at us?
Hold on, be quiet. That's a good question for Sister Cherry. Then I'm gonna let LaRon jump on at that.
I am so glad she asked that question. So you
Don't say nothing,
absolutely
Sister
right.
E, let her
I did
answer.
come at you first, but not based off on that. Not based off on no DNA, not based off on you claiming to be Israel. No, I came at y'all first when, guess what? That very first conversation that was held on this platform with Brother BK Apologist, Faithful to God, Kelly Richardson, Boom was up there. William, I think this William Boom, I think that's his name, and
Yeah.
Bareen was up here. And I was hearing the false doctrine that was coming out of all of y'all mouth that day. That's when all my extra energy comes from. I have a love for the word of God. Let me make this very clear. I have a love for the word of God, and nobody has a right to go beyond what is written. So when I see somebody twist, flip, and go beyond what is written in that biblical text, yes, I'm going to come at you. I don't care if you claim yourself to be Roger Rabbit. Go ahead, have fun in it. But when it comes down to this biblical text, you better be right up on it, or I am
How
going to
do you
be.
get involved in the DNA thing then? How did you get involved in the DNA
Because
thing?
they're linking it to it. It's some, and I won't say specifically them. Can I finish? I won't say. I'll keep it general, because it's being linked to that. It's being piled on top of the doctrine instead of kept separately, like what Sister E spoke about early. They not doing that. A lot of them are not doing that. They're meshing that in, and guess what? That has no place in doctrine.
What false doctrine did you hear? What false doctrine you was hearing was burning your spirit?
We'll be here all night, Brother Bareen. All night. It's from Genesis to Revelation. Like, for instance, what Revelation 1:14. Oh, that proves that, yeah, Jesus was black. And what Dante did. I read what Dante did. I did a video on it. And I said, I know he didn't just get up here and put this up here, because I read part of his statement of faith, but I didn't see that bottom. And when Andrew and Pastor Anderson brought that out, I was in a state of shock. I'm like, are you serious right now? So yeah, that's wrong. You can't do that.
So can
All
I
right,
address,
Jerry got the floor. He got the floor.
Thank you. So let's be honest to the conversation and the narrative, Cherry. I came out with my DNA. I think Baran, before we even had that conversation. Yeah, before we had the conversation with Boom and Faithful and all of them.
You done? We going 3 years? How we going back now?
Because the crazy thing is, we had our chat, our Sunday seminary chat.
Yeah, we first started doing it publicly, yeah.
The day after I gave my DNA results, the following day, Cherry did an attack video. Now, Cherry.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the time her and G-Man, everybody came on that first time.
We're going all the way back to the original conversation.
Okay.
I remember when, I think it was either Thomas or Jeff, they put the video inside of our group chat. That right after, I think I gave my DNA results on a Sunday. Monday, Cherry was on her live. I mean, going ballistic. And I'm sitting here saying, what's the relevance? Why is she upset? We're trying to bring some clarity into some truth into what we're saying, because there have been people in the UA community to say, well, can you see if you can prove it in the DNA? That was a request for them, and I went and got it done. Okay. And then right behind that, instead of Cherry reaching out saying, Sister E, I don't agree with you, she did an attack video. I was shocked and I was appalled because I knew nothing of her. That's my first introduction of Cherry. So with that being said, that's why I don't too much care for Cherry, because she's a bully and she wants people to think her way. Now, do I attack Cherry on some of the things that she believes in? No, because ultimately she doesn't want to admit it. I believe that the only way to make it into the kingdom is through Christ. I never said anything outside of that. The only thing I'm talking about is the history. And that's the goal, to keep the history separated from the doctrine. Because if anybody knows me, I come at even my own people in my own community that have poor teaching. I do not believe that Christ is a created being. Bam, let's let that be known, Cherry. I believe that he is the Son of the Most High God, correct?
That's a question for Sister Cherry.
On that one.
What happened now?
See, did you hear what I said, Cherry?
I didn't get that last part because it went out.
So I believe that Christ is the Son of the Most High God. Do we agree upon that?
I believe that Christ is the Son of God and God the Son.
Okay, so do we agree on that? Because we're pretty much saying the same thing.
Not really, because I believe in the Trinity.
Okay, so is Trinity a salvation thing? If I believe in it, because what you're saying is a oneness Pentecostal can't make it into the kingdom.
What I'm saying is that if you don't have the right concept of God, and I'm not saying because you can't explain it well or something like that, because I know people get that confused. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is God is definitely triune.
Okay, so are you saying that the oneness apostolic got it wrong?
Yeah, that's wrong.
Okay, so that's another discussion when it's with.
That's how I was looking forward to the debate with Mr. Black Tastic. A lot of people want to come down to it. People need theology.
So let's not switch. Let's stay right here. Let's stay right here because we'll throw it out.
Wait a minute, it's not going to happen. I'm a little confused.
No. Mr. Black Tastic sent me an email. He don't really want to do it with Kevin G. He said if anything, he'll do it with Mike Holloway, or he'll come on here and just take questions and answers. But he think it's kind of waste of time doing it with Kevin G.
So let's stay right here real quick.
Go ahead, you got
I believe far as the Trinity and the oneness thing, I'm still researching it, and I will never sit here and proclaim that I got all the answers when it comes to that. That's something that I'm readily researching, because after talking to Black Tastic and looking at a couple of scriptures, it makes sense to me. But again, I'm going back into the thing of all of us are still learning, and I'm asking the Holy Spirit to show me, not man. But
Sister E clearly made it on this from earlier, 2 hours ago, that she was here. She was open, looking into the history. She's open to stuff. Okay, and I know there's other people that's going to be like, well, matter of fact, she don't understand the Trinity. She's out, or she's oneness, and she went to a oneness church or whatever. However it is, it's going to be different people with different opinions.
And that's fine, because I don't see that as being a salvation thing, because I see that a oneness apostolic who believes in Christ is going to make it to the kingdom. They don't believe that he's a created being.
I don't believe that every oneness is going to hell.
Because they looking at the fact that the Most High Spirit was put into Mary and it was wrapped in flesh. That's what most of the oneness believe in. So
that's just a matter of theology, proper how God is manifested.
Let's go back to the original conversation that we had, a conversation and discussion about DNA, because me and Sister D were on, a couple of us, and then right after that, the next day, Cherry came and saw.
Cherry, you started going a little crazy the day, whatever that day is.
Like, so why is my DNA a problem? Because nowhere in my conversation did I say to be Israel is the only way to make it into the kingdom. Never.
Is that Cherry because she connects, and a lot of them are connecting DNA with the Bible, just to who they are, and you are of the position that doesn't make a difference? That's the main reason?
That is the main reason, but again, that's not why I came at Sister E. And I just explained why I came. May I finish?
Just let me say I believe it.
Do you want the answer? Because you can't dictate. You can't dictate what's in my mind and why I did what I did. So let me give you the answer.
Hold on, let her answer, Sister E.
All right. The reason why I came directly at Sister E is based off on doctrinal basis. I can care less if she identifies as a frog. Let me make that clear. I can care less.
I got to mute you, Sister E. I want her to talk. I want her to get it all out, then you could get it back. Hold on a second.
Thank you. And I was respectful to hear her all the way out, so please do the same. Now, like I said, the reason why I charged at her the way that I did, like I do most Hebrew Israelites, is majority because of the off doctrine, the false doctrine that they push.
Just give me 3 examples. You said that for the second time. Give me 3-4 examples.
Yehukanan believes that he is justified by the law. But what did Paul say in Galatians 5:4?
All right,
those who believe that they are justified by the law has fallen from grace. So therefore, I will come at your head, because you are teaching people that they can be justified by the law. And the Bible clearly says that you can't. Romans chapter 3, Romans chapter 1, Romans chapter 4, Romans chapter 7, Galatians chapter 1, the whole book of Galatians tells you that you can't be justified by the law. And that's exactly what they're preaching and teaching to people. That is a false.
Let me deal with this. Hold
on. No. Let her talk.
And I gave you an example. So now going back to what Sister E was saying, the fact of it is the reason why I came at you is because of the false doctrine that you push. Don't get up here and try to play innocent. Well, you know, I was just, you know, it's all about my DNA and all of that. I can care less. That DNA can say chocolate chip. I can care less. But what comes when you start stepping on the biblical text and trying to attach that when the Bible don't say that, yes, you and I are going to have a problem. And I'm not going to apologize for it.
So I have a quick
But
question.
let me hold on, sister.
No, you could not. Hold on, baby.
Okay.
So, Cherry, can you show me where I've taught that? Show me where what I've said out of my mouth that's false doctrine.
You want the
truth.
truth.
I will have to go back and time stamp all of that. I want to people can just refer back to my channel.
Hold on a minute. Sister E, they're gonna connect. You weren't when you came on. For me, let me just say this. When you came on, I was, I pushed you after you shared the DNA, and we were talking about different things. But during that time, Brown and Kelly and everybody else was coming on, and Kelly was one of the first ones that I heard say, and you repeated it, that I heard say, you got to keep the law to the best of your abilities. 2 days later, Cherry had a 4-hour joint going. And so a lot of people connected you from that point on. They connected you with, I just heard you mention and tell you back then. I didn't even meet Jacob and them. I just heard about them. And I heard you mention them on the show. But Kelly was the first one, and they started connecting you with Kelly. So whatever doctrine that was connected with Kelly, certain people like Sister Cherry and them if it come out of Kelly's mouth, it's coming out of your mouth, and was connecting y'all two like that. So whatever doctrine that they were pushing, you were pushing. Even Brown and Kelly was talking differently, but that's just how it was. And you've been tied. So that's been a few years. You've been tied with that.
Okay, so because you went into a whole spiel. So my understanding and my belief in the law is not a salvation thing. Have I ever said that the law is salvation?
Nope.
They're going to keep preaching. It's already out there.
I need just a yes or no question. Please can you address that question. Have I ever said the law is a salvation thing?
Keep the law to the best of your ability.
No.
Yeah, you're pushing the law. You're pushing the law. You don't have to say salvation.
Hold on. She's asking you one question at a time. One question at a time.
Have I ever said that salvation is based off of the law? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so now let me go back to what let me help you understand my understanding of the law. When I say the law is a standard of living, far as when the Holy Spirit dwells within you, the laws of God are written upon your heart. Now, the thing is, you are going to be a changed person when you have the Holy Spirit. You're not going to cuss people out. You're not going, and if you do, you're going to be convicted by the Holy Spirit to say, you're wrong. You're not supposed to do that. Now, far as the eating and the law, as far as eating, I don't see that as being because I'm clarifying with you right now what I mean. I don't see the laws as being something that can keep you out of the kingdom. That is not a kingdom deciding factor. The deciding factor is your heart. Your heart is not going to bring you to do things that will hurt your brother or your sister. Just like Christ said, love the Lord God first and then love your neighbor. So if I see Mike Holloway eating a rib sandwich, I'm not going to say you're going to hell. Now, am I saying that pork is unhealthy? Correct. Pork is very unhealthy. I feel like the Most High was telling them to not eat pork because of the purpose of the pig. The pig is a very nasty creature. If you know anything about the pig doesn't even have sweat glands. So whatever toxins that are in their body, it stays in their body. So when I talk about things like the eating conditions, I don't see it from a salvation standpoint. I see it from a health standpoint. Now, as far as keeping of the Sabbath, I really do still believe that the Sabbath is Saturday, but I don't take anything away from Sunday service. You've never heard me say that. Now, what I'm saying is Sunday did not replace, that's not a new Sabbath. There was never a new Sabbath. So that's my point. But if you worship on a Sunday, Sunday goers are going to make it into the kingdom as well. I've said numerous times, my mother goes to church every Sunday. Is she going to be in the kingdom? Yes, because she has the heart of Yah.
You're not going to hell if you go to church on Sundays. Y'all heard it first right here.
No, I've never said that. My mom is 100% Baptist.
Now, of course, I got to say, you're not speaking for every Israelite, because Israelites will be like, who that lady on their line?
I really don't care what anybody thinks.
Okay, all right.
Can you give me 2 minutes, Berean?
Come on. But as soon as Sister E done, you got it.
Okay, you done, Sister E?
Yep, I'm done.
Okay, so let me tell you.
No hollering, Sister Cherry.
I'm not gonna
No
holler.
hollering.
So this is the thing.
Can I tag him when he's done?
Yeah, no hollering. No
Okay,
hollering.
and we got proof. We got proof. So here's the thing.
Proof
Sister
of what?
E,
Sunday? Proof of
no,
what?
no, not Sunday. Listen what I'm saying. I'm if you let me speak. Sister E, 95 to 98% when it comes to doctrine. Cherry had a problem with Sister E when she showed her DNA. The reason why it seemed like Cherry don't like Sister E because Sister E identifies as an Israelite. Cherry is on record on Defenders of the Way saying that she wants to take her hands, wrap it around Sister E's head, and she wants to brutally beat Sister E up.
The devil is
And
a
she
liar.
admits, hold on,
Don't
listen,
come
she's
here with
on
this.
record admitting that. Okay. So she had a problem with you because you allowed Sister E on.
Yes,
it's
correct.
on her channel. She said that if you had a heart attack, she'll
That's
watch
correct,
you
lies.
die
That's
and
correct.
smile about it. And
That's
she
correct.
said, yeah, go ahead, clip that.
That's correct.
So I got to say, Berean, hats off to you because you're displaying a Christian. You're forgiven.
I'm trying.
Because who would say to a person, if they're supposed to be a Christian, I want to watch you live have a heart attack and I'll sit up there and smile about it.
That's correct.
Yeah, go ahead, clip it. Who would do that and say that they love Jesus? You understand what I'm saying? Because all you're trying to do is bring both sides together and let's sit down and let's really thoroughly examine
every single thing.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, forget about your tradition, forget about your pre-position. Let's sit down and let's talk. And so Sister E has never done nothing wrong to Cherry Love. You know what I'm saying? It's been Cherry Love who's been going at Sister E. And Sister E and Cherry Love damn near agree on dang near 98% of things. Just as Sister E claims that she's an Israelite. And that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. The problem is they hate us is because we're melanated and we're identifying as Israelites, as African Americans.
Okay, good. All right. So I'm gonna let her respond to that too. But Orthodox, that was Orthodox more talking, I think, next, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
no. We're that Cherry. You go after LaRon. He ain't saying that. I'm Orthodox more LaRon. Then you get, and then you got your 2 minutes to holler. Don't holler. I mean, go ahead.
I'm not gonna.
I got two quick questions to ask the sister succinctly, so she can answer them back.
Cherry, okay, so you're right next. He talking to you directly, Cherry.
Yeah. So if I go to Vocab Malone's channel, I can see more videos of him talking with Messianic Jews than him talking with you. So is he wrong for supporting Messianic Jews? That's the first question.
Go ask him.
Wait a minute. He talked. Where he at? That's what you said. I thought that was Orthodox more talking.
Yeah, that was me talking.
You asked her a question?
Yeah, I was asking. I was so if I go
and I told him to go ask him. That's his channel. I don't dictate what goes on Vocab's channel, do I? Am I the author of his channel? No. Go ask him.
I thought I could ask my questions.
Yeah, and I answered it for you.
So he is in your position. Is he wrong for supporting Messianic Jews?
No.
Okay, cool. Second question. So much respect to Ngozi. I got a lot of respect for Ngozi. But so since he's a Muslim, should we disregard everything he said on your channel concerning DNA, or should we have respect for what he has to say about it?
If he's right about DNA, he's right about DNA. I'm not a DNA expert. Did I not say that?
So if he's Muslim, he can be right about DNA.
Did I not say that?
So him being a Muslim has no charge on him.
Did I not say that?
So you said, real quick, sis. So did you say I have no reason to be involved in the conversation?
Again, I don't understand why. I say I don't understand why.
Okay, so I'm asking, should we understand how should I understand, or why did you bring on a Muslim on your channel to speak about DNA?
On a biblical standpoint, he came on about DNA,
right?
Not a biblical standpoint. I'm gonna be honest with you. On a biblical standpoint, you really don't have no business being in this conversation. You know why? And I'm being respectful. I'm being honest. Okay. It's because the simple fact of what the Quran says about Jews and Christians. But you don't want to talk about that, do you?
I would love to come on your channel and talk about it.
So let me ask you this: do you believe that the Messiah Jesus Christ died on the cross?
100%. I teach that. I got videos on my channel about that.
Then you're not no true Muslim, because according to the Muslim doctrine, they don't believe that Christ.
You didn't know, Cherry. You didn't know that he teach that. I'm scared. Oh, you're just saying the mere fact he claimed he's Muslim and you think he followed soon to the prophet. They don't believe that was Jesus on the cross. Okay.
I'm a little confused here, but how are we holding on to two faiths when the Bible pushes one faith?
Like I said, I would love to come on your channel. So I've been on your channel multiple times, sister.
Oh, you were on Cherry's channel before?
Multiple
Not on my
times.
panel.
Yes, I have.
You have.
I have multiple times, sis.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have. But I don't understand.
And I stayed on that panel when you told me I wasn't saved, and we had a conversation about Psalm 67, a whole bunch of stuff. I've been
right, but I don't understand. What I don't understand is how are we pushing two different doctrines at the same time? I'm a little confused.
You're assuming that they're two different doctrines. And like I told Faithful to God when he went on your channel on February 17th, 2020 and said the same thing you're saying. And I went and hold on real quick. And I commented on your video in February of 2020 that I do believe Jesus died on the cross, and I debate Muslims on the fact. So again, I'll come on your channel and correct your incorrect information whenever you want.
Okay, so hold
on, sis. Then
how are you a Muslim?
We can have that conversation whenever.
Okay, that's fine. But how are you a Muslim?
Hold on, sis. How am I not?
Because they don't believe that Jesus died on the cross. So how are you a Muslim?
Hold on. Is he saying he's a Muslim in the sense that he just submit to the will of God, being generic? Yeah, he just submit to the will of a higher deity, and the Muslim in the true generic sense, or he's a Muslim in the sense that he followed the deen and soon the Prophet Muhammad, Muhammad ibn Abdullah, and he followed Quran, or he just saying he's a Muslim in the generic term. In the generic term, a Muslim is just somebody to follow the will of God. Period. God. Period. Now, if he's saying he's a Muslim in the sense of the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad and following the ways of the Prophet Muhammad and praying 5 times a day and making Hajj and pilgrimage and the 5 pillars and all of that, that's a different story. So we need to get clarity. That's one thing I tell people. If you're going to practice apologetics, if you're going to be out here online, make sure that when you're speaking on something, you don't have to defend it, but I got to know what I'm saying, what a Muslim is, what somebody's saying, what people making the terms. Let's make sure we're clear on what they're saying and what's being taught.
Well, all that other extra stuff, Brother Baring, I'm going according to the biblical text. I don't see that in the biblical text. He can't show me that mess in the biblical text at all. That's being tossed to and fro with every different one of the doctrine. That's too many faiths going on for me.
All right, LeBron, do me a favor. Come to the microphone. And what's good, LeBron?
Oh, wait. I don't get to address that?
You address what? The Muslim thing you said you wanted to come on her show and address it. Hold on a second. No, go ahead. Hold
on. Let me share my screen.
But Sister Cherry, you won't bring him on your channel. Do this?
No, he can come on. I'm going live this evening. I would love to hear this one because this is a mess right here.
Can you share my screen, please?
Father God, what did you call me to do? I got to check my calling again. Go ahead, brother.
So this is from a recent video of mine, to where I explained the same. I explained the same thing to Faithful God for making the same wrong claims you made about me, sis. So recently, I've debated this topic in public, and I did so in 2019, where I debate Muslims on the concept. Recently, I made a video for Sister Shonda at large because she had questions about my belief system as well. And in the live chat of that video, which is the Quran and the crucifixion of Jesus, right, where I teach that the Quran actually does teach that Jesus died on the cross in the Arabic, the language. Abu is in the live chat, and Abu leaves this comment, and I would love for him to comment on this when I'm done reading this. Abu says, interesting and fun topic. I'm looking forward to seeing this. Between the infamous verse in Surah Al-Nisa, not actually explicitly saying Christ was not crucified, Christ predicting his own death and resurrection in Surah Miriam, and rarely discussed participle of Tawafa in Surah Al-Imran 355. The Quranic view of Christ's death is more reconcilable with the Bible than many realize. That's Abu saying that. So since I would love to come on your channel and explain this in depth.
All right, Sister Cherry, you heard that now. That's okay. I didn't think she would even. I didn't think you was even on there before, but all right. And she said you are invited, right, Sister E? I mean, Cherry.
Yes, I did. And Kevin G says he's in the back. But yeah, right now. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's wrong. I'm good. Everybody, come on.
But I will say this at this point, coming from this point, regarding all these, Yehukanan, I get, Sister E, I get, LaRon and myself and Abu, I get, but him, I don't. Because when I have seen within the Quran, they go against Jews and Christians. I don't understand. So, okay, yeah, you can come on and clarify that. It do smell like syncretism. That's just all I'm saying.
All right, LeBron, come to the microphone.
Yeah. What's going on? Grace and peace to everybody. But yeah, he Orthodox more is correct on that though. I think that what happens is like we as Christian apologists we look at it, but then kind of differently, but it technically they is trying to say the same thing what the Bible is saying when you look at what it's saying. If you look into it, because I looked into it myself, and I'm not Islam, but then when I looked at the argument that was being made, I definitely said that it is agreeing with what the Bible says, because when you look at where in Acts it says that he should not that God loosed him for the pains and he should not be withheld of those pains. That's actually what the Quran is saying, but they get that from the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said that Muslims do raise the argument saying that he wasn't crucified. You know what I'm saying? But they argue from a standpoint to where they really don't know what they're talking about. But when you talk to a person who is Islam that do know what they're talking about, you can clearly see that it is saying the same thing that the Bible says. So Orthodox more is making a great point to that, to be honest. You know what I'm saying, because I looked at that and I try to raise the argument with that too, but then when I looked at it and actually looked at it, I said they actually raised a good argument. And then for Abu to respond to it like he did, I would have to agree with that too. You know what I'm saying? Just as well. You know what I'm saying? It's been honest. But I was coming in because I heard somebody saying that as far as the blood of the blood only passed through the fathers and stuff like that, and I was like, I thought that was kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't never really heard that before. I heard, when it comes to, dealing with alleles and pairs of these chromosomes to come down, it actually is something that's made up of the mother and the father. This is why you can actually have different blood types. You know what I'm saying? You can have the blood type of your mother and your father. So I don't, that's what I was listening to. And I was like, that's kind of weird that they said that. And where is that? What science class is actually teaching that? Because I have never really heard that the blood that specifically comes from the father.
All right, you better look out for them police. Somebody got that radar detector going off. Kevin G, come to the microphone.
Yeah, I'm right here. What's up?
Nothing, man. What's good? You heard the debate. You heard Black Tastic don't want to debate you. He'd rather come on live by himself and take questions from the audience or debate Mike or Holloway, because he don't really think it's worth it with you.
Yeah. I know.
But we were talking about, but no matter of fact, now that you're on here 4 hours ago, we were talking about the pictures that came up, and the plumber, shout out to him. He helped me out. I'm trying to pull stuff on the screen. We pulled some stuff up, and we having problems with the picture and the man on the horse, the Israelite, the man being arrested, the Israelite, the two Jews arresting them, are they the Jews, and the black people are the Israelites, and there was some confusion with that picture.
There is no confusion. There is the only.
There ain't no confusion.
No, I'll answer it. Let me answer it. So there is no confusion with the picture. Curators from museums, the picture has already been talked about and analyzed. You can see the history in the picture itself. You can actually see the historical pictures. There is no confusion.
Hold on a second. Do me a favor. Put that book back in there. Benaiah Israel from his page. Put that book back in there with a plumber. He had it up on the screen. Well, somebody's lying.
Well, hold on. Let's get to this. Now, here's the standpoint of what we're talking about. First, I'm going to answer the question about confusion, and then I'm going to answer the question in regards to quote unquote lying, right? So historically, we have facts from historians about the figures in the painting. That is a fact. It is a fact. We have already identified the individual on the horse, as well as the individuals hauling off the one who was a drunkard, and the yellow badges. That is a fact. The yellow badges have been confirmed in European history for the longest time, ever since Jews existed in the land. That is an actual fact. So there's nothing, if you want to put it from two sides, that's coming from, I would say, our side, that will embellish any type of opinion or lie.
So I have a quick question for Kevin. I have a quick question for Kevin G.
Let me finish. Let me answer the question. I'm still answering the question.
Okay.
Well, all right, no problem. Let me finish the answer here. So that's what we will establish as fact. Now, let's pay attention to the other side, right? So they said that the person on the horse is a Jew who was converted over to Catholicism and was forced to wear the red cross. There's no facts on that. There's no historical evidence for that in regards to that painting.
Let me make this one statement. You can go.
Hey, sister.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not muted. I was talking about daughter. I'm sorry.
All right, yeah, no problem. So yeah, right. That's the picture right there. Yep, that's the part right there. That's the yellow badges you see in the turbans. Now, here's the thing about it. Several sources that they read already confirmed that they had to wear special attire in order to identify themselves. We know throughout history that it is the the yellow badges that they wore on their shoulder, as well as the turbans. And if you look in that picture, that's exactly what they're wearing. So it's not a thing of somebody lying or making up anything. We're just reading it for what the information is actually saying. It's them that's actually invoking these things, painting that's named firm in any case or any way. But go ahead, Sister. Go ahead and ask your question.
So my whole question is this, because you said that, did you say that there is no evidence showing that the red crosses symbolize that they could potentially be Jews? Is that correct, Kevin G?
No, I did not say that. I don't think
Okay,
you
so
heard what I said.
clarify.
I said
I'm sorry, I'm in and
the
out. I'm
red
trying to get my
cross.
daughter moved.
No problem. All right. So the red crosses that you see on the shoulder of that man, he's actually a knight after the Order of St. James, or which we will also call the Order of Santiago. Okay, that's knighthood. You could tell by his attire that he has on, the horse that he's riding, the sword that he has on the sheath. He was basically one of the top nobility under the king, based upon his ranking from coming from court jester all the way up to knighthood, and actually assisted in one of the wars and battles that took place in that land. I mean, that's what it means. So there's nothing in that painting that if you actually look the cross and look it up, you can actually see it is exactly the insignia of the Order of Santiago. It doesn't belong to anything else. It's not a slave mark. It's not a mark on. Go ahead.
So you're saying it's not a Jewish mark as far as what they consider to be the Jews then over there?
No, I'm not. I didn't.
I'm just trying to get clarification. Quick question.
Yeah,
so Kevin G,
they're Jews over there, but the Jews identified in the painting are the ones with the yellow badges hauling off the man that was drunk. This is towards the left side of the painting.
So my question is that cross. So that cross being on them, what does that symbolize to you? Because we were talking about the cross earlier as well.
It's once again, it doesn't symbolize anything to me personally. What it is factually is the Order of Santiago that belongs to the knighthood under the Order of St. James. When that cross there, is an insignia that goes to the honorable and high-ranking and high-paying people that exist in that place and under the king. And you look at the history of the man in that painting because of his high ranking and him coming up and what he was able to do.
Okay, you're breaking up. I'm sorry. So I would think that this would be you're good now, Kevin. So my biggest thing is this, based off of what the findings from Benaiah Israel, he would say otherwise. I think it needs to be a deeper conversation between Kevin G and Benaiah Israel. I don't know if he's going to get up here, but I think it goes back into the concept of vetting facts or vetting sources. Let's look at his sources.
Right.
Let's look at Kevin G. 1 second, Kevin. Let me finish my point. Thank you. Let's get him up here and let them speak on their story. 1 second, Kevin. I'm sorry, Kevin. Let me finish my point. Thank you. Let's get them up here to vet the sources, because on the other end of the spectrum, individuals are seeing that Benaiah's information is accurate and it speaks to who the people are, whereas Kevin on the other end says the other. Nobody's here trying to say that you're wrong, Kevin. Everybody's saying that Benaiah is wrong, but we do need to vet the information. So you can't say that there's no information and there are no facts. I'm fact. That's it. There's no absolutes. There's too many absolutes up here. Let's sit down and have that conversation, and let's make the call then, because Benaiah is not here to speak for himself.
And see how people came. We got to explain to people. First, one thing I would try to say is we got to try to have more respect. And we all like to cut each other off, talk each other off, but we talk that talk though. But we just try to be in a learning environment, and more people. If you see, I keep muting you, brother.
Well, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just answering the question.
I know. And you see how you just unmuted yourself? Do me a favor.
Bro, she asked me a question. I was answering.
I know. Can I control the mute button on this channel, please? I'd like to do that, please.
Bro, I'm not being disrespectful.
All right.
1 second, Kevin. Let him get his point across. That's the problem.
I'm gonna ask Kevin G a question.
You cannot. Let everybody. I'm gonna mute myself.
It's not really. It's kind of hard.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be
Kevin
nice.
G. Come on, Kevin G. What you wanted to say?
Nah, it's cool. I didn't get offended by anything. I'm confused about what's going on. But what's the question, Albert?
No, Yehukanan had a question for you.
Yeah,
you were on the other day and you were saying some stuff, and I told you seen what the comment section was looking like. Cherry went and made videos. I knew people had some questions. The plumber came on here with Benaiah Israel. I didn't pull his stuff up, but the plumber came on here with it, and a lot of people are offended at that picture and your interpretation in that picture. And we're going to see how we can slowly walk everybody through that stuff and how people got the information that they got and how we're going to work it out. Yakuk and I got a question for you, Kevin G.
Yes.
I'm just y'all two talking right now.
Okay, so listen.
Well, 1 second, who want to respond to you, Barine. I am more than happy to come up and talk about that painting extensively.
But the thing is, we got to have we got to have two views up here, Kevin. The problem,
sister,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kevin.
I thought we were going to wait for people to finish. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry. My apologies. My apologies.
Well, okay, all right. So, Barine, as I was saying, I have no problem at all. It's discussing the painting in detail. I'm more than happy to come up here, as I have done the past 2 times, and extensively prove and show exactly what the painting is saying, the facts within the painting, and what does actually mean. In fact, we could do that today. That's not even a problem. Now, in regards to the debate that I was supposed to have with Blacktastic, it's interesting because he messaged me the other day and asked me, brother, can we go over the details of the debate so we can understand what we're doing here? And I said, okay.
Oh, yeah?
But now, yeah, he did. But now he messaged you and told you, I don't want to have the debate with Kevin G. I'd rather have with somebody else, or I'd rather come on by myself and answer questions about it.
Yes.
He's running. That's a straight cop out, in my opinion.
No, I've had a conversation with Blacktastic.
Well, Sister E, hold on.
What he said in his opinion. He
said. Oh yeah, he's right to his opinion.
I didn't even know he didn't. I didn't even know he hit you, but I'm just saying what he said.
Yeah, he messaged me and told me how would I like to get it done, and I said okay, and I was getting ready to discuss the details with him. I went to bed. And then now I'm hearing that he wants to not do this with me. So I'm confused. If that was the case, why didn't he tell me directly, hey, bro, I don't want to have the debate with you. I'd rather do this. Why would he continue to talk about the debate and setting it up and then tell you that I'm not going to do the debate? And that to me screams, I really don't want to debate you from whatever reason. But I think that's a bit deceptive. But I know what it is. I knew what it was. People already told me how we were going to do a response to that. That's my own opinion about that. But like I said, if he's open to do it, hey, look, he could let me know.
But even if not, you could come on here. Even if you're not, but Sister E, I like what she said. Benaiah, the plumber came and he shared some stuff from Benaiah's page, and no matter how it is, we got to work all of this stuff out. We got to, because if we're using the same sources, and some people saying those Jews are white, those Jews are black. If we're using the same sources from Portugal and Spain. I would, after talking to you, Kevin G, and you coming on here and other stuff coming out, and then earlier myself and Mike Holloway was talking about, could it be context, Judah Morning, Black onto the ground, Revelation 1, I am black but calmly, that's Solomon speaking. A lot of this does have to do with reading comprehension and context, because we're all using the same thing, using the same scriptures, using the same pictures, and coming out with different interpretations. It has to do something. How can we share it without being disrespectful? Somebody is not understanding context. Somebody is not reading this thing properly. But come on,
Hey, so you said something about the T1B haplotype yesterday, Kevin G. Correct?
I read a paper about it. I didn't say
right. I'm saying you mentioned something about it, correct?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
Okay, then. So you made a statement saying that because those members of T1B, that Sister E and them are done using jet match and they shouldn't use jet match no more because of this T1B statement that you made. And you said this at the 3 hour. Hold up, listen. Hold up. Let me clarify for you, because you said this at the 3 hour.
Hold on, bro.
Kevin G, let me finish. Can I finish? Can I please finish, brother? Please. You said this at the 3 hour and 49-minute mark.
Yeah. I'm if you let me speak, I'm telling you, you have to listen to what I'm saying, right? So, yes, the paper is talking about T1B, but if you listen, you claim you're speaking in a manner as though you actually listened to it, and if you did, you wouldn't have asked the question you asked. And here's why I say that: because in the paper they're talking about T1B, however, they're also talking about the J marker as well. And when what they're talking about is any lineage of what a Jewish lineage is not exclusive to T1B. It's talking about J as well. And it says it's right there that the whole evidence of them being Jews in the first place crumbles. Now, here's the thing. When you click on that and look at the other article, the scientific article that he's actually quoting, you actually see in there that the reliability of Limbas being Jews is not really sound. That's not my words. That's the words of the article. In fact, I'm more than happy to pull up the article now and read it word for word slowly and bring it up on the screen.
No,
and
you
we can read it
cool.
for
I'm
ourselves.
listening to you. Go ahead. Make it.
No, but no matter of fact,
No, he's cool, Brian. I just, are you done,
because I
Kevin?
was saying I don't even mind if you pull it up, because the more we could share, the less it'll be confusion. I think,
Right,
and
exactly.
then everybody,
Right.
we ain't got 12 jurors, we got 300 jurors, and they're listening.
Right. So
that maybe
I want to ask him: do the limbers only have J and T1B haplotype?
No, they don't.
Okay,
Obviously
then.
not. So right. But that still doesn't address the issue at hand. To say do they have more haplogroups than that is not attacking the problem that the paper is presenting. The problem that the paper is presenting is that it's saying among those haplogroups that is Shemite, especially the T1B in its analysis of T1B, is saying that there's no sound evidence that they come from a Jewish lineage in any case of the
that haplogroup, right? Saying, listen, hold on, listen.
No,
it's
not just talking
hold
about
on. Listen, wait,
interrupted
stop.
me, you hooking on.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead. Go.
Right,
go
I
ahead.
didn't say. Okay, it's not just talking about T1. Like I said, I think we're putting more confusion out there by going back and forth about this. So why don't we just pull the paper up and read?
That's what I just asked you 2 minutes ago.
No problem. Can you? I tell you what. Let me give you the link.
I don't see nothing on the screen yet. I'm on
my like that question.
Hey, real quick, while you pulling up the paper,
hold on,
I think it's a great idea.
What about that question?
This question, I like it. I have a serious question. Why does DNA matter? If we're to come to God by faith, not a loaded question, just an honest question.
I mean, if you don't want to talk about the DNA, we don't have. Listen, I tell you what, we don't have to even talk about the DNA, because it's not about the DNA. It's about the accuracy of the statements that were made. So if you don't want to have the discussion, we don't even have to have that discussion right now.
No, but the thing is, if you don't want to have a conversation about the DNA,
I never said.
Let's have another conversation. Right now, we're talking about the DNA. I'm actually trying to get my daughter.
And the thing with the DNA, Sister E brought up the DNA, and Cherry, Sister E, at bear witness, she brought up the DNA, and then y'all jumped on that.
Yeah, I'm not avoiding the conversation about the DNA. I'm willing to have it right now.
Right, they're handling DNA. My thing is the doctrine. That's why I'm hard.
Sister E agree with about 98% of your doctrine, and so does Berean agree with about 98% of your doctrine. So what's the problem?
No,
there should be no problem.
No. Again, you're hooking on first, and second of all, you don't dictate what I agree and what I don't agree to.
Oh,
so
hold
on.
You do not dictate what I agree to and what I don't agree to. And number two, I have heard some problems regarding some of the doctrinal positions with Sister E to have to raise a strong concern. So again, I will have to go. Number one is interjecting this. And number one, this. I'm gonna start there. Number one, the race thing. The race thing. No. That don't got nothing to do with the biblical text. That don't got nothing to do with the biblical.
Hold on, Sister Terry. She's trying to separate. Hold on, Sister E. Just hold on, Sister E. Hold on, Sister E. Hold on a second. As I'm saying, it's real hard trying to do this. Pull up the paper. It is kind of hard trying to do this, trying to share and bring out this information and all of this stuff. Now, if you brought up the DNA and they started going in with the DNA, but I'm going to admit, I told y'all I used to be a pastor. It's heavy heresy in the comment section. I done brought people on, and I don't know why Christians would even be mad at me. I told y'all what I used to do. I used to set them up. They got Cuban links on. The Rolex is on. I'm opening the bag. They're here. So I bring a lot of people on for beef. So we can talk. And then whilst I had a bunch of Israelites on here, I did stir the urban apologetic community by blowing shots at them. But then I seen 93 come on. I said, is there not no black historians? Anybody can teach anything? So then 93 came on, Kevin G came on, other people that's not claiming to be in the urban apologetic circle, and they got a different point of view. And so now we look like we're getting somewhere. The Professor Katz thing slowed us down. I wanted to get to the place of DNA. I want to get to that history, and we don't have no choice but to get the prophecy and understand the scriptures in the Bible. I'm gonna bring everybody back in. Kevin, you got that thing ready? Come on.
Yeah, so if you look at the chat, the chat there, I put the link to that actual article. And in
the chat. I thought you were gonna put up. All right. I thought you were gonna
I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone, so I don't have that capability at the moment.
He said it's in there somewhere.
Yeah, it's right there. It's the newest message. So in the private chat, not the
okay. No one. I was saying I don't even see it. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin. You want to say something? You could not had a statement for Cherry. I forget one of them had a statement for Cherry.
No, I don't have a statement for anyone. All I want to do is do a raft analogy here, which is basically I'm gonna repeat the question. So the question that was posed, or the issue that was posed by Yehukanan, is that the article is exclusively talking about T1B. What I would like to do is I'm giving Breen an article to go ahead and share on the screen. I'm going to read it verbatim. And we're going to see how this article is not only talking about T1B, but any claim of Semitic through J or R1B that this doesn't work out. So let's go ahead and actually read this article. Whenever you have it on the screen, just let me know, because
I don't even see. Where can I find it at? Where's the private chat on this?
When you go to chat, and then you go to, there's two sections. There's comments and private chat. So when you go to private chat, you're going to see where
that's what that button is for. Wow.
Yeah, bro. That's why when I was communicating with you, I was wondering, does he know?
6 of these in here. I'm too old for this, man. I don't know how I get caught up.
At least you know now.
So what do I do? Just click on it?
Yeah, you can click on that link, and when it pops up.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a great feature. But okay.
And can I hit share screen?
Yeah, you can operate.
Wow, this is heavy.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be learning too much too online. Wow, look at this.
Yeah. All right, cool. There we go. That's very good. However you want to zoom in on that. Now, I want to have everybody peep this out. If you notice the name of this blog is just not some old blog. This blog is from the head or the contributor of the Oracle Jed match that we see on jedmatch.com. This guy actually wrote all the genetic material in the database that actually belongs to that. And he's the one that coded this. In fact, I sent him an email and he emailed me back. I told him, hey, I'm finding Middle Eastern DNA in my result. What does that mean? He says, he said, it's just noise. That's not real result. That's just some noise. That's what he said. And I was like, okay. Now, I never came up to part it up because the whole DNA discussion was off the table. And at that time, people were discussing the pews, right? So when I emailed him privately, just for my own sake, and I could share that email anytime. In fact, my wife just went shopping. So I'm able to go inside the house now and use the computer because, I'm just too loud when I speak and everything.
Somebody said, is that the Whisperer guy? I said,
yeah, man. Because that was 2 a.m, man. I couldn't wake up my family. That's why I was whispering, man. I got silly. But yeah, so I did email the guy. And he told me, I asked him an extensive question about everything. And he just emailed back, oh, that's just some noise. And I'm like, dang, that's it? Like, I wrote you an extensive email, dude. I mean, the email, I'm sure the email was like 1.5 pages if you were to formatted a word or something. But anyway, if you pay attention to the paper here on the screen, I'm going to go.
You're breaking up. Somebody says that peer review.
You're breaking up.
If you can hear me, he said he's going to go in the house, maybe walking in.
Maybe I'm right here.
Okay.
I haven't gone in yet.
No, but you were just talking all that time because we lost you about 6 seconds.
No, we didn't hear you, bro.
Oh, okay, no problem. All right, so it says new paper on Y chromosome haplogroup T. Okay. It says there are some that's real tiny. Now, can you hear me now? Because I'm on.
We hear you, brother. We hear you.
Cool. All right, because I have it on my own phone. Okay, there are some haplogroups like R1B that garner lots of attention and public interest. Then there are others like haplogroup T that most people don't even know about. This haplogroup's fame was largely due to the fact that Thomas Jefferson belonged to it. But since at that time, T was called K2, most people have probably forgotten about that too. Second paragraph. A new paper studies this mysterious haplogroup and uncovers some structure in it. Moreover, interestingly, it joins T with the somewhat less mysterious haplogroup L that is quite common from the Caucasus through Iran to South Asia. The eternal structure of the Y chromosome phylogeny.
So hold on, stop for 1 second, and I'm not trying to build.
Phylogeny, sorry, but what's that?
No, I was gonna say stop, but do you understand why this haplogroup is from K and all this other stuff? Do you understand why they're mentioning these other haplotypes?
Right, I do, but the problem here is that this is not the hammer in the.
No, I know, I understand that. Listen, right? I'm trying to get you to understand because you got to understand the phylogenetic tree.
Yeah, I do understand it, bro.
So
We talked about
okay,
it.
so
We talked about it. We talked about it extensively for years. I don't understand why you asked me this question now.
yeah, but
We've been
I'm just saying we got to break this
we've
stuff
been
down
talking
for the
about this
audience
since
too, though, brother.
2017. Why are
Because
you asking me this?
okay, because you also got to break the stuff
Oh,
down for the
you
audience.
think y'all two have had a discussion on this already?
Right. So yeah, we talked about this for years.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yehukanan
Okay,
knows
all right. No,
my
no,
knowledge.
fine.
Yeah. But what he's trying to say here, and that's a good part to do, is that he wants the audience to understand what this means here.
Okay, go ahead. You could brief
Now,
it.
what this means is just means that formal genetic research, as what they're known, because haplogroups change based on new research on the phylogenetic tree. So, for instance, if you look at I2B1, I2B1 is now known as M223.
Okay.
Because according to his old studies of phylogenetic, it was one thing, but now they're identifying these differently because of new information that arises. So now in the time past, it was called K2. But in the advent of new research and researching those Asian and Caucasus populations, it now has become T. So now they're talking about the significance of T here. So now in the second paragraph, this is what it continues to say. A new paper study.
Wait, hold on. Because listen, you have mutations within mutations. Hold up, Kevin. You have mutations within mutations. So basically, haplogroup T come from it come from a subclade of K, which came from GHIJ. So these are different mutations. These are mutations within mutations. So that's why
I know that. I know.
I'm talking to the audience, bro. That's what I'm trying to do.
No, you said Kevin, didn't you?
I mean, but I'm just saying, we just letting the audience know, bro. I'm trying to, because it doesn't make no sense to start talking DNA and you're going over people's head and you're not breaking stuff down to them.
No,
bro.
I'm not going over people's head, bro. You just said
okay,
Kevin,
go ahead,
so you was addressing me.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I'm talking to the chat as well.
Okay, so next time,
let him finish,
right? Hold on. So next time you do that, Yehukanan, which is cool. Just say, Kevin, hold on. I want to let the audience know something, and that way I know that you're talking to them. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. My bad.
All right. So let's continue to read this. This second paragraph says this: a new paper studies this mysterious haplogroup and uncovers some structure within it. In it. Sorry about that. Moreover, interestingly, it joins T with the somewhat less mysterious haplogroup L that is quite common from the Caucasus through Iran to South Asia. The internal structure of the Y chromosome of phylogeny is getting resolved. The limba evidence is also interesting. Now, here's where it gets into where they're speaking about the limba. This population was theorized. Now, I want everybody to key in on this and the purpose of this article. The article here is not talking about the subject of this article is not necessarily the limba. The subject of this article is talking about YT, but then it's going into the limba because it's talking about the evidence within that about what they're finding out based on how T was K2 and how it's not K2, but it's under K2 based on mutations. So now they're getting into the gist of limba and how that evidence has now changed based on this new understanding. So by Yehukanan's own admission is saying that this is correct as far as explaining the mutations, we must now accept this evidence about the limba now. So watch this. The limba evidence is also interesting. This population was theorized. Okay, so this is the original thought, to have Jewish origin on the basis of its processing of 6-marker Cohen model haplotype within haplogroup J. So notice it's talking about J. When it was later recognized that it was insufficient as a Jewish marker because A, it could be found on very different lineages, J1 and J2, not even J, and non-J, sorry about that. And B, it could be found on how frequencies in non-Jewish Near Eastern populations. So in other words, what they're saying here is that the frequency in the DNA that they're finding within the limba with this new study is found that this is found within neighboring populations who are non-Jewish Near Eastern populations. The case, this is quoting from the paper, the case for the Jewish origin of the limba largely crumbled. I'm gonna repeat that again. The case for the Jewish origin of the limba largely crumbled. Why? Because now with new evidence and looking at the marker types that's in the J among those people, they're finding that they're not related to any Jewish populations. They're related to non-Jewish populations in the area. Now, if I were to get a refutation from Yehukanan, which he's welcome to do, then he will have to explain why did he support the change from T under K2, but now not accepting this evidence. because now he's crossed. He already admitted that this was a fact, but now when we face this same mirror to the limber, it doesn't pan out that the limber are actually Jews. It goes on to say, this is probably another blow to that theory, as T1b does link the limber to the Near East, but not particularly to Jews. Alternatively, modern Jews are a very restricted subset of ancient Jews, a possibility that probably needs to be entertained, although it would be difficult to test. So,
okay, so
go ahead.
Hold on. So let me see what he. I'm gonna make this. Let me go.
No, you good. May I speak?
Yeah, you got the floor now.
So listen, those T1b, this is my thing. Those T1b limbers have no paternal connection to the Jewish thing. Now, the limbers have different haplotypes. So we still have to look at J1 because they do have that, and they do have E1B1A. You see what I'm saying? So you cannot sit up here.
They also have E1B1B.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to make, when you make that, with the statement you made yesterday, it's like you're trying to make all limber be T1B. And now you're saying,
real quick, let's be clear, because you said E1B1A. Everyone knows that, but a lot of people don't know they also have E1B1B. They have 3 E haplogroups. They have EM40, EM35, and EM2. That's all fine. That's all fine. Hold on. Right? I am saying this one for the crowd, just so people are clear. My fault. Okay. So just so people understand, like, so they have E1B1B, E1B1A, and EM40. So that's just to be clear. So even that E1B1B is also, so yeah, real like so that also is found among Semitic populations, that E1B1B. So yeah. I'm curious as to why that's not mentioned at all in the article that you're talking about. The blog that you're talking about. Well, what the article is talking about, it's a blog. It's not really an article. Well, it is, because if you look at the link, the paper, it does go to he's this is extraction from the article. It's not you're saying that it's a blog because it's presented on the blog. That really is not a good
the source
good way of saying
the blog came from it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's right there. The article's right
there.
But anyway,
you're gonna have I have something to say real quick. Hold on one second, Kevin G. Hold on one second, Kevin G. Hold on one second, Kevin G. One second.
Kevin, just give us a second, Kevin.
Give me a second. Berean, you're gonna have to monitor the length of time that Kevin G talks. Kevin G is consistently hopping in and not allowing people like Yehukanan and Orthodox more to get their thought in.
Are you saying that because you're an Israelite and they're
Israelite? I would say that Kevin G. I'm not saying this because I am an Israelite. I'm saying this because that's just being respectful.
Okay, hold on. So Kevin G is long-winded. Let me listen in the comments section. I'm sorry, I walked away for a second. In the comments section, is Kevin G long-winded?
Yes.
No, I was reading
the just protected when Israelites were pushing this like
Yes, you are, Kevin. Let's be real. If I timed it right now, which I did, you spent majority of the bulk of the conversation.
I was reading.
Okay, so if Yochanan or Orthodox more had a point, let them get their point out, and then you say your point.
They did. I was responding to it. Sis, I really don't see what you're seeing here. When you say I was long-winded, I thought I was Kevin. She's being righteous. I did have to pause you up. I was being real. I was saying something about the limbo haplogroups and whatnot, and you did jump in a couple times, bro.
Yes.
So I appreciate this is what she's saying.
Now, Sister E, now you just jumped in on Kevin, but do y'all think she said yes? She said yes. Kevin is very long-winded. I just don't want people to think that a faithful of God come in here, Kevin come in here, R&O come in here, and they just get just talking and just unmuting and talking and cutting people off and everything. I don't want y'all to start saying that that's a pattern. But go ahead. I don't even know who was talking for us.
More. It was more that was talking.
The question on the floor is, Kevin, do you find it significant that the blog that's clipping out an article does not mention E1B1B, which is a Semitic haplogroup? No, because that's not the blog's. The blog's aim is to talk about the origin of J in J1 and J2. Now, if you're saying that E1B1B exists within the limba, at what percentage do they exist within that population?
That's for more.
Yep, that was for more. I would have to go check out the study.
I would say at a medium. Hold on. Let me take that at a medium. At a medium level, because when low frequency is anything between 10% and under. So with the limba, I believe that they have a frequency of haplogroup E at about 40% or 45%. So if that's the case, then that would be medium frequency.
It's not about how much. So bottom line, the same. Real quick, the same studies that say that they're J say that they have these other
interrupting rules
the
not
same
there, huh?
the same exact. I was actually talking before you said something, Kevin. So the same
No,
study,
I was
the
speaking,
same study,
jumped in, bro.
the same studies that actually record the limba being at J, record them being having E1 B1B, right? So it's not about how much, it's there, right? So do you recognize the E1 B1B as being a Semitic haplogroup or existing in the Levant, etc.?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's no problem.
That's all I wanted to understand.
Hold
I appreciate you, bro.
bro, because we do this in conversations all the time. It's a lot of trickery. There's nothing.
Me trying to understand you trickery?
Okay, no. More. Just let me finish, bro. That's all.
You just said it was trickery. No, bro. You just said it was trickery.
Because I'm talking about the way it's understood. Let me finish, bro. If I could just finish and
so
you
what's
follow
the
your own
trickery?
rules, can you follow your own rules? Can we do that?
What's the trickery, bro?
Well, can I explain it?
Did I trick you?
All right. Let me get.
Did I trick you by trying to understand you?
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying, bro. Can I do that?
As long as you
Yeah, I do.
How I'm tricking you. Are you accusing me of tricking you? Do you understand what I'm asking you?
No, I'm saying that the notion of trying to identify this information is trickery. I'm explaining why. Okay, if you look at the information we just read, Yukanan brought up a fact. He says that because 40% of the limba are E, that means that the low frequency could be E1. No, there's no.
No, I didn't say low frequency. I said that's a modern frequency. No, you're misquoting me.
He said medium frequency.
I said a medium frequency.
He said medium frequency, Kevin.
Can I finish,
He did
please?
say it. But rephrase that, backtrack and correct yourself. He said medium.
No, I'm not doing. Listen,
because you just put words in his mouth. He said medium.
No, he said. What are you talking about?
He said medium frequency, though. Didn't he say medium?
Yes, I understand what he's saying, Sister E. I talked to him for years about this. I know what he's saying.
What did he say now?
Oh my God!
So that's what it be. Y'all are bringing beef from another channel on here where we trying to get.
No, it's not. No. It's no beef.
Oh Lord, come on, man. Can I please finish my statement? That's all.
Don't be long-winded, Kevin. They already say you long-winded. You will come on here long-winded. Faithful come on here long-winded. They're trying to make it sound like y'all just ain't got no control.
He got 1 minute to get his point.
Okay, so let's look at this, right? Let's look at this very carefully. Now, I asked what was the frequency of E1B1B among limba. Yehukanah says I have to go and look it up. What he said after that?
No, I didn't. Moore said he had to look it up. I said medium frequency, bro. They had 40%. That's a medium frequency.
No, they don't. The 40.
Don't play me, bro.
Okay,
stop it. Stop trying to play me, bro. No, I said at a medium frequency they had 40%. Stop it.
Okay. Listen. Let me talk, please. If you look up the limba, they are not. That's a lie, bro. They are not 40% E1B1B. They're not.
I said 40% E, bro.
Okay,
40%
right. That's what I'm
E.
getting at. Bro, would you
40% E haplotype, bro. Stop playing.
Would you let me finish, bro? For real.
You're lying, bro.
You're
misconstruing my word.
Okay, hold on. I'm lying, right? Let's do this. Okay, since you want to say I'm lying, let's do this. We're gonna actually.
No one say you're lying. Can you just admit that you're incorrect? The brother didn't say E1B1B. He said E.
No, we're gonna get.
Did he say E1B1B or did he say E, bro? For real.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Kevin never answered.
It's a simple question, bro.
I'm trying to answer
because you keep trying to mischaracterize his argument. You're mad because he's jumping in. You keep mischaracterizing his argument. You're mad that he's jumping in.
What did he say?
I haven't even begun to answer the first question. Let me answer this question, please. Now, if you let me finish what I'm saying, you will hear my statement through. You guys are breaking your own rule. Y'all were calling me long-winded, interrupted, and that's exactly what y'all doing now. Y'all need to check yourselves, for real. Now, if you look at what he just said, it was a blanket statement. He said 40% is at E, but at low frequency is E1B. Now, if you look at that,
I did not say that,
bro. That's my words. I'm saying that.
So why did you just say I said it? You just said I said it.
Man. Let him finish his point. You cannot be quiet.
Okay, my bad. I'm gonna let him finish, and every time he misconstrues, I'm gonna take notes and take him apart. I'm gonna rip him apart.
Okay, watch this. Here's what I'm gonna do. Right? Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this. I'm not gonna do this back and forth.
Are you talking?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on 1 second.
You ain't finna put up the whole nother presentation again.
I am. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up the limba here. Okay. All right. Pull up the limba here. All right. Okay. All right, now we're gonna go down to genetics for the limbo.
In the meantime, Cherry, you want to say something? While I say you want to say something?
Sure.
Oh no,
Sure. Yeah. People.
I'm listening. You know, like I said, I'm not an expert at DNA. I'm just learning from Kevin and just
Yeah, let me
listening.
pull up. Let me share my
Oh
screen.
my God, he asked me a question. You got Tourette's, right?
No, I said let me share my screen because.
Okay, well, let me answer.
Okay,
Barreen,
my
look
bad,
at
Cherry.
that.
Go ahead. Cherry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, Barreen, I'm listening and I'm learning because I'm not a DNA expert.
Okay.
So I find this conversation very interesting. So that's why I'm, kicking back with you. I'm not going to jump into something that I'm not proficient in, but I am learning.
Okay.
Thank you. Good God Almighty.
My bad. I was going to ask Brian, let me share my screen because I already got some stuff up on the limbo about what they got at the E Habla group at what percentage. So
where is it at?
I'm going to share it right now. It's on Wikipedia since he likes to use Wikipedia so much. There's another article.
Whoa.
Wikipedia
So now you're
taking shots. It's okay.
Now you're taking shots at me when you can't even prove.
Can you see my screen?
No, but I didn't know y'all knew each other from back in the. I know.
Shots. Let's get back to the point.
Can you see my screen?
1 second. Let me pull
Hey,
this
could you?
up.
No, not yet.
Well, you got to share already.
Wait a minute. No, Kevin G, are you ready?
share.
They just jumped in. I just asked Cherry to come on because you were looking or pulling or doing
right.
something.
Exactly. Yeah. So here's the haplogroups that we find within the limbo.
Where's that at?
Actually, hold on. Let me pull up. I'm on my phone. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna join from my computer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, why he joined from his computer? Let me go ahead and share my screen because I already got it up.
Pull it up.
All right. Okay.
I got one too, bro.
Okay, so here we go. Okay. Let me know when you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
It's on.
You can see it, right?
It's on.
Okay, so this is genetic studies. This is Wikipedia. This is about the limb of South Africa, right? They have 30% of the EPN1. This is similar to EM2. At 30%, that's medium frequency, okay? This is about a medium frequency, which it doesn't even matter about the frequency because all it's just saying is that frequency is judged by population. So if 90% of the population had E1B1A, or let's just say the 90% of the population had J12, then that'll be at high frequencies. But the thing is, these people have that. And that's what Moore was saying. It don't matter at what frequency, these people have that. So his article is talking about T1B, which limbers do. So by his elimination, he's eliminating T1B. And you see what I'm saying? So he's saying T1B is not a paternal Israelite haplogroup, or they're not related to the Israelites. That still has nothing to do with the E haplogroup that the limber have, and it has nothing to do with the J haplogroup that the limber has. So, for sake of argument, we can eliminate T if you want to say that, but you're not.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Question, and this was also brought up by Alton. I'm with you, Alton. Every bit of what I guess 2 or 3 hours ago, Wikipedia wasn't a sufficient source, and now you run into it. Okay, that's hypocrisy.
That's what your boy like to use. She's gaslighting. First of all, she's gaslighting and she's straw manning.
Oh my God!
That's all she's doing. She's straw manning.
Complain about Kevin G going to Wikipedia, but now y'all doing it now.
Listen, she's straw manning.
But hold on. Is that? But you're hooking on. Is that true? A little while, maybe 45 minutes, I don't know, an hour ago, we were beefing right before Kevin G jumped on about Wikipedia. Somebody just
I said since he likes to listen. I said, since he likes to use Wikipedia, I'm going to go to Wikipedia because I can actually go up to the article where this came from. But at the end of the day, my point is this, and Cherry's trying to, she's trying to take, listen, Cherry's trying to, she's smoking mirrors. She's smoking mirrors. She's smoking mirrors because I'm making my point. Now she's trying to bring up something else. She's smoking mirrors. I don't got time for this smoking mirrors.
Calm down.
Let me make my point.
All right, so
my point is this, because he asked about the frequencies, and I gave him the answer. It's at medium frequencies, but it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, his article is talking about T1B. For sake of argument, I'll give him. Yes, it is. It's talking about T1B. I'll give him T1B, but it has nothing to do with the E1B or the J1 haplotype.
Okay,
That one's talking about T1B. Go ahead.
Okay, we let him talk. Somebody is right.
Simple.
Maybe we got to put some folk in the back till some of this stuff come out.
Yeah. So
watch
this. So if you look up any distribution, like for instance, the article he just pulled up, I'm for one don't think Wikipedia is fake at all. That's a pseudo. I have people with IQ of 130, 140 that tell me that Wikipedia is actually the most peer-reviewed source in the world. Plus, it has links to all of its evidences of what they say. So I'm not going to buy because a bunch of people on YouTube saying, "Oh, he uses Wikipedia." That doesn't mean anything. Since you went to Wikipedia, that's fine. You can go to Wikipedia. It's all right. It's quite all right to go to Wikipedia. Trust me. Okay. Now, when we talk about the frequency of E, the question that I asked was, "What's the frequency of E1B1B?" I have not gotten an answer on that. So, but when you reveal what it is, it's not going to help your argument. It's not going to help it at all.
The frequency is non sequitur because the fact.
What do you mean? How is it non sequitur? How is it
relevant? How is it relevant?
Because he used it to identify. Because wasn't the question asked after I read the article that you still can identify Jews by other DNA types? And then I asked. Then you guys brought up E1B1B, and then I asked the question. Then what frequency is E1B1B among the limbo? How is that non sequitur?
Because again, the frequency doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it exists there, right? So again, like I said,
no. Bro, Arthur Moore, you're
so hold on, bro. So, bro, you just interrupting, right? So I'm gonna read what's on the screen right quick, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
You mind? Because again, this is an article. Again, this isn't a blog, right? This is from the South African Medical Journal.
Bro, why are you taking shots and saying?
I'm gonna. Do you mind if I read? Do you mind if I read? Because I had to correct. Like everyone has to correct you. Everyone has to correct you, right?
I'm muting right now.
Like appreciate you, bro. Because you couldn't even clarify if you were saying I was trying to trick you or whatnot, bro. Like you were being mad, insulted, not even recognizing it. So again, not a blog. South African Medical Journal. EM35 is recorded. This is in the back chat, fam. Go click on it whenever you want to. Go see all the percentages for yourself. Talking about the J marker, like you're talking about, right? This is what this same article. This is what this medical journal has to say. Although the four haplogroups together constituted a major component of Y chromosomes in both the lemma, 73.7% in REMBA, 94.4%. The frequencies of these haplogroups, with the exception of haplogroup EM2, differed in the two haplogroups figured at 1A. The most common haplogroup in the REMBA was JM172, which accounted for 42.6% of their Y chromosomes. Their J12F2A was most common in the limba, 39.5%. Both J haplogroups were observed in Jews at frequencies of 18.1% and 22.7% respectively.
All right, very good. Thank you for bringing that up. That's exactly what the paper covered. The paper that I read actually says that any lineage of J within the limba crumbles because it does not belong to Jewish groups. Thank you for doing that.
That's what this paper just said it did, fam.
It does not.
Can you go back over that? Can you go back over that?
No. Pull up the paper again. Watch this. Pull up the paper again. I'll let you go again. Pull it up again. Go ahead.
Hold on. Hold on. Look, all right. Nobody say nothing. We're gonna let Orthodox Moore. Where's your thing at Orthodox Moore?
Yeah, bring your paper back up. I'm show you
was it on Kevin? It was. All right. Hold on a minute, y'all.
While he's bringing it up, may I ask Kevin G a question?
No.
I don't even know if he want to answer. Or if he
so are you saying that the J? Are you saying that the J haplogroup is not a Jewish haplogroup?
What's that now, Yehukanan?
Are you saying that the J is not a Jewish haplogroup?
It is not the ones in the limba though.
Hold on. Because if the limba got a J, if the limba got a J, and you saying that J is the Jewish haplogroup, then they share a paternal ancestor. They share a father. They ain't no
that's not necessarily true.
Yes, it is true.
No, it's not. Because think about it. Was Jacob the only one that had J?
I don't know if Jacob had J.
Okay. All
See,
right.
that's the question. I'm going by your narrative.
So the way it works is that if you just look at the Bible, right, and you look at the sons that came from out of Abraham, even on both sides, you have one through Isaac, and you have man, I can't believe I'm getting a brain fart here. The son of Hagar.
Because you got cut.
Right. You said what, Dad?
Somebody said that's because you got cut.
They can say whatever they like, but what the evidence they're presenting is not helping them.
Bro, you
All right, so if you look at
But
this
no, I want
article,
Orthodox
can we go to the
more to
top? Can we
read
go
that
to
one
can we
more.
go
I
to the
want
top?
Orthodox.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
Hold on,
yeah.
hold on,
about?
hold on,
One
hold on.
moment.
Can we go to the
One
top? Can we
second.
go to that top?
No. Stop,
Bro,
No,
Joey.
you
listen.
Let
leaking.
let
What
him
are
Why,
you
read.
talking
guys?
about?
I've been trying to answer the
Let
question for the
Orthodox
longest time and
more.
have not been
Let
able to speak.
Orthodox
Can
more
I
finish
speak for
reading.
once?
No,
Where's
you
Orthodox
once. You
more
done
at?
spoke
I'm
20
right
times.
here.
Hold on. Where's Orthodox more at? I want Orthodox more to read that one more time. Hold on. I want
Again.
Orthodox more to read that one more time, because if this is reading comprehension, we can't be running around here starting no religions. We can't be running around here teaching on YouTube. We got to get back to school. They got that late night education class. If this is reading comprehension, I'm hoping this is not what's happening. Orthodox more, read it, then I'm giving it back to Kevin G. Make it as big as you can make it and let everybody see this. You hear Orthodox more, I'll put you out.
I got you. I'm here. Can you hear me?
No, go talk, read.
Okay, this is from the South African Medical Journal. Limba origins revisited, tracing the ancestry of Y chromosomes in South African and Zimbabwean limba. Right? This is what it says. The most common haplogroup in the limba was JM172, which accounted for 42.6% of their Y chromosomes. If Kevin is saying this is not a Jewish haplogroup, it's laughable. He just took out all the Jews. Whereas J12F2A was most common in the limba at 39.5%. This is two different J markers. Then it goes on to say both J haplogroups were observed in Jews at frequencies of 18.1% and 22.7% respectively.
Okay, that was the whole highlighted thing, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. Let me bring him where he at. Hold on. Here he is right here. Come on, bro. What happened? What just happened, Kevin? Just tell me what you just heard.
No problem. So what this does not address what I brought up at all. It does not address not a lick of what I brought up. What I brought up, it actually was talking about J1, J2, R1B, not R1B, but also T2, okay, or T1B. Sorry about that. Those haplogroups do not belong there and do not belong to the limba. Now, what he just read, notice it said 13%. 13%. That means that it was only a few of them that received that based on those people that came from over Yemen and built those Jews. It is not the limba. So the whole entirety of limba is being singled out to probably a few haplotypes. My argument was never that there was no haplotypes among the limba that shows they have lineage of Jewish people.
Okay.
It goes to show that the majority that it was based on, and based on J1 and J2 that I just read, that they do not belong to Jews. So I'm glad he put that out. Now,
J1 and J2 markers don't belong to Jews. Which ones?
The ones mentioned in the article that I just read. If you look at the article that I just read called The Increased Resolution of, I'm sorry, let me go ahead and bring up the article that I was actually reading. Decreased resolution of Y chromosome haplogroup T defines relationship among populations of Near East, Europe, and Africa. And in that paper, it's talking about J1 and J2 relating to the limba.
Which J1? I just read off two specific J markers, JM172 and another one. Which J? You're talking about a broad spectrum. Which J1 markers, fam?
Hold on, let me pull those up right now. Give me 1 second. I'll pull those up.
Because the paper I said they got two that belong to Jewish people. You're saying there's two that don't belong to them. I want to know which ones don't belong to them.
Hold on 1 second. I'm pulling it up. Just give me a moment. I'm going through my history. Okay, here it is. All right, this is what it says. The limba evidence is also interesting. This population was
reading at?
I'm reading from the paper I was just reading from earlier.
All right.
This population was theorized to have the Jewish origin on the basis of possessing the 6-marker Cohen model haplotype within haplogroup J. When it was later recognized that this was insufficient as Jewish marker because A, it could be found in different lineages, J1 and J2, even non-J, and B, it could be found on high frequencies in non-Jewish Near Eastern populations. The case for the Jewish origin of the limba largely crumbled. So those markers that he's mentioning there, they don't have any Jewish markers in them. They don't. We found this out with new information.
J1 is broad. It's not being specific. which specific J1 marker is not a Jewish haplogroup that's amongst the limba? Which specific one? Because I just named specific ones.
Let me go into the paper and actually pull that up then.
Kevin, are you started on the screen? Because I think everybody who has a point needs to show their point on the screen.
No problem. Hold on. It's just that I'm going through the paper and I'm
I don't see it nowhere.
I'm sharing the paper he's talking about right now, Breen.
Oh, that okay.
I'll make it bigger. Again, what he just read is this here, where they broadly talk about J1 and J2. Again, this is from the blog, right? They broadly talk about J1 and J2. There is no specific marker.
Right. So what there's right, and if you look at the testing among the limba, they don't have any of the Cohen model haplotype within them.
Okay, so are you saying JN172 is not part of the Cohen model haplogroup?
No, not within the limba, but in other Jewish groups.
Hold on. You're saying that Jemba can have the limba can have and Remba can have JN172, but because they have it's not a Cohen model haplogroup.
Let's go to it. Hold on a second. I'm pulling it up right now because I'm not going to just speak out of turn and then you guys rile up with this whole thing. I'm going to pull it up.
How many different JN172s are there?
Hold on, bro. Let me pull it up. I'm pulling it up right now.
Are there different JN172s? How about that?
No, there's not.
So then how can it be different?
Hold on, bro. This is what I'm getting at. The groups, hold on. I'm going to pull it up first because I'm not falling for this whole thing about answering the questions verbatim. I'm going to go ahead and actually read.
Y'all, I'm sending flowers to the whole UA today. My fault. I just bodied your whole crew.
Bro, you didn't body nobody. Let me pull it up, man. And we'll put this to bed. We'll put this to bed. Hold on. We'll put this to bed. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I'm with Sister E. We're not looking to fight. Nobody representing like he here representing urban apologists, and we're just looking to get information.
Thing is,
the name of the Lord. Gee, can we get to the information?
But my thing is,
Kevin G just said that that particular J17 is not. It is a Jewish marker, but it's not a Jewish marker.
I did not. I did not.
So Kevin, are you saying that even though the limba may have that marker in that tribe, that's not they don't have the Jewish marker? That's all I'm trying to figure out. I'm done. Is that what you're saying, Kevin?
I'll put it on.
Repeat your question because I'm busy.
So are you saying that even though they may have that J marker in the limba tribe, that does not mean that they have the Jewish marker? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that based on the basis of them saying they have Jewish lineage, and all of the J groups found within the limba, those ones do not include the Cohen model haplotype.
What is that haplotype? That J marker, you saying?
That's what I'm pulling up right now. What I'm pulling up is all of the markers within the limba.
My Berean teach email. Go ahead. I don't see. Let me see. No, this ain't it. The last email I got was from Yvette. I don't see it. I see Tim. Oh, did I cut him off? Is who's talking?
Nobody's talking right now.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me a moment because I'm going through my history and I have a lot.
No, I'm bringing Orthodox more back in.
Bring them back in, please.
Okay, you can Dukanon out too. He wants to get back.
I'll be good. I know it's
no. You cannot. Y'all all say that. Y'all all promise you ain't gonna unmute yourself.
No. I'll be good. I'll be good.
Y'all making Sister Cherry look good now.
No. I'm gonna be good. But today we're gonna end your career, Kevin G.
You got a career.
You are. All right. We're gonna see about that. Hold on.
You cannot stop.
So Sister E, you see how your people come on with an agenda.
And wait a minute now. It ain't just my folks. Both sides got agendas. Let's just be, and I'm not saying my folks are really trying Orthodox more, and Yukonon are really trying to figure out what Kevin G is saying. I think that's where we're getting a gap there. So it's a communication gap here.
I told you, Kevin G, when you coming on the other day, you got a lot of people upset. The comment section, my emails. I'm like, Lord,
no, Brother Berean, may I speak for 30 seconds? Can I speak for 30 seconds?
Yeah, what do you want to say?
We study genetics, right? I'm not saying I'm an expert or whatever.
But y'all had these arguments before.
No. Yeah, we do. But listen, I was new to the thing. I have people who mentor me who actually are geneticists and stuff like that. So when Kevin came on here yesterday, you know what I'm saying, he said some inconsistency things. And so we got people who deal with the DNA. Kevin G been running from Jashob and James Casal.
Nah,
and
bro, we've been
so
talking
has
all
Faithful
day.
to God.
wait a minute.
May I finish, please? I'm almost done. So Kevin G and Faithful to God's been running from these guys and whatnot that wants to deal with it. See, Kevin G, what he likes to do is he likes to come over here with people who don't know the information and try to act like he's doing something when he's not. But go ahead, I yield.
Yes, BereanTeacher@gmail.com. Remember, the Berean teacher is one word. I see you got a space between it. That could be what it is because I don't see it. Kevin, he left. I put him out.
No, I'm right here. I'm right here.
Okay. Somebody said, please let Kevin speak. Now, Kevin been speaking. We're not trying to cheat. We're trying to let
No
everybody.
problem. Hold on. It's no problem at all. Give me a second. Give me 1 second.
They're done in 15 minutes.
Yeah, hold on. I'm piecing everything together. That's all I'm doing, bro.
That means he going to talk for half an hour. He piecing just a lot of piecing he bringing together.
Okay, now, could he bring up his paper that he had up?
Orthodox Moore, you're correct?
Can you bring up his paper?
Okay, that's right.
Wait,
Wait, hold on.
All right, now,
Orthodox Moore,
I thought we supposed to be bringing up Kevin's paper.
Ain't no problem. Hey, you know what? I'll bring it up. In fact, I'll bring up. Okay, perfect. Thank you, bro. So, what I just read and what I wanted to piece together was because I want to make sure it's consistent. I don't want to come out and lapse on anything. Now, when the paper I read earlier, notice clearly the paper was talking about how there's nothing found within the limba that shows that they're Jewish. What he read here was analysis of the study of JM172 and it's trying to find its frequencies or what was found within the limba. And it says it found at 13.2%. But here's the thing. Why did the maker of GEDmatch say that this evidence for them being Jews is inconclusive? Is right there in the very article he's reading. In fact, if you were to scroll down to conclusion.
He's talking to you, Orthodox Moore.
I'm waiting on
whoever has the paper up. Whoever has the paper up right there.
I'm waiting for Kevin to answer my question though.
I'm sharing the screen.
Hold on. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and scroll down to conclusion.
Hey, quick question, Berean. Can we please get people to answer? 1 second, Kevin. Can we get people to answer questions? Berean is going to the point that folks not answering questions. Orthodox one question too.
I will gladly scroll down once I get my question answered.
Oh, come on, Kevin, pull it up because he hijacking the conversation. You don't want to scroll up.
Hijacking. I had the question first, Berean.
All right.
Which J marker?
Come on and read the thing, bro.
All right, watch this.
This
is why I had him scroll up.
He don't want to scroll because he ain't getting
no. Bring more back. Bring more back.
That's not fair, no, Berean. You got to do this thing fair.
Bring more back. Fair to the Israelites. Ain't nothing fair.
Question. Kevin G never answers question. Hold his feet to the fire. You let Orthodox Moore back in and get him to answer the question.
No, Sister E, he's back now. He's back. He's up on that. All right. Apologies to everybody. Hey, Berean, I don't think you should have kicked Moore out, but I'm glad Moore is back. Moore, you there?
I'm 100% here.
All right, cool, bro. All right, excellent.
So, which J markers do the limba have that are not Jewish?
Right. So, what we're getting at is this paper and what is reporting on. Because here's the thing that we have.
So, you're not answering my question, bro. Which J markers?
It's very simple.
Bro. The paper I cited cites 2 J markers.
Right.
Are they the markers that are not Jewish, or are they the markers that are Jewish?
Well, let's go and find out the conclusion of your paper. Let's read your paper that you brought up, right?
Paper cite? The paper?
No,
that
I'm using your
hold
paper,
on,
bro.
This is a specific question, bro. Because does the paper that you're citing cite the specific J markers that are not Jewish?
It does not. It does not cite those, but yours does. Yours do cite those, and I'm going to read that paper. Can we read it?
Go ahead.
All right, very good. Now let's go up to where he was talking about here. Watch this. All right, I'm gonna share my screen, Berean. Just get ready. Here we go.
Notice he is not giving the J markers that are not Jewish amongst the limba yet.
Right, but you have though. You have for me though, right?
Right. JM172. So
Right.
JM172 is not. Hold on, real quick. So the claim on the floor is that JM172 he's saying is not Jewish, and that J12 F2A are not Jewish.
Well,
That's
let's look at the paper and see what it says, bro. Let's look at it. I'm going to zoom in here. Could everybody see that? Could everyone see that? I want to make sure everyone can see that.
So yes,
Right. So he says it's going to end my career, right? Watch this.
I don't really like that energy. We're trying to. We say I don't know. I don't know what beef y'all got from different channels and all of this stuff. We just trying to share with the few people that's in here.
I got you, bro. Let me do this. Give me 5 seconds, and I'm just going to take a breather. Everybody, just for 5 seconds. Let's just reset the energy here.
Come on, this ain't yoga class. Read the thing.
Nah, bro. I'm just saying, man. People. Okay, let's read this. Screening for the 6 binary markers within haplogroup J. In 35 limba, 24 remba, and 32 SA Jews, resolve haplogroup J into 4 sub-haplogroups. Haplogroup JP58, right, which is associated with the Cohen model haplotype, was found in the limba at 57.1 and the SA Jews at 56.3, right? Haplogroup JM267 was found in the limba at 28.6 and remba at 16%. And not the SA Jews. Haplogroup JM172 was further resolved into subgroups haplogroups JM410 and limba 43.5%, and the SA Jews at 37.5%, and JM12 in the limba at 14.3%, and the remba at 44.4%, and the SA Jews at 6.3%. So this is them doing a resolution on the haplogroup types that exist in the limba. So in their discussion here, what they're doing is they're analyzing this Cohen model type within those haplogroups that the limba have, right? As they say here, the limba have attracted a great deal of media attention according to the following on Y chromosome studies that lend support to their claims of having Jewish ancestry. 7 through 9, I'm sorry, I don't know why I clicked that. Let me go back up. Let's go here. Okay, right here. 7 through 9, given that from the refinement in the resolution of Y chromosomes at both the haplogroup and haplotype level, delineated and extended Cohen model haplotype that was found at a lower frequency than originally defined of the Cohen model haplotype among Jewish priesthood, Cohenim. It had more restricted global distribution. 12, this study sought to revisit the question concerning the origins of non-African Y chromosomes in the limba, and particularly whether, now keep this in mind, this study sought to revisit the question concerning the origins of non-African Y chromosomes in the limba, in particular whether the extended Cohen model haplogroup was present in the limba, and to examine the genetic affinities between the limba and the remba. The majority of the Y chromosomes found in the limba is 73.7%, and the remba at 79.6% were traced to non-African origins. Haplogroups C, D, O were not found, suggesting that the populations from geographical regions where haplogroups C and D, which is Asians, haplogroup O, Oceanic, are commonly found, did not contribute to the Y chromosomes found in the combined limba and remba sample. So what they're trying to do is identify those non-African haplogroups. Haplogroup J was the most common haplogroup designated for the Cohen model haplotype based on the 6 STR system, was found at frequencies of 9.6% in the limba and 15.9% in SA Jews, but not in the remba. When higher resolution of the J in combination with the 12 SR system was used, the extended Cohen model haplotype was only found in one individual, the SA Jewish descent, and not at all in the limba. This is a revisit of the study. What they did was take prior information, and now they're examining the new information, just like the dude did on his blog, about what this is talking about. This finding argues against the claims previously made about possible connections between the limba and the Cohenim. Okay, let's keep going.
May I comment?
Hold on. Let me keep going here.
Please.
So Hammer et al. Show that while haplogroup JP58 occur among both Jewish and non-Jewish populations, the extended Cohen model haplogroup was restricted only to Jewish groups from across a range of the Jewish diaspora. Furthermore,
after using 12 STR marker system to resolve haplogroups associated with the haplogroup JP58Y chromosomes, the extended CMH was found in frequencies of 64.6% among Kohanim, 10.7% amongst Israelites, 12.2% in Ashkenazi Jews with unknown caste, but only found in the Levim or in 209. I'm not sure what they're trying to imply here, but non-Jewish individuals surveyed. Overall, the extended CMH was found at a frequency of 5.3% among Jewish populations. One other closely related haplogroups in extended CMH reported 12. So something in the back of my head is telling me I don't want to get to this thing about being long-winded. I'm going to have you ask your question or make a comment, Orthodox more, then I'm going to continue. Go ahead.
For the sake of the Most High, did you not just read the Limba and the Limba? There are multiple different J haplogroups also with South African Jews. Multiple different at different percentages.
Yes, I did. Now they're examining that.
So again, the question still stands. Which one of these multiple haplogroups that they also share with other Jews is not Jewish?
Well, right. So this is what we're reading, right? This finding argues against the claims made previously about possible connections between the Limba and the Kohanim. So now, what they're doing in this paper, because we brought this paper up, I said to myself, like I always do with Dante's information with everybody else, let me actually look at it carefully to see what it's saying instead of going for this one word or one hit wonder on the word. Like, oh, look what this one paragraph said. I'm like, no, I'm gonna see what the whole paper is talking about, because this whole paper is gonna rock your world. Now watch this.
So which haplogroup does the paper stipulate that is a J haplogroup that's amongst the Limba that the Jews have that is not Jewish?
We're gonna get to that. I think they already did. I think they already covered. That's just your paper. They talk about J1F2, J1-2F2A. They also have here. Well, the one that they compare, we just read.
Right, and so that one says that
so these are
also have it.
Right. So it's all the haplotype groups that we listed before. JM172, JM12.
So those are not Jewish haplogroups.
Well, we're getting into the paper. They're examining those so-called Jewish haplogroups among
That's
the
a yes no
and
question.
what they're finding. What's that? What's your yes no question?
Is JM172 a Jewish haplogroup? Yes no.
JM172. I don't know. I'm not gonna go into that because I feel like we're deviating.
So when the paper says it's a Jewish haplogroup, the paper doesn't know what it's talking about.
No. See that this is exactly what I'm talking about right here. We're gonna get into this question. Let's continue to read what this paper is saying.
Does the paper say that JM172?
Hold on. What the paper is gonna do is examining the Limba population, and I don't have time to go through all of this. Nah, bro, I'm not doing that because every time.
In your understanding of the paper, is the paper saying that JM172 is?
You're saying your understanding. That's all. He's just asking in your understanding.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not putting that in there. That's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna put my own understanding on this paper. I'm gonna have this paper speak for itself.
For the record, you don't know if JM172.
No. I'm not gonna answer that. I'm
asking for your understanding, bro. I'm asking.
Orthodox more. He don't want to. He don't want to. He don't want to do it
because you know why? Every time people, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Because then don't say nothing when Dante don't want to answer your question.
No. I'm gonna tell you why.
Wait, hold on. Sister E just asked why. That's a good question. Sister E just asked why don't you want to?
I'm answering that right now. This is why I don't. Hold on. Where my screen go? This is why I don't. Because every time an argument comes up like this, the ad hominem or the thing about your personal knowledge on this and where it's at. Now, granted, we do have to have some understanding of DNA. But when I read papers, I let the paper speak. I'm not gonna right on, Nathan. I'm not gonna sit here and do this whole back up because then then the discussion goes into Kevin, if you sit you, then do you know this? Do you know that? Do you know that? And here's my thing: everybody's not a walking Google, so I'm not gonna get caught up into some type of humanistic thing of what it is I'm able to tell you in a moment, rather than deviating from what the paper is actually gonna say. But let's get into what the paper is saying here. Nathan's right on it. I'm gonna let the paper speak.
Okay, do me a favor. We're gonna have to pick this up. I'm gonna slide to the airport, pick my people up real quick.
Oh man, bro, can I read this one paragraph then?
Read the one paragraph and then
okay, cool. Thank you. Let's go to conclusion here.
I'm gonna make the screen big. Hold on, I'm gonna make the screen big because you told. Let me just hold on. Let me just let them see.
Let's read this.
Yeah, can you make that big for me?
Yep. Is it big enough?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Previous.
All right. Cool. Yeah. Watch this. Now we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna read this whole paragraph. This is the conclusion of the whole paper, y'all. Previous Y chromosome data
particularly the presence of the Cohen model haplotype in SA limba, led to claims of genetic links between the Jewish priesthood Cohenine and the limba. However, higher resolution genotyping of the haplogroup J chromosome that harbored the Cohen model haplotype led to the delineation of an extended Cohen model haplotype that was found at high frequency among the Cohenine and restricted to Jewish groups across the Jewish diaspora. In this study, the extended Cohen model haplotype was only found in a single Jewish individual and not in the limba or the rimba. This finding, together with the lack of matches of haplogroups found in the combined limba and rimba groups of the Jewish populations, suggests that the haplogroup JY chromosomes in the limba rimba are not closely associated to Jewish ancestry. Rather, this study suggests a stronger link between Middle Eastern populations, probably the result of trade in Indian Ocean, also the result of the SA limba Zimbabwe rimba originated from the same founding population. Several differences were observed in the comparison of the frequencies of the Y chromosome pools, perhaps the consequence of a drift of human contacts. The groups may have had may have had to follow their split. However, it should be also stressed from the studies of genetic ancestry mixed on the patterns of DNA to look for similarities or differences. And the present study of Y chromosome haplogroups and haplotypes, that this type of data is in no way aligned with identity testing. Issues of identity are complex, and based on the criteria, it should be not confused with ancestry testing. So that's fine to make that claim because that's true. Maybe you can't really fully test everything in regards to that. But guess what? This paper disproved, just like the blog did, that the limba and the rimba are not even related to Jewish. I dropped my mic.
Well, good night, y'all.
And that was y'all paper. Thank you.